Chapter 1 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1. Mr. Scarborough. It will be necessary for the purpose of my story that I shall go back more than once from the point at which it begins, so that I may explain with the least amount of awkwardness the things as they occurred, which led up to the incidents that I am about to tell. And I may as well say that these first 4 chapters of the book, though they may be thought to be the most interesting of them all by those who look to incidents for their interest in a tale, are in this way only preliminary. The world has not yet forgotten the intensity of the feeling which existed when old Mr. Scarborough declared that his well-known eldest son was not legitimate. Mr. Scarborough himself had not been well known in early life. He had been the only son of a squire in Staffordshire, over whose grounds a town had been built and pottery works established. In this way, a property, which had not originally been extensive, had been greatly increased in value, and Mr. Scarborough, when he came into possession, had found himself to be a rich man. He had then gone abroad, and had there married an English lady. After the lapse of some years, he had returned to Tretton Park, as his place was named, and there had lost his wife. He had come back with 2 sons, Mountjoy and Augustus. At Tretton he had lived, spending, however, a considerable portion of each year in chambers in the Albany. He was a man who, through many years, had had his own circle of friends, but, as I have said before, he was not much known in the world. He was luxurious and self-indulgent, and altogether indifferent to the opinion of those around him, but he was affectionate to his children, and anxious above all things for their welfare, or rather happiness. Some marvellous stories were told as to his income, which arose chiefly from the Tretton Delf works and from the town of Tretton, which had been built chiefly on his very park, in consequence of the nature of the clay and the quality of the water. As a fact, the original 4,000 a year to which his father had been born had grown to 20,000, by nature of the operations which had taken place. But the whole of this, whether 4,000 or 20,000, was strictly entailed, and Mr. Scarborough had been very anxious, since his second son was born, to create for him also something which might amount to opulence. But they who knew him best knew that of all things he hated most the entail. The boys were both educated at Eton, and the elder went into the Guards, having been allowed an intermediate year in order to learn languages on the Continent. He had then become a cornet in the Coldstreams, and had from that time lived a life of reckless expenditure. His brother Augustus had in the meantime gone to Cambridge and become a barrister. He had been called but 2 years when the story was made known of his father's singular assertion. As from that time it became unnecessary for him to practise his profession, no more was heard of him as a lawyer. But they who had known the young man in the chambers of the great luminary, Mr. Rugby, declared that a very eminent advocate was now spoiled by a freak of fortune. Of his brother Mountjoy, or Captain Scarborough, as he came to be known at an early period of his life, the stories which were told in the world at large were much too remarkable to be altogether true. But it was only too true that he lived as though the wealth at his command were without limit. For some few years his father bore with him patiently, doubling his allowance and paying his bills for him again and again. He made up his mind, with many regrets, that enough had been done for his younger son, who would surely by his intellect be able to do much for himself. But then it became necessary to encroach on the funds already put by, and at last there came the final blow, when he discovered that Captain Scarborough had raised large sums on post obits from the Jews. The Jews simply requested the father to pay the money, or some portion of it, which if at once paid would satisfy them, explaining to him that otherwise the whole property would at his death fall into their hands. It need not here be explained how, through one sad year, these negotiations were prolonged, but at last there came a time in which Mr. Scarborough, sitting in his chambers in the Albany, boldly declared his purpose. He sent for his own lawyer, Mr. Gray, and greatly astonished that gentleman by declaring to him that Captain Scarborough was illegitimate. At first Mr. Gray refused altogether to believe the assertion made to him. He had been very conversant with the affairs of the family, and had even dealt with marriage settlements on behalf of the lady in question. He knew Mr. Scarborough well, or rather had not known him, but had heard much of him, and therefore suspected him. Mr. Gray was a thoroughly respectable man, and Mr. Scarborough, though upright and honourable in many dealings, had not been thoroughly respectable. He had lived with his wife off and on, as people say. Though he had saved much of his money for the purpose above described, he had also spent much of it in a manner which did not approve itself to Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray had thoroughly disliked the eldest son, and had in fact been afraid of him. The captain, in the few interviews that had been necessary between them, had attempted to domineer over the lawyer, till there had at last sprung up a quarrel, in which, to tell the truth, the father took the part of the son. Mr. Gray had for a while been so offended as to find it necessary to desire Mr. Scarborough to employ another lawyer. He had not, however, done so, and the breach had never become absolute. In these circumstances Mr. Scarborough had sent for Mr. Gray to come to him at the Albany, and had there, from his bed, declared that his eldest son was illegitimate. Mr. Gray had at first refused to accept the assertion as being worth anything, and had by no means confined himself to polite language in expressing his belief. "I would much rather have nothing to do with it," he had said, when Mr. Scarborough insisted on the truth of his statement. "But the evidence is all here," said Mr. Scarborough, laying his hand on a small bundle of papers. "The difficulty would have been, and the danger, in causing Mountjoy to have been accepted in his brother's place. There can be no doubt that I was not married till after Mountjoy was born." Mr. Gray's curiosity was roused, and he began to ask questions. Why, in the first place, had Mr. Scarborough behaved so dishonestly? Why had he originally not married his wife? And then, why had he married her? If, as he said, the proofs were so easy, how had he dared to act so directly in opposition to the laws of his country? Why, indeed, had he been through the whole of his life so bad a man, so bad to the woman who had borne his name, so bad to the son whom he called illegitimate, and so bad also to the other son whom he now intended to restore to his position, solely with the view of defrauding the captain's creditors? In answer to this, Mr. Scarborough, though he was suffering much at the time, so much as to be considered near to his death, had replied with the most perfect good humour. He had done very well, he thought, by his wife, whom he had married after she had consented to live with him on other terms. He had done very well by his elder son, for whom he had intended the entire property. He had done well by his second son, for whom he had saved his money. It was now his first duty to save the property. He regarded himself as being altogether unselfish and virtuous from his point of view. When Mr. Gray had spoken about the laws of his country, he had simply smiled, though he was expecting a grievous operation on the following day. As for marriage, he had no great respect for it, except as a mode of enabling men and women to live together comfortably. As for the outraged laws of his country, of which Mr. Gray spoke much, he did not care a straw for such outrages, nor indeed for the expressed opinion of mankind as to his conduct. He was very soon about to leave the world, and meant to do the best he could for his son Augustus. The other son was past all hope. He was hardly angry with his eldest son, who had undoubtedly given him cause for just anger. His apparent motives in telling the truth about him at last were rather those of defrauding the Jews, who had expressed themselves to him with brutal audacity, than that of punishing the one son or doing justice to the other. But even of them he spoke with a cynical good humour, triumphing in his idea of thoroughly getting the better of them. "I am consoled, Mr. Gray," he said, "when I think how probably it might all have been discovered after my death. I should have destroyed all these," and he laid his hands upon the papers, "but still there might have been discovery." Mr. Gray could not but think that during the last 24 years, the period which had elapsed since the birth of the younger son, no idea of such a truth had occurred to himself. He did at last consent to take the papers in his hands and to read them through with care. He took them away with that promise, and with an assurance that he would bring them back on the day but one following, should Mr. Scarborough then be alive. Mr. Scarborough, who seemed at that moment to have much life in him, insisted on this proviso. "The surgeon is to be here to morrow, you know, and his coming may mean a great deal. You will have the papers, which are quite clear, and you will know what to do. I shall see Mountjoy myself this evening. I suppose he will have the grace to come, as he does not know what he is coming for." Then the father smiled again, and the lawyer went. Mr. Scarborough, though he was very strong of heart, did have some misgivings as the time came at which he was to see his son. The communication which he had to make was certainly one of vital importance. His son had some time since instigated him to come to terms with the family creditors, as the captain boldly called them. "Seeing that I never owed a shilling in my life, or my father before me, it is odd that I should have family creditors," the father had answered. "The property has, then, at any rate," the son had said with a scowl. But that was now 12 months since, before mankind, and the Jews among them, had heard of Mr. Scarborough's illness. Now there could be no question of dealing on favourable terms with these gentlemen. Mr. Scarborough was therefore aware that the evil thing which he was about to say to his son would have lost its extreme bitterness. It did not occur to him that, in making such a revelation as to his son's mother, he would inflict any great grief on his son's heart. To be illegitimate would be, he thought, nothing unless illegitimacy carried with it loss of property. He hardly gave weight enough to the feeling that the eldest son was the eldest son, and too little to the triumph which was present to his own mind in saving the property for one of the family. Augustus was but the captain's brother, but he was the old squire's son. The two brothers had hitherto lived together on fairly good terms, for the younger had been able to lend money to the elder, and the elder had found his brother neither severe or exacting. How it might be between them, when their relations with each other should be altogether changed, Mr. Scarborough did not trouble himself to enquire. The captain, by his own reckless folly, had lost his money, had lost all that fortune would have given him as his father's eldest son. After having done so, what could it matter to him whether he were legitimate or illegitimate? His brother, as possessor of Tretton Park, would be able to do much more for him than could be expected from a professional man working for his bread. Mr. Scarborough had looked at the matter all round for the space of 2 years, and during the latter year had slowly resolved on his line of action. He had had no scruple in passing off his eldest born as legitimate, and now would have none in declaring the truth to the world. What scruple need he have, seeing that he was so soon about to leave the world? As to what took place at that interview between the father and the son, very much was said among the clubs and in societies to which Captain Mountjoy Scarborough was well known, but very little of absolute truth was ever revealed. It was known that Captain Scarborough left the room under the combined authority of apothecaries and servants, and that the old man had fainted from the effects of the interview. He had undoubtedly told the son of the simple facts as he had declared them to Mr. Grey, but had thought it to be unnecessary to confirm his statement by any proof. Indeed, the proofs, such as they were, the written testimony, that is, were at that moment in the hands of Mr. Grey, and to Mr. Grey the father had at last referred the son. But the son had absolutely refused to believe for a moment in the story, and had declared that his father and Mr. Grey had conspired together to rob him of his inheritance and good name. The interview was at last over, and Mr. Scarborough, at one moment fainting, and in the next suffering the extremest agony, was left alone with his thoughts. Captain Scarborough, when he left his father's rooms and found himself going out from the Albany into Piccadilly, was an infuriated but at the same time a most wretched man. He did believe that a conspiracy had been hatched, and he was resolved to do his best to defeat it, let the effect be what it might on the property. But yet there was a strong feeling in his breast that the fraud would be successful. No man could possibly be environed by worse circumstances as to his own condition. He owed, he knew not what amount of money to several creditors, but then he owed, which troubled him more, gambling debts which he could only pay by his brother's assistance. And now, as he thought of it, he felt convinced that his brother must be joined with his father and the lawyer in this conspiracy. He felt also that he could meet neither Mr. Grey nor his brother without personally attacking them. All the world might perish, but he with his last breath would declare himself to be Captain Mountjoy Scarborough of Tretton Park, and though he knew at the moment that he must perish as regarded social life among his comrades, unless he could raise £500 from his brother, yet he felt that, were he to meet his brother, he could not but fly at his throat and accuse him of the basest villainy. At that moment, at the corner of Bond Street, he did meet his brother. "What is this?" said he, fiercely. "What is what?" said Augustus, without any fierceness. "What is up now?" "I have just come from my father." "And how is the governor?" "If I were he, I should be in a most awful funk. I should hardly be able to think of anything but that man who is to come to-morrow with his knives. But he takes it all as cool as a cucumber." There was something in this which at once shook, though it did not remove, the captain's belief, and he said something as to the property. Then there came questions and answers, in which the captain did not reveal the story which had been told to him, but the barrister did assert that he had as yet heard nothing as to anything of importance. As to Tretton, the captain believed his brother's manners rather than his words. In fact, the barrister had heard nothing as yet of what was to be done on his behalf. The interview ended in the two men going and dining at a club, where the captain told the whole story of his father's imagined iniquity. Augustus received the tale almost in silence. In reply to his brother's authoritative, domineering speeches he said nothing. To him it was all new, but to him also it seemed certainly to be untrue. He did not at all bring himself to believe that Mr. Grey was in the conspiracy, but he had no scruple of paternal regard to make him feel that this father would not concoct such a scheme simply because he was his father. It would be a saving of the spoil from the Amalekites, and of this idea he did give a hardly expressed hint to his brother. "By George," said the captain, "nothing of the kind shall be done with my consent." "Why, no," the barrister had answered. "I suppose that neither your consent nor mine is to be asked, and it seems as though it were a farce ordered to be played over the poor governor's grave. He has prepared a romance, as to the truth or falsehood of which neither you nor I can possibly be called as witnesses." It was clear to the captain that his brother had thought that the plot had been prepared by their father in anticipation of his own death. Nevertheless, by the younger brother's assistance, the much-needed sum of money was found for the supply of the elder's immediate wants. The next day was the day of terror, and nothing more was heard, either then or for the following week, of the old gentleman's scheme. In 2 days it was understood that his death might be hourly expected, but on the third it was thought that he might pull through, as his younger son filially expressed himself. He was constantly with his father, but not a word passed his lips as to the property. The elder son kept himself gloomily apart, and indeed, during a part of the next week, was out of London. Augustus Scarborough did call on Mr. Grey, but only learned from him that it was, at any rate, true that the story had been told by his father. Mr. Grey refused to make any farther communication, simply saying that he would as yet express no opinion. "For myself," said Augustus, as he left the attorney's chambers, "I can only profess myself so much astonished as to have no opinion. I suppose I must simply wait and see what fortune intends to do with me." At the end of a fortnight, Mr. Scarborough had so far recovered his strength as to be able to be moved down to Tretton, and thither he went. It was not many days after that the world was first informed that Captain Scarborough was not his father's heir. The world received the information with a great deal of expressed surprise and inward satisfaction that the moneylenders should be done out of their money, that a professed gambler like Captain Scarborough should suddenly become an illegitimate nobody, and more interesting still, that a very wealthy and well-conditioned, if not actually respectable, squire should have proved himself to be a most brazen-faced rascal. All of these were matters which gave extreme delight to the world at large. At first there came little paragraphs without any name, and then, some hours afterwards, the names became known to the quidnuncs, and in a short space of time were in possession of the very gentry who found themselves defrauded in this singular manner. It is not necessary here that I should recapitulate all the circumstances of the original fraud, for a gross fraud had been perpetrated. After the perpetration of that fraud, papers had been prepared by Mr. Scarborough himself with a great deal of ingenuity, and the matter had been so arranged that but for his own declaration his eldest son would undoubtedly have inherited the property. Now there was no measure to the clamour and the uproar raised by the moneylenders. Mr. Grey's outer office was besieged, but his clerk simply stated that the facts would be proved on Mr. Scarborough's death as clearly as it might be possible to prove them. The curses uttered against the old squire were bitter and deep, but during this time he was still supposed to be lying at death's door, and did not, in truth, himself expect to live many days. The creditors, of course, believed that the story was a fiction. None of them were enabled to see Captain Scarborough, who, after a short period, disappeared altogether from the scene. But they were, one and all, convinced that the matter had been arranged between him and his father. There was one from whom better things were expected than to advance money on post obits to a gambler at a rate by which he was to be repaid £100 for every £40 on the death of a gentleman who was then supposed to be dying. For it was proved afterward that this Mr. Tyrrwhit had made most minute enquiries among the old squire's servants as to the state of their master's health. He had supplied £40,000, for which he was to receive £100,000 when the squire died, alleging that he should have difficulty in recovering the money. But he had collected the sum so advanced on better terms amongst his friends, and had become conspicuously odious in the matter. In about a month's time it was generally believed that Mr. Scarborough had so managed matters that his scheme would be successful. A struggle was made to bring the matter at once into the law courts, but the attempt for the moment failed. It was said that the squire down at Tretton was too ill, but that proceedings would be taken as soon as he was able to bear them. Rumours were afloat that he would be taken into custody, and it was even asserted that 2 policemen were in the house at Tretton. But it was soon known that no policemen were there, and that the squire was free to go whither he would, or rather whither he could. In fact, though the will to punish him and even to arrest him were there, no one had the power to do him an injury. It was then declared that he had in no sense broken the law, that no evil act of his could be proved, and though he had wished his eldest son to inherit the property wrongfully, he had only wished it, and that he had now simply put his wishes into unison with the law, and had undone the evil which he had hitherto only contemplated. Indeed, the world at large rather sympathised with the squire when Mr. Tyrrwhit's dealings became known, for it was supposed by many that Mr. Tyrrwhit was to have become the sole owner of Tretton. But the creditors were still loud and still envenomed. They and their emissaries hung about Tretton and demanded to know where was the captain. Of the captain's whereabouts his father knew nothing, not even whether he was still alive, for the captain had actually disappeared from the world, and his creditors would obtain no tidings respecting him. At this period, and for long afterward, they imagined that he and his father were in league together, and were determined to try at law the question as to the legitimacy of his birth as soon as the old squire should be dead. But the old squire did not die. Though his life was supposed to be most precarious, he still continued to live, and became even stronger. But he remained shut up at Tretton, and utterly refused to see any emissary of any creditor. To give Mr. Tyrrwhit his due, it must be acknowledged that he personally sent no emissaries, having contented himself with putting the business into the hands of a very sharp attorney. But there were emissaries from others, who after a while were excluded altogether from the park. Here Mr. Scarborough continued to live, coming out onto the lawn in his easy chair, and there smoking his cigar and reading his French novel through the hot July days. To tell the truth, he cared very little for the emissaries, except in so far as they had been allowed to interfere with his own personal comfort. In these days he had down with him 2 or 3 friends from London, who were good enough to make up for him a whist table in the country, but he found the chief interest in his life in the occasional visits of his younger son. "I look upon Mountjoy as utterly gone," he said. "But he has utterly gone," his other son replied. "As to that I care nothing. I do not believe that a man can be murdered without leaving a trace of his murder. A man cannot even throw himself overboard without being missed. I know nothing of his whereabouts, nothing at all, but I must say that his absence is a relief to me. The only comfort left to me in this world is in your presence, and in those material good things which I am still able to enjoy." This assertion as to his ignorance about his eldest son the squire repeated again and again to his chosen heir, feeling it was only probable that Augustus might participate in the belief which he knew to be only too common. There was, no doubt, an idea prevalent that the squire and the captain were in league together to cheat the creditors, and that the squire, who in these days received much undeserved credit for Machiavellian astuteness, knew more than any one else respecting his eldest son's affairs. But, in truth, he at first knew nothing, and in making these assurances to his younger son was altogether wasting his breath, for his younger son knew everything. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 2. Florence Mountjoy. Mr. Scarborough had a niece, one Florence Mountjoy, to whom it had been intended that Captain Scarborough should be married. There had been no considerations of money when the intention had been first formed, for the lady was possessed of no more than £10,000, which would have been as nothing to the prospects of the captain when the idea was first entertained. But Mr. Scarborough was fond of people who belonged to him. In this way he had been much attached to his late brother-in-law, General Mountjoy, and had perceived that his niece was beautiful and graceful, and was in every way desirable, as one who might be made in part thus to belong to himself. Florence herself, when the idea of the marriage was first suggested to her by her mother, was only 18, and received it with awe rather than with pleasure or abhorrence. To her cousin Mountjoy had always been a most magnificent personage. He was only 7 years her senior, but he had early in life assumed the manners, as he had also done the vices, of mature age, and loomed large in the girl's eyes as a man of undoubted wealth and fashion. At that period, 3 years antecedent to his father's declaration, he had no doubt been in much debt, but his debts had not been generally known, and his father had still thought that a marriage with his cousin might serve to settle him, to use the phrase which was common with himself. From that day to this, the courtship had gone on, and the squire had taught himself to believe that the two cousins were all but engaged to each other. He had so considered it, at any rate, for 2 years, till during the last final year he had resolved to throw the captain overboard. And even during this year there had been periods of hope, for he had not finally made up his mind till but a short time before he had put it into practice. No doubt he was fond of his niece in accordance with his own capability for fondness. He would caress her and stroke her hair, and took delight in having her near to him, and of true love for such a girl his heart was quite capable. He was a good-natured, fearless, but not a selfish man, to whom the fate in life of this poor girl was a matter of real concern. And his eldest son, who was by no means good-natured, had something of the same nature. He did love truly, after his own fashion of loving. He would have married his cousin at any moment, with or without her £10,000, for of all human beings he was the most reckless. And yet in his breast was present a feeling of honour of which his father knew nothing. When it was explained to him that his mother's fair name was to be aspersed, a woman whom he could but faintly remember, the threat did bring with it its own peculiar agony. But of this the squire neither felt or knew anything. The lady had long been dead, and could be none the better or the worse for aught that could be said of her. To the captain it was not so, and it was preferable to him to believe his father to be dishonest than his mother. He, at any rate, was in truth in love with his cousin Florence, and when the story was told to him, one of its first effects was the bearing which it would have upon her mind. It has been said that within 2 or 3 days after the communication he had left London. He had done so in order that he might at once go down to Cheltenham and see his cousin. There Miss Mountjoy lived with her mother. The time had been when Florence Mountjoy had been proud of her cousin, and, to tell the truth of her feelings, though she had never loved him, she had almost done so. Rumours had made their way through, even to her condition of life, and she in her innocence had gradually been taught to believe that Captain Scarborough was not a man whom she could be safe in loving, and there had perhaps come another as to whom her feelings were different. She had no doubt at first thought that she would be willing to become her cousin's wife, but she had never said as much herself, and now both her heart and mind were set against him. Captain Scarborough, as he went down to Cheltenham, turned the matter over in his mind, thinking within himself how best he might carry out his project. His intention was to obtain from his cousin an assurance of her love, and a promise that it should not be shaken by any stories which his father might tell respecting him. For this purpose he must make known to her the story his father had told him, and his own absolute disbelief in it. Much else must be confided to her. He must acknowledge in part his own debts, and must explain that his father had taken this course in order to defraud the creditors. All this would be very difficult, but he must trust in her innocence and generosity. He thought that the condition of his affairs might be so represented that the story should tend rather to win her heart towards him than to turn it away. Her mother had hitherto always been in his favour, and he had in fact been received almost as an Apollo in the house of Cheltenham. "Florence," he said, "I must see you alone for a few minutes. I know that your mother will trust you with me." This was spoken immediately on his arrival, and Mrs. Mountjoy at once left the room. She had been taught to believe that it was her daughter's duty to marry her cousin, and though she knew that the captain had done much to embarrass the property, she thought that this would be the surest way to settle him. The heir of Tretton Park was, in her estimation, so great a man that very much was to be endured at his hands. The meeting between the two cousins was very long, and when Mrs. Mountjoy at last returned unannounced to the room, she found her daughter in tears. "Oh, Florence, what is the matter?" asked her mother. The poor girl said nothing, but still continued to weep, while the captain stood by looking as black as a thundercloud. "What is it, Mountjoy?" said Mrs. Mountjoy, turning to him. "I have told Florence some of my troubles," said he, "and they seem to have changed her mind toward me." There was something in this which was detestable to Florence, an unfairness, a dishonesty in putting off upon his trouble that absence of love which she had at last been driven by his vows to confess. She knew that it was not because of his present trouble, which she understood to be terrible, but which she could not in truth comprehend. He had blurted it all out roughly, the story as told by his father of his mother's dishonour, of his own insignificance in the world, of the threatened loss of the property, of the heaviness of his debts, and added his conviction that his father had invented it all, and was in fact a thorough rascal. The full story of his debts he kept back, not with any predetermined falseness, but because it is so difficult for a man to own that he has absolutely ruined himself by his own folly. It was not wonderful that the girl should not have understood such a story as had then been told her. Why was he defending his mother? Why was he accusing his father? The accusations against her uncle, whom she did know, were more fearful to her than those mysterious charges against her aunt, whom she did not know, from which her son defended her. But then he had spoken passionately of his own love, and she had understood that. He had besought her to confess that she loved him, and then she had at once become stubborn. There was something in the word confess which grated against her feelings. It seemed to imply a conviction on his part that she did love him. She had never told him so, and was now sure that it was not so. When he had pressed her she could only weep, but in her weeping she never for a moment yielded. She never uttered a single word on which he could be enabled to build a hope. Then he had become blacker and still blacker, fiercer and still fiercer, more and more earnest in his purpose, till at last he asked her whom it was that she loved. As she could not love him, he knew well whom it was that he suspected, and she knew also. But he had no right to demand any statement from her on that head. She did not think that the man loved her, nor did she know what to say or to think of her own feelings. Were he, the other man, to come to her, she would only bid him go away, but why she should so bid him she had hardly known. But now this dark frowning captain, with his big moustache and his military look and his general aspects of invincible power, threatened the other man. "He came to Tretton as my friend," he said, "and by heaven, if he stands in my way, if he dare to cross between you and me, he shall answer it with his life." The name had not been mentioned, but this had been very terrible to Florence, and she could only weep. He went away, refusing to stay to dinner, but said that on the following afternoon he would again return. In the street of the town he met one of his creditors, who had discovered his journey to Cheltenham, and had followed him. "Oh, Captain Mountjoy, what is all this that they are talking about in London?" "What are they talking about?" "The inheritance," said the man, who was a veritable Jew, looking up anxiously in his face. The man had his acceptance for a very large sum of money, with an assurance that it should be paid on his father's death, for which he had given him about £2,000 in cash. "You must ask my father." "But is it true?" "You must ask my father. Upon my word I can tell you nothing else. He has concocted a tale of which I for one do not believe a word. I never heard of the story till he condescended to tell it me the other day. Whether it be true or whether it be false, you and I, Mr. Hart, are in the same boat." "But you have had the money." "And you have got the bill. You can't do anything by coming after me. My father seems to have contrived a very clever plan by which he can rob you, but he will rob me at the same time. You may believe me or not as you please, but that you will find to be the truth." Then Mr. Hart left him, but certainly did not believe a word the captain had said to him. To her mother Florence would only disclose her persistent intention of not marrying her cousin. Mrs. Mountjoy, over whose spirit the glamour of the captain's prestige was still potent, said much in his favour. Everybody has always intended the marriage, and it would be the setting right of everything. The captain no doubt owed a large sum of money, but that would be paid by Florence's fortune. So little did the poor lady know of the captain's condition. When she had been told that there had been a great quarrel between the captain and his father, she declared that the marriage was set that all right. "But, mamma, Captain Scarborough is not to have the property at all." Then Mrs. Mountjoy, believing thoroughly in entails, had declared that all heaven could not prevent it. "But that makes no difference," said the daughter. "If I loved him, I would marry him so much the more if he had nothing." Then Mrs. Mountjoy declared that she could not understand it at all. On the next day Captain Scarborough came, according to his promise, but nothing that he could say would induce Florence to come into his presence. Her mother declared that she was so ill that it would be wicked to disturb her. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 3. Harry Annesley. Together with Augustus Scarborough at Cambridge had been one Harry Annesley, and he it was to whom the captain in his wrath had sworn to put an end if he should come between him and his love. Harry Annesley had been introduced to the captain by his brother, and an intimacy had grown up between them. He had brought him to Tretton Park when Florence was there, and Harry had since made his own way to Cheltenham, and had endeavoured to plead his own cause after his own fashion. This he had done after the good old English plan, which is said to be somewhat loutish, but is not without its efficacy. He had looked at her and danced with her, and done the best with his gloves and his cravat, and had let her see by 20 unmistakable signs that in order to be perfectly happy he must be near her. Her gloves and her flowers and her other little properties were sweeter to him than any scents, and were more valuable in his eyes than precious stones. But he had never as yet actually asked her to love him. But she was so quick a linguist that she had understood down to the last letter what all these tokens had meant. Her cousin, Captain Scarborough, was to her magnificent, powerful, but terrible withal. She had asked herself 1,000 times whether it would be possible for her to love him and to become his wife. She had never quite given, even to herself, an answer to this question till she had suddenly found herself enabled to do so by his over-confidence in asking her to confess that she loved him. She had never acknowledged anything, even to herself, as to Harry Annesley. She had never told herself that it would be possible that he should ask her any such question. She had a wild, dreamy, fearful feeling that although it would be possible for her to refuse her cousin, it would be impossible that she should marry any other while he should still be desirous of making her his wife. And now Captain Scarborough had threatened Harry Annesley, not indeed by name, but still clearly enough. Any dream of her own in that direction must be a vain dream. As Harry Annesley is going to be what is generally called the hero of this story, it is necessary that something should be said of the particulars of his life and existence up to this period. There will be found to be nothing very heroic about him. He is a young man, with more than a fair allowance of a young man's folly, it may also be said of a young man's weakness. But I myself am inclined to think that there was but little of a young man's selfishness, with nothing of falseness or dishonesty, and I am therefore tempted to tell his story. He was the son of a clergyman and the eldest of a large family of children, but as he was the acknowledged heir to his mother's brother, who was the squire of the parish of which his father was rector, it was not thought necessary that he should follow any profession. This uncle was the Squire of Buston, and was, after all, not a rich man himself. His whole property did not exceed 2,000 a year, an income which 50 years since was supposed to be sufficient for the moderate wants of a moderate country gentleman. But though Buston be not very far removed from the centre of everything, being in Hertfordshire and not more than 40 miles from London, Mr. Prosper lived so retired a life and was so far removed from the ways of men that he apparently did not know but that his heir was as completely entitled to lead an idle life as though he were the son of a duke or a brewer. It must not, however, be imagined that Mr. Prosper was especially attached to his nephew. When the boy left the Charterhouse, where his uncle had paid his school bills, he was sent to Cambridge, with an allowance of £250 a year, and that allowance was still continued to him, with an assurance that under no circumstances could it ever be increased. At college he had been successful, and left Cambridge with a college fellowship. He therefore left it with £175 added to his income, and was considered by all those at Buston Rectory to be a rich young man. But Harry did not find that his combined income amounted to riches amid a world of idleness. At Buston he was constantly told by his uncle of the necessity of economy. Indeed, Mr. Prosper, who was a sickly little man about 50 years of age, always spoke of himself as though he intended to live for another half-century. He rarely walked across the park to the rectory, and once a week on Sundays entertained the rectory family. A sad occasion it generally was to the elder of the rectory children, who were thus doomed to abandon the loud pleasantries of their own home for the sober Sunday solemnities of the hall. It was not that the squire of Buston was peculiarly a religious man, or that the rector was the reverse, but the parson was joyous, whereas the other was solemn. The squire, who never went to church because he was supposed to be ill, made up for the deficiency by his devotional tendencies when the children were at the hall. He read through a sermon after dinner, unintelligibly and even inaudibly. At this his brother-in-law, who had an evening service in his own church, of course never was present, but Mr. Annesley and the girls were there, and the younger children. But Harry Annesley had absolutely declined, and his uncle, having found out that he never attended the church service, although he always left the hall with his father, made this a ground for a quarrel. It at last came to pass that Mr. Prosper, who was jealous and irritable, would hardly speak to his nephew, but the £250 went on, with many bickerings on the subject between the parson and the squire. Once, when the squire spoke of discontinuing it, Harry's father reminded him that the young man had been brought up in absolute idleness, in conformity with his uncle's desire. This the squire denied in strong language, but Harry had not hitherto run loudly in debt, nor kicked over the traces very outrageously, and as he absolutely must be the heir, the allowance was permitted to go on. There was one lady who conceived all manner of bad things as to Harry Annesley, because, as she alleged, of the want of a profession and of any fixed income. Mrs. Mountjoy, Florence's mother, was this lady. Florence herself had read every word in Harry's language, not knowing indeed that she had read anything, but still never having missed a single letter. Mrs. Mountjoy also had read a good deal, though not all, and dreaded the appearance of Harry as a declared lover. In her eyes Captain Scarborough was a very handsome, very powerful, and very grand personage, but she feared that Florence was being induced to refuse her allegiance to this sovereign by the interference of her other very indifferent suitor. What would be Buston and £2,000 a year as compared with all the glories and limitless income of the great Tretton property? Captain Scarborough, with his moustaches and magnificence, was just the man who would be sure to become a peer. She had always heard the income fixed at £30,000 a year. What would a few debts signify to £30,000 a year? Such had been her thoughts up to the period of Captain Scarborough's late visit, when he had come to Cheltenham and had renewed his demand for Florence's hand somewhat roughly. He had spoken ambiguous words, dreadful words, declaring that an internecine quarrel had taken place between him and his father. But these words, though they had been very dreadful, had been altogether misunderstood by Mrs. Mountjoy. The property she knew to be entailed, and she knew that when a property was entailed, the present owner of it had nothing to do with its future disposition. Captain Scarborough, at any rate, was anxious for the marriage, and Mrs. Mountjoy was inclined to accept him, encumbered as he now was with his father's wrath, in preference to poor Harry Annesley. In June Harry came up to London, and there learned at his club the singular story in regard to old Mr. Scarborough and his son. Mr. Scarborough had declared his son illegitimate, and all the world knew that he was utterly penniless and hopelessly in debt. That he had been greatly embarrassed Harry had known for many months, and added to that was now the fact, very generally believed, that he was not and never had been the heir to Tretton Park. All that still increasing property about Tretton, on which so many hopes had been founded, would belong to his brother. Harry, as he heard the tale, immediately connected it with Florence. He had of course known the captain was a suitor to the girl's hand, and there had been a time when he thought that his own hopes were consequently vain. Gradually the conviction dawned upon him that Florence did not love the grand warrior, that she was afraid of him rather, and awe-struck. It would be terrible now were she brought to marry him by this feeling of awe. Then he learned that the warrior had gone down to Cheltenham, and in the restlessness of his spirits he pursued him. When he reached Cheltenham, the warrior had already gone. "The property is certainly entailed," said Mrs. Mountjoy. He had called at once at the house and saw the mother, but Florence was discreetly sent away to her own room when the dangerous young man was admitted. "He is not Mr. Scarborough's eldest son at all," said Harry. "That is, in the eye of the law." Then he had to undertake that task, very difficult for a young man, of explaining to her all the circumstances of the case. But there was something in them so dreadful to the lady's imagination that he failed for a long time to make her comprehend it. "Do you mean to say that Mr. Scarborough was not married to his own wife?" "Not at first." "And that he knew it?" "No doubt he knew it. He confesses as much himself." "What a very wicked man he must be," said Mrs. Mountjoy. Harry could only shrug his shoulder. "And he meant to rob Augustus all through?" Harry again shrugged his shoulder. "Is it not much more probable that if he could be so very wicked he would be willing to deny his eldest son in order to save paying the debts?" Harry could only declare that the facts were as he told them, or at least that all London believed them to be so, that at any rate Captain Mountjoy had gambled so recklessly as to put himself for ever and ever out of reach of a shilling of the property, and that it was clearly the duty of Mrs. Mountjoy as Florence's mother not to accept him as a suitor. It was only by slow degrees that the conversation had arrived at this pass. Harry had never as yet declared his own love either to the mother or daughter, and now appeared simply as a narrator of this terrible story. But at this point it did appear to him that he must introduce himself in another guise. "The fact is, Mrs. Mountjoy," he said, starting to his feet, "that I am in love with your daughter myself." "And therefore you have come here to vilify Captain Scarborough?" "I have come," said he, "at any rate to tell the truth. If it be as I say, you cannot think it right that he should marry your daughter. I say nothing of myself, but that, at any rate, cannot be." "It is no business of yours, Mr. Annesley." "Except that I would fain think that her business should be mine." But he could not prevail with Mrs. Mountjoy, either on this day or the next, to allow him to see Florence, and at last was obliged to leave Cheltenham without having done so. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Captain Scarborough's Disappearance. A few days after the visits to Cheltenham, described in the last chapters, Harry Annesley, coming down a passage by the side of the Junior United Service Club in the Charles Street, suddenly met Captain Scarborough at 2 o'clock in the morning. Where Harry had been at that hour need not now be explained, but it may be presumed that he had been not drinking tea with any of his female relatives. Captain Scarborough had just come out of some neighboring club, where he had certainly been playing, and where to all appearances he had been drinking also. That there should have been no policeman in the street was not remarkable, but there was no one else there present to give any account of what took place during the 5 minutes in which the two men remained together. Harry, who was at the moment surprised by the encounter, would have passed the captain by without notice had he been allowed to do so. But this the captain perceived, and stopped him suddenly, taking him roughly by the collar of his coat. This Harry naturally resented, and before a word of intelligible explanation had been given, the two young men had quarreled. Captain Scarborough had received a long letter from Mrs. Mountjoy, praying for explanation of circumstances which could not be explained, and stating over and over again that all her information had come from Harry Annesley. The captain now called him an interfering, meddlesome idiot, and shook him violently while holding him in his grasp. This was usage which Harry was not the man to endure, and there soon arose a scuffle in which blows had passed between them. The captain stuck to his prey, shaking him again and again in his drunken wrath, till Harry, roused to a passion almost equal to that of his opponent, flung him at last against the corner of the club railings, and there left his foe sprawling upon the ground, having struck his head violently against the ground as he fell. Harry passed on to his own bed, indifferent, as it was afterwards said, to the fate of his antagonist. All this occupied probably 5 minutes in the doing, but was seen by no human eye. As the occurrence of that night was subsequently made the ground for heavy accusation against Harry Annesley, it has been told here with sufficient minuteness to show what might be said in justification or in condemnation of his conduct, to show what might be said if the truth were spoken. For indeed, in the discussions which arose on the subject, much was said which was not true. When he had retired from the scuffle on that night, Harry had certainly not dreamed that any serious damage had been done to the man who had certainly been altogether to blame in his provocation of the quarrel. Had he kept his temper and feelings completely under control, and knocked down Captain Scarborough only in self-defense, had he not allowed himself to be roused to wrath by treatment which could not but give rise to wrath in a young man's bosom, no doubt, when his foe lay at his feet, he would have stooped to pick him up, and have tended his wounds. But such was not Harry's character, nor that of any other young man with whom I have been acquainted. Such, however, was the conduct apparently expected from him by many, when the circumstances of those 5 minutes were brought to light. But on the other hand, had passion not completely got the better of him, had he not at the moment considered the attack made upon him to amount to misconduct so gross as to supersede all necessity for gentle usage on his own part, he would hardly have left the man to live or die as chance would have it. Boiling with passion, he went his way, and did leave the man on the pavement, not caring much, or rather not thinking too much, whether his victim might live or die. On the next day Harry Annesley left London and went down to Buston, having heard no word farther about the captain. He did not start till late in the afternoon, and during the day took some trouble to make himself conspicuous about the town, but he heard nothing of Captain Scarborough. Twice he walked along Charles Street, and looked at the spot on which he had stood on the night before in what might have been deadly conflict. Then he told himself that he had not been in the least wounded, that the ferocious, maddened man had attempted to do no more than shake him, that his coat had suffered and not himself, and that in return he had certainly struck the captain with all his violence. There were probably some regrets, but he said not a word on the subject to anyone, and so he left London. For 3 or 4 days nothing was heard of the captain, nor was anything said about him. He had lodgings in town, at which he was no doubt missed, but he also had quarters at the barracks, at which he did not often sleep, but to which it was thought possible on the next morning that he might have betaken himself. Before the evening of that day had come, he had no doubt been missed, but in the world at large no special mention was made of his absence for some time. Then among the haunts which he was known to frequent, questions began to be asked as to his whereabouts, and to be answered by doubtful assertions that nothing had been seen or heard of him for the last 60 or 70 hours. It must be remembered that at this time Captain Scarborough was still the subject of universal remark, because of the story told as to his birth. His father had declared him to be illegitimate, and had thereby robbed all his creditors. Captain Scarborough was a man quite remarkable enough to ensure universal attention for such a tale as this. But now, added to his illegitimacy, was his disappearance. There was at first no idea that he had been murdered. It became quickly known to all the world that he had, on the night in question, lost a large sum of money at a whist club which he frequented, and, in accordance with the custom of the club, had not paid the money on the spot. The fatal Monday had come around, and the money undoubtedly was not paid. Then he was declared a defaulter, and in due process of time his name was struck off the club books, with some serious increase of the ignominy hitherto sustained. During the last fortnight or more, Captain Scarborough's name had been subjected to many remarks and to much disgrace, but this non-payment of the money lost at whist was considered to be the turning point. A man might be declared illegitimate, and might, in consequence of that or any other circumstance, defraud all his creditors. A man might conspire with his father with the object of doing this fraudulently, as Captain Scarborough was no doubt thought to have done by most of his acquaintances. All this he might do, and not become so degraded but that his friends would talk to him and play cards with him. But to have sat down to a whist table and not be able to pay the stakes was held to be so foul a disgrace that men did not wonder that he should have disappeared. Such was the cause alleged for the captain's disappearance among his intimate friends. But by degrees, more than his intimate friends came to talk of it. In a short time his name was in all the newspapers, and there was not a constable in London whose mind was not greatly exercised on the matter. All Scotland Yard and the police officers were busy. Mr. Gray, in Lincoln's Inn, was much troubled on the matter. By degrees facts had made themselves clear to his mind, and he had become aware that the captain had been born before his client's marriage. He was ineffably shocked at the old squire's villainy in the matter, but declared to all to whom he spoke openly on the subject that he did not see how the sinner could be punished. He never thought that the father and son were in a conspiracy together, nor had he believed that they had arranged the young man's disappearance in order to more thoroughly defraud the creditors. They could not, at any rate, harm a man whose whereabouts they were unaware, and who, for all they knew, might be dead. But the reader is already aware that this surmise on the part of Mr. Gray was unfounded. The captain had been absent for 3 weeks when Augustus Scarborough went down for the second time to Tretton Park in order to discuss the matter with his father. Augustus had, with much equanimity and a steady, fixed purpose, settled himself down to the position as elder son. He pretended no anger to his father for the injury intended, and was only anxious that his own rights should be confirmed. In this he found that no great difficulty stood in his way. The creditors would contest his rights when his father should die, but for such contests he would be prepared. He had no doubt as to his own position, but thought that it would be safer, and that it would also probably be cheaper, to purchase the acquiescence of all claimants than to encounter the expense of a prolonged trial, to which there might be more than one appeal, and of which the end, after all, would be doubtful. No very great sum of money would probably be required. No very great sum would, at any rate, be offered. But such an arrangement would certainly be easier if his brother were not present to be confronted with the men whom he had duped. The squire was still ill down at Tretton, but not so ill but that he had his wits about him in all their clearness. Some said that he was not ill at all, but that in the present state of affairs the retirement suited him. But the nature of the operation which he had undergone was known to many who would not have him harassed in his present condition. In truth, he had only to refuse admission to all visitors, and to take care that his commands were carried out in order to avoid disagreeable intrusions. "Do you mean to say that a man can do such a thing as this, and that no one can touch him for it?" This was an exclamation made by Mr. Trywhitt to his lawyer in a tone of aggrieved disgust. "He hasn't done anything," said the lawyer. "He only thought of doing something, and has since repented. You cannot arrest a man because he contemplated the picking of your pocket, especially when he has shown that he is resolved not to pick it." "As far as I can learn, nothing has been heard about him as yet," said the son to the father. "Those limbs weren't his that were picked out of the Thames near Blackfriars Bridge." "They belonged to a poor cripple who was murdered 2 months since." "And that body that was found down among the Yorkshire hills?" "He was a peddler. There is nothing to induce a belief that Mountjoy has killed himself or been killed. In the former case his dead body would be found, or his live body would be missing. For the second, there is no imaginable cause for suspicion." "Then where the devil is he?" said the anxious father. "Ah, that's the difficulty. But I can imagine no position in which a man might be more tempted to hide himself. He is disgraced on every side, and could hardly show his face in London after the money he has lost. You would not have paid his gambling debts?" "Certainly not," said the father. "There must be an end to all things." "Nor could I. Within the last month he has drawn from me every shilling that I have had at my immediate command." "Why did you give him to him?" "It would be difficult to explain all the reasons. He was then my elder brother, and it suited me to have him somewhat under my hand. At any rate, I did do so, and am unable for the present to do more. Looking round about, I do not see where it was possible for him to raise a sovereign as soon as it was once known that he was nobody." "What will become of him?" said the father. "I don't like the idea of his being starved." "He can't live without something to live upon." "God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb," said the son. "For lambs such as he, there always seems to be a pasture provided of one sort or another." "You would not like to have to trust to such pastures," said the father. "Nor should I like to be hanged. But I should have to be hanged if I had committed murder. Think of the chances which he has had, and the way in which he has misused them. Although illegitimate, he was to have had the whole property, of which not a shilling belongs to him, and he has not lost it because it was not his own, but he has simply gambled it away among the Jews. What can happen to a man in such a condition better than to turn up as a hunter among the Rocky Mountains, or as a gold digger in Australia? In this last adventure he seems to have plunged horribly, and to have lost over £3,000. You wouldn't have paid that for him?" "Not again. Certainly not again." "Then what could he do better than disappear? I suppose I shall have to make him an allowance some of these days, and if he can live and keep himself dark, I will do so." There was in this a tacit allusion to his father's speedy death, which was grim enough, but the father passed it by without any expression of displeasure. He certainly owed much to his younger son, and was willing to pay it by quiescence. Let them both forbear. Such was the language which he held to himself in thinking of his younger son. Augustus was certainly behaving well to him. Not a word of rebuke had passed his lips as to the infamous attempt at spoliation which had been made. The old squire felt grateful for his younger son's conduct, but yet, in his heart of hearts, he preferred the elder. "He has denuded me of every penny," said Augustus, "and I must ask you to refund me something of what has gone. He has kept me very bare. A man with so great a propensity for getting rid of money, I think, no father ever before had to endure." "You have had the last of it." "I do not know that. If I live, and he lets me know his whereabouts, I cannot leave him penniless. I do feel that a great injustice has been done him." "I don't exactly see it," said Augustus. "Because you're too hard-hearted to put yourself in another man's place. He was my eldest son." "He thought that he was, and he should have remained so had there been a hope for him," said the squire, roused to temporary anger. Augustus only shrugged his shoulders. "But there is no good talking about it." "Not the least in the world. Mr. Grey, I suppose, knows the truth at last. I shall have to get £3,000 or £4,000 from you, or I too must resort to the Jews. I shall do it, at any rate, under better circumstances than my brother." Some arrangement was at last made which was satisfactory to the son, and which we must presume that the father found to be endurable. Then the son took his leave and went back to London, with the understood intention of pushing the inquiries as to his brother's existence and whereabouts. The sudden and complete disappearance of Captain Scarborough struck Mrs. Mountjoy with the deepest awe. It was not at first borne in upon her to believe that Captain Mountjoy Scarborough, an officer in the Coldstreams and the acknowledged heir to the Tretton property, had vanished away as a stray street-sweeper might do, or a milliner's lowest workwoman. But at last there were advertisements in all the newspapers and placards on all the walls, and Mrs. Mountjoy did understand that the captain was gone. Yet she could hardly believe that he was no longer heir to Tretton, and in such short discussions with Florence as were necessary on the subject, she preferred to express no opinion whatever as to his conduct. But she would by no means give way when urged to acknowledge that no marriage between Florence and the captain was any longer to be regarded as possible. While the captain was away, the matter should be left as if in abeyance. But this by no means suited the young lady's views. Mrs. Mountjoy was not a reticent woman, and had no doubt been too free in whispering among her friends something of her daughter's position. This Florence had resented, but it had still been done, and in Cheltenham generally she was regarded as an engaged young lady. It had been in vain that she denied that it was so. Her mother's words on such a subject was supposed to be more credible than her own, and now this man with whom she was believed to be so closely connected had disappeared from the world among the most disreputable circumstances. But when she explained the difficulty to her mother bade her hold her tongue for the present, and seemed to hold out a hope that the captain might at last be restored to his old position. "Let them restore him ever so much, he would never be anything to me, mamma." Then Mrs. Mountjoy would only shake her head and purse her lips. On the evening of the day after the fracas in the street, Harry Annesley went down to Buston, and there remained for the next 2 or 3 days, holding his tongue absolutely as to the adventure of that night. There was no one at Buston to whom he would probably have made known the circumstances, but there was clinging to it a certain flavor of disreputable conduct on his own part, which sealed his lips altogether. The louder and more frequent the tidings which reached his ears as to the captain's departure, the more strongly did he feel that duty required him to tell what he knew upon the matter. Many thoughts and many fears encompassed him. At first was the idea that he had killed the man by the violence of his blow, or that his death had been caused by the fall. Then it occurred to him that it was impossible that Scarborough should have been killed, and that no account should be given as to the finding of the body. At last he persuaded himself that he could not have killed the man, but he was assured at the same time that the disappearance must in some sort have been occasioned by what then took place, and it could not but be that the captain, if alive, should be aware of the nature of the struggle which had taken place. He heard chiefly from the newspapers the full record of the captain's illegitimacy. He heard of his condition with the creditors. he heard of those gambling debts which were left unpaid at the club. He saw it also stated and repeated that these were the grounds for the man's disappearance. It was quite credible that the man should disappear, or endeavor to disappear, under such a cloud of difficulties. It did not require that he and his violence should be adduced as an extra cause. Indeed, had the man been minded to vanish before the encounter, he might in all human probability have been deterred by the circumstances of the quarrel. It gave no extra reason for his disappearance, and could in no wise be counted with it were he to tell the whole story in Scotland Yard. He had been grossly misused on the occasion, and had escaped from such misusage by the only means in his power. But still he felt that, had he told the story, people far and wide would have connected his name with the man's absence, and, worse again, that Florence's name would have become entangled with it also. For the first day or two he had, from hour to hour, abstained from telling all that he knew, and then, when a day or two were past, and when a week had run by, when a fortnight had been allowed to go, it was impossible for him not to hold his tongue. He became nervous, unhappy, and irritated down at Buston, with his father and mother and sisters, but more especially with his uncle. Previous to this, his uncle, for a couple of months, had declined to see him. Now he was sent for to the hall and interrogated daily on this special subject. Mr. Prosper was aware that his nephew had been intimate with Augustus Scarborough, and that he might therefore be presumed to know much about the family. Mr. Prosper took the keenest interest in the illegitimacy and the impecuniosity and finally disappearance of the captain, and no doubt did, in his cross-examination, discover the fact that Harry was unwilling to answer his questions. He found out for the first time that Harry was acquainted with the captain, and also contrived to extract from him the name of Miss Mountjoy, but he could learn nothing else beyond Harry's absolute unwillingness to talk upon the subject, which was in itself much. It must be understood that Harry was not specially reverential in these communications. Indeed, he gave his uncle to understand that he regarded his questions as impertinent, and at last declared his intention of not coming to the hall any more for the present. Then Mr. Prosper whispered to his sister that he was quite sure that Harry Annesley knew more than he chose to say as to Captain Scarborough's whereabouts. "My dear Peter," said Mrs. Annesley, "I really think that you are doing poor Harry an injustice." Mrs. Annesley was always on her guard to maintain something like an affectionate intercourse between her own family and the squire. "My dear Anne, you do not see into a millstone as far as I do. You never did." "But, Peter, you really shouldn't say such things of Harry, when all the police officers themselves are looking about to catch up anything in their way. And they would catch him up at a moment's notice if they heard that a magistrate of the county had expressed such an opinion." "Why don't he tell me?" said Mr. Prosper. "There's nothing to tell." "Ah, that's your opinion, because you can't see into a millstone. I tell you that Harry knows more about this Captain Scarborough than anyone else. They were very intimate together." "Harry only just knew him." "Well, you'll see. I tell you that Harry's name will become mixed up with Captain Scarborough's, and I hope that it will be in no discreditable manner. I hope so, that's all." Harry, in the meantime, had returned to London in order to escape his uncle, and to be on the spot to learn anything that might come in his way as to the now acknowledged mystery respecting the captain. Such was the state of things at the commencement of the period to which my story refers. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 5 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Augustus Scarborough. Harry Annesley, when he found himself in London, could not for a moment shake off that feeling of nervous anxiety as to the fate of Mountjoy Scarborough, which had seized hold of him. In every newspaper which he took in his hand, he looked first for the paragraph respecting the fate of the missing man, which paper was sure to contain in one of its columns. It was his habit during these few days to breakfast at a club, and he could not abstain from speaking to his neighbors about the wonderful Scarborough incident. Every man was at this time willing to speak on the subject, and Harry's interest might not have seemed to be peculiar, but it became known that he had been acquainted with the missing man, and Harry, in conversation, said much more than it would have been prudent for him to do, on the understanding that he wished to remain unconnected with the story. Men asked him questions, as though he were likely to know, and he would answer them, asserting that he knew nothing, but still leaving an impression behind that he did know more than he chose to avow. Many inquiries were made daily at this time in Scotland Yard as to the captain. These, no doubt, chiefly came from the creditors and their allies, but Harry Annesley became known among those who asked for information as Harry Annesley, Esquire, late of St. John's College, Cambridge, and even the police were taught to think that there was something noticeable in the interest which he displayed. On the 4th day after his arrival in London, just at that time of year when everybody was supposed to be leaving town, and when faded members of Parliament, who allowed themselves to be retained for the purpose of final divisions, were cursing their fate amid the heats of August, Harry accepted an invitation to dine with Augustus Scarborough at his chambers in the Temple. He understood when he accepted the invitation that no one else was to be there, and must have been aware that it was the intention of the heir of Tretton to talk to him respecting his brother. He had not seen Scarborough since he had been up in town, and he had not been desirous of seeing him, but when the invitation came, he had told himself that it would be better that he should accept it, and that he would allow his host to say what he pleased to say on the subject, he himself remaining reticent. But poor Harry little knew the difficulty of reticency when the heart is full. He had intended to be very reticent when he came up to London, and had, in fact, done nothing but talk about the missing man, as to whom he had declared that he would altogether hold his tongue. The reader must here be pleased to remember that Augustus Scarborough was perfectly well aware of what had befallen his brother, and must therefore have known, among other things, of the quarrel which had taken place in the streets. He knew, therefore, that Harry was concealing his knowledge, and could make a fair guess at the state of the poor fellow's mind. He will guess, he said to himself, that he did not leave him for dead on the ground, or the body would be there to tell the tale. But he must be ashamed of the part which he took in the street fight, and be anxious to conceal it. No doubt Mountjoy was the first offender, but something had occurred which Annesley is unwilling should make its way either to his uncle's ears, or to his father's, or to mine, or to the squire's, or to those of Florence. It was thus that Augustus Scarborough reasoned with himself when he asked Harry Annesley to dine with him. It was not supposed by any of his friends that Augustus Scarborough would continue to live in the moderate chambers which he now occupied in the Temple, but he had as yet made no sign of a desire to leave them. They were up 2 pair of stairs, and were not great in size, but they were comfortable enough, even luxurious, as a bachelor's abode. "I asked you to come alone," said Augustus, "because there is such a crowd of things to be talked of about poor Mountjoy, which are not exactly fitted for the common ear." "Yes, indeed," said Harry, who did not, however, quite understand why it would be necessary that the heir should discuss with him the affairs of his unfortunate brother. There had, no doubt, been a certain degree of intimacy between them, but nothing which made it essential that the captain's difficulties should be exposed to him. The matter which touched him most closely was the love which both the men had borne to Florence Mountjoy. But Harry did not expect that any allusion to Florence would be made on the present occasion. "Did you ever hear of such a devil of a mess?" said Augustus. "No, indeed. It is not only that he has disappeared. That is as nothing when compared with all the other incidents of this romantic tale. Indeed, it is the only natural thing in it. Given all the other circumstances, I should have foretold his disappearance as a thing certain to occur. Why shouldn't such a man disappear, if he can?" "But how has he done it?" replied Harry. "Where has he gone to? At this moment, where is he?" "Ah, if you will answer all those questions, and give your information in Scotland Yard, the creditors, no doubt, will make up a handsome purse for you. Not that they will ever get a shilling from him, though he were to be seen walking down St. James Street to-morrow. But they are a sanguine gentry, these holders of bills, and I really believe that if they could see him, they would embrace him with the warmest affection. In the meantime, let us have some dinner, and we will talk about poor Mountjoy when we have got rid of young Pitcher. Young Pitcher is my laundress's son, to the use of whose services I have been promoted since I have been known to be the heir of Tretton." They sat down and dined, and Augustus Scarborough made himself agreeable. The small dinner was excellent of its kind, and the wine was all that it ought to be. During dinner not a word was said as to Mountjoy, nor as to the affairs of the estate. Augustus, who was old for his age, and had already practised himself much in London life, knew well how to make himself agreeable. There was plenty to be said while young Pitcher was passing in and out of the room, so that there appeared no awkward vacancies of silence when one course succeeded the other. The weather was very hot, the grouse were very tempting, everybody was very dull, and members of Parliament more stupid than anybody else. But a good time was coming. Would Harry come down to Tretton and see the old governor? There was not much to offer him in a way of recreation, but when September came, the partridges would abound. Harry gave a half promise that he would go to Tretton for a week, and Augustus Scarborough expressed himself as much gratified. Harry at the moment thought of no reason why he should not go to Tretton, and thus committed himself to the promise, but he afterward felt that Tretton was of all places the last which he ought just at the present to visit. At last Pitcher and the cheese were gone, and young Scarborough produced his cigars. "I want to smoke directly I've done eating," he said. "Drinking goes with smoking as well as it does with eating, so there need be no stop for that. Now tell me, Ainsley, what is it that you think about Mountjoy?" There was an abruptness in the question which for the moment struck Harry dumb. How was he to say what he thought about Mountjoy Scarborough, even though he should have no feeling to prevent him from expressing the truth? He knew, or thought he knew, Mountjoy Scarborough to be a thorough blackguard, one whom no sense of honesty kept from spending money, and who was now a party to robbing his creditors without the slightest compunction. For it was in Harry's mind that Mountjoy and his father were in league together to save the property by rescuing it from the hands of the Jews. He would have thought the same as to the old squire, only that the old squire had not interfered with him in reference to Florence Mountjoy. And then there was present to his mind the brutal attack which had been made on himself in the street. According to his views, Mountjoy Scarborough was certainly a blackguard, but he did not feel inclined quite to say so to the brother, nor was he perfectly certain as to his host's honesty. It might be that the three Scarboroughs were all in a league together, and if so, he had done very wrong, as he then remembered, to say that he would go down to Tretton. When, therefore, he was asked the question, he could only hold his tongue. "I suppose you have some scruple in speaking, because he's my brother. You may drop that altogether." "I think that his career has been what a novel reader would call romantic, but what I, who am not one of them, should describe as unfortunate." "Well, yes. Taking it altogether, it has been unfortunate. I am not a soft-hearted fellow, but I am driven to pity him. The worst of it is that, had not my father been induced at last to tell the truth, from most dishonest causes, he would not have been a bit better off than he is. I doubt whether he could have raised another couple of thousand on the day when he went. If he had done so, and again more and more, to any amount you choose to think of, it would have been the same with him." "I suppose so. His lust for gambling was a bottomless quicksand, which no possible amount of winning could ever have satiated. Let him enter his club with £5,000 at his banker's, and no misfortune could touch him, he being such as he is, or, alas, for aught we know, such as he was. The escape which the property has had cannot but be regarded as very fortunate. I don't care to talk much of myself in particular, though no wrong can have been done to a man more infinite than that which my father contrived for me." "I cannot understand your father," said Harry. In truth, there was something in Scarborough's manner in speaking of his father which almost produced belief in Harry's mind. He began to doubt whether Augustus was in the conspiracy. "No, I should say not. It is hard to understand that an English gentleman should have the courage to conceive such a plot, and the wit to carry it out. If Mountjoy had run only decently straight, or not more than indecently crooked, I should have been a younger brother, practising law in the Temple to the end of my days. The story of Esau and Jacob has nothing to it. But that is not the most remarkable circumstance. My father, for purposes of his own, which includes the absolute throwing over of Mountjoy's creditors, changes his plan, and is pleased to restore to me that which he had resolved to rob me. What father would dare to look in the face of the son whom he had thus resolved to defraud? My father tells me the story with a gentle chuckle, showing almost as much indifference to Mountjoy's ruin as to my recovered prosperity. He has not a blush when he reveals it all. He has not a word to say, or, as far as I can see, a thought as to the world's opinion. No doubt he is supposed to be dying. I do presume that 3 or 4 months will see the end of him. In the meantime, he takes it all as quietly as though he had simply lent a £5 note to Mountjoy out of my pocket. You, at any rate, will get your property. Oh, yes, and that, no doubt, is his argument when he sees me. He is delighted to have me down at Tretton, and, to tell the truth, I do not feel the slightest animosity toward him. But as I look at him, I think him to be the most remarkable old gentleman that the world has ever produced. He is quite unconscious that I have any ground of complaint against him. He has probably thought that the circumstances of your brother's birth should not militate against his prospects." "But the law, my dear fellow," said Scarborough, getting up from his chair and standing with his cigar between his finger and thumb, "the law thinks otherwise. The making of all right and wrong in this world depends on the law. The half-crown in my pocket is merely mine because of the law. He did choose to marry my mother before I was born, but he did not choose to go through that ceremony before my brother's time. That may be a trifle to you, or to my moral feelings may be a trifle. But because of that trifle, all Tretton will be my property, and his attempt to rob me of it was just the same as though he should break into a bank and steal what he found there. He knows that just as well as I do, but to suit his own purposes he did it." There was something in the way in which the young man spoke both of his father and mother which made Harry's flesh creep. He could not but think of his own father and his own mother, and his feelings in regard to them. But here this man was talking of the misdoings of the one parent and the other with the most perfect sang-froid. "Of course I understand all that," said Harry. "There is a manner of doing evil so easy and indifferent as absolutely to quell the general feeling respecting it. A man shall tell you that he has committed a murder in a tone so careless as to make you feel that a murder is nothing. I don't suppose my father can be punished for his attempt to rob me of 20,000 a year, and therefore he talks to me about it as though it were a good joke. Not only that, but he expects me to receive it in the same way. Upon the whole he prevails. I find myself not in the least angry with him, and rather obliged to him than otherwise for allowing me to be his eldest son." "What must Mountjoy's feeling be?" said Harry. "Exactly. What must be Mountjoy's feelings? There is no need to consider my father's, but poor Mountjoy's. I don't suppose that he can be dead." "I should think not." "While a man is alive he can carry himself off, but when a fellow is dead it requires at least one or probably two to carry him. Men do not wish to undertake such a work secretly unless they have been concerned in the murder. And then there will have been a noise which must have been heard, or blood which must have been seen, and the body will at last be forthcoming, or some sign of its destruction. I do not think he be dead." "I should hope not," said Harry, rather tamely, and feeling that he was guilty of a falsehood by the manner in which he expressed his hope. "When was it you saw him last?" Scarborough asked the question with an abruptness which was predetermined, but which did not quite take Harry aback. "About 3 months since, in London," said Harry, going back in his memory to the last meeting, which had occurred before the squire had declared his purpose. "Ah, you haven't seen him, then, since he knew that he was nobody?" This he asked in an indifferent tone, being anxious not to discover his purpose, but in doing so he gave Harry great credit for his readiness of mind. "I have not seen him since he heard the news which must have astonished him more than any one else." "I wonder," said Augustus, "how Florence Mountjoy has borne it. Neither have I seen her. I have been at Cheltenham, but was not allowed to see her." This he said with an assertion to himself that though he had lied to one particular, he would not lie as to any other. "I suppose she must have been much cut up by it all. I have half a mind to declare to myself that she shall still have the opportunity of becoming the mistress of Tretton. She was always afraid of Mountjoy, but I do not know that she ever loved him. She had become so used to the idea of marrying him that she would have given herself up in mere obedience. I too think she might do as a wife, and I shall certainly make a better husband than Mountjoy would have done." "Miss Mountjoy will certainly do as a wife for any one who may be lucky enough to get her," said Harry, with a certain tone of magnificence which at the moment he felt to be overstrained and ridiculous. "Oh, yes, one has got to get her, as you call it, of course. You mean to say that you were supposed to be in the running? That is your own lookout. I can only allege on my own behalf that it has always been considered be an old family arrangement that Florence Mountjoy should marry the heir to Tretton Park. I am in that position now, and I only throw it out as a hint that I may feel disposed to follow out the family arrangement. Of course, if other things come in the way, there will be an end of it. Come in." This last invitation was given in consequence of a knock at the door. The door was opened, and there entered a policeman in plain clothes named Prodgers, who seemed from his manner to be well acquainted with Augustus Scarborough. The police for some time past had been very busy on the track of Mountjoy Scarborough, but had not hitherto succeeded in obtaining any information. Such activity as had been displayed cannot be procured without expense, and it had been understood in this case that old Mr. Scarborough had refused to furnish the means. Something he had supplied at first, but had later declined even to subscribe to a fund. He was not at all desirous, he said, that his son should be brought back to the world, particularly as he had made it evident by his disappearance that he was anxious to keep out of the way. "Why should I pay the fellows? It's no business of mine," he had said to his son. And from that moment he had declined to do more than make up the first subscription which had been suggested to him. But the police had been kept very busy, and it was known that the funds had been supplied chiefly by Mr. Tyrrwhit. He was a resolute and persistent man, and was determined to run down Mountjoy Scarborough, as he called it, if money would enable him to do so. It was he who had appealed to the squire for assistance in this object, and to him the squire had expressed his opinion that, as his son did not seem anxious to be brought back, he should not interfere in the matter. "Well, Prodgers, what news have you to-day?" asked Augustus. "There is a man a-wandering about down in Skye, just here and there, with nothing in particular to say for himself." "What sort of a looking fellow is he?" "Well, he's light, and don't come up to the captain's marks, but there's no knowing what disguises a fellow will put on. I don't think he's got the captain's legs, and a man can't change his legs. Captain Scarborough would not remain loitering about in Skye, where he would be known by half the autumn tourists who saw him." "That's just what I was saying to Wilkinson," said Prodgers. "Wilkinson seems to think that a man may be anybody as long as nobody knows who he is." "That ain't the captain," said I. "I'm afraid he's got out of England," said the captain's brother. "There's no place where he can be run down like New York or Paris or Melbourne, and it's them they mostly go to. We've wired all three, and a dozen other ports of the kind. We catches them mostly if they go abroad, but when they remain at home they're uncommon troublesome. There was a man wandering about in County Donegal. We call Ireland at home, because we've so much to do with their police since the Land League came up. But this chap was only an artist who couldn't pay his bills. What do you think about it, Mr. Ainsley?" said the policeman, turning short round upon Harry and addressing him a question. Why should the policeman even have known his name? "Who, I? I don't think about it at all. I have no means of thinking about it." "Because you have been so busy down there at the yard, I thought that, as you was asking so many questions, you was, perhaps, interested in the matter." "My friend, Mr. Ainsley," said Augustus, "was acquainted with Captain Scarborough, as he is with me." "It did seem as though he was more than usually interested, all the same," said the policeman. "I am more than usually interested," replied Harry, "but I do not know that I am going to give you my reason. As to his present existence, I know absolutely nothing." "I dare say not. If you had any information as was reliable, I dare say as it would be forthcoming. Well, Mr. Scarborough, you may be sure of this. If we can get upon his trail, we'll do so, and I think we shall. There isn't a port that hasn't been watched from 2 days after his disappearance, and there isn't a port as won't be watched as soon as any English steamer touches 'em. We've got our eyes out, and we means to use 'em. Good night, Mr. Scarborough. Good night, Mr. Ainsley." And he bobbed his head to our friend Harry. "You say as there is a reason as is unknown. Perhaps it won't be unknown always. Good night, gentlemen." Then Constable Prodgers left the room. Harry had been disconcerted by the policeman's remarks, and showed that it was so as soon as he was alone with Augustus Scarborough. "I'm afraid you think that man intended to be impertinent," said Augustus. "No doubt he did, but such men are allowed to be impertinent. He sees an enemy, of course, in every one who pretends to know more than he knows himself, or, indeed, in every one who does not. You said something about having a reason of your own, and he at once connected you with Mountjoy's disappearance." Such creatures are necessary, but from the little I've seen of them, I do not think that they make the best companions in the world. I shall leave Mr. Prodgers to carry on with his business to the man who employs him, namely, Mr. Tyrrwhit, and I advise you to do the same." Soon after that Harry Annesley took his leave, but he could not divest himself of an opinion that both the policeman and his host had thought that he had some knowledge respecting the missing man. Augustus Scarborough had said no word to that effect, but there had been a something in his manner which had excited suspicion in Harry's mind. And then Augustus had declared his purpose of offering his hand and fortune to Florence Mountjoy. He to be suitor to Florence, he, so soon after Mountjoy had been banished from the scene. And why should he have been told of it? He, whose love for the girl he could not but think that Augustus Scarborough had been aware. Then, much perturbed in his mind, he resolved, as he returned to his lodgings, that he would go down to Cheltenham on the following day. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 6 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Harry Annesley tells his secret. He hurried down to Cheltenham, hardly knowing what he was going to do or say when he got there. He went to the hotel and dined alone. "What's all this that's up about Captain Mountjoy?" said a stranger, coming and whispering to him at his table. The inquirer was almost a stranger, but Harry did know his name. It was Mr. Baskerville, the hunting man. Mr. Baskerville was not rich, and not especially popular, and he had no special amusement but that of riding 2 nags in the winter along the roads of Cheltenham in the direction which the hounds took. It was still summer, and the nags, who had been made to do their work in London, were picking up a little strength in idleness, or, as Mr. Baskerville called it, getting into condition. In the meantime Mr. Baskerville amused himself as well as he could by lying in bed and playing lawn tennis. He sometimes dined at the hotel, in order that the club might think that he was entertained at friends' houses. But the 2 places were nearly the same to him, as he could achieve a dinner and half a pint of wine for 5 or 6 shillings at each of them. A more empty existence, or, one would be inclined to say, less pleasurable, no one could pass. But he had always a decent coat on his back, and a smile on his face, and 5 shillings in his pocket with which to pay for his dinner. His asking what was up about Scarborough showed, at any rate, that he was very backward in the world's news. "I believe he has vanished," said Harry. "Oh, yes, of course he's vanished. Everybody knows that. He vanished ever so long ago. But where is he?" "If you can tell them in Scotland Yard, they will be very obliged to you." "I suppose it is true. The police are after him. Dear me, 40,000 a year. This is a very queer story about the property, isn't it?" "I don't know the story exactly, and therefore can hardly say whether it is queer or not." "But about the younger son? People say that the father had contrived that the younger son shall have the money. What I hear is that the whole property is to be divided, and that the captain is to have half, on conditions that he keeps out of the way. But I am sure that you know more about it. You used to be intimate with both the brothers. I have seen you down here with the captain. Where is he?" And again he whispered into Harry's ear. But he could not have selected any subject more distasteful, and therefore Harry repulsed Mr. Baskerville, not in the most courteous manner. "Hang it, what airs that fellow gives himself!" he said to another friend of the same kidney. That's young Ainsley, the son of a two-penny, halfpenny parson down in Hertfordshire. The kind of ways these fellows put on now are unbearable. He hasn't got a horse to ride on, but to hear him talk, you'd think he was mounted 3 days a week. He's heir to old Prosper of Buston Hall. How's that? But is he? I never heard that before. What's Buston Hall's worth? Then Mr. Baskerville made up his mind to be doubly civil to Harry Ainsley the next time he saw him. Harry had to consider on that night in what manner he would endeavor to see Florence Mountjoy on the next day. He was thoroughly discontented with himself as he walked about the streets of Cheltenham. He had now not only allowed the disappearance of Scarborough to pass by without stating when and where and how he had last seen him, but he had directly lied on the subject. He had told the man's brother that he had not seen him for some weeks previous, whereas to have concealed his knowledge on such a subject was in itself held to be abominable. He was ashamed of himself, and the more so because there was no one to whom he could talk openly on the matter, and it seemed to him as though all whom he met questioned him as to the man's disappearance, as if they suspected him. What was the man to him, or the man's guilt, or his father, that he should be made miserable? The man's attack upon him had been ferocious in its nature, so brutal that when he had escaped from Mountjoy Scarborough's clutches, there was nothing for him but to leave him lying in the street where, in his drunkenness, he had fallen. And now, in consequence of this, misery had fallen upon himself. Even this empty-headed fellow Baskerville, a man the poverty of whose character Harry perfectly understood, had questioned him about Mountjoy Scarborough. It could not, he thought, be possible that Baskerville could have had any reason for suspicion, and yet the very sound of the inquiry stuck in his ears. On the next morning at 11 o'clock, he knocked on Mrs. Mountjoy's house in Montpelier Place, and asked for the elderly lady. Mrs. Mountjoy was out, and Harry at once inquired for Florence. The servant at first seemed to hesitate, but at last showed Harry into the dining-room. There he waited 5 minutes, which seemed to him to be half an hour, and then Florence came to him. "Your mother is not at home," he said, putting out his hand. "No, Mr. Ainsley, but I think she will be back soon. Will you wait for her?" "I do not know whether I am not glad that she should be out. Florence, I have something that I must tell you." "Something that you must tell me?" He had called her Florence once before, on a happy afternoon which he well remembered, but he was not thinking of that now. Her name, which was always in his mind, had come to him naturally, as though he had no time to pick and choose about names in the importance of the communication which he had to make. "Yes, I don't believe that you were ever really engaged to your cousin Mountjoy." "No, I never was," she answered briskly. Harry Ainsley was certainly a handsome man, but no young man living ever thought less of his own beauty. He had fair, wavy hair, which he was always submitting to some barber, very much to the unexpressed disgust of poor Florence, because to her eye, the longer the hair grew, the more beautiful was the wearer of it. His forehead and eyes and nose were all perfect in their form. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars, to threaten and command. There was a peculiar brightness in his eye which would have seemed to denote something absolutely great in his character had it not been for the wavering indecision of his mouth. There was, as it were, a vacillation in his lips which took away from the manliness of his physiognomy. Florence, who regarded his face as almost divine, was yet conscious of some weakness about his mouth, which she did not know how to interpret. But yet, without knowing why it was so, she was accustomed to expect from him doubtful words, half-expressed words, which would not declare to her his perfect thoughts, as she would have them declared. He was 6 feet high, but neither broad nor narrow, nor fat nor thin, but a very Apollo in Florence's eye. To the elders who knew him, the quintessence of his beauty lay in the fact that he was altogether unconscious of it. He was a man who counted nothing on his personal appearance for the performance of those deeds which he was most anxious to achieve. The one achievement now essentially necessary to his happiness was the possession of Florence Mountjoy, but it certainly never occurred to him that he was more likely to obtain this because he was 6 feet high, or because his hair waved becomingly. "I suppose so," he said, in answer to her last assertion. "You ought to have known it for certain. I mean to say that, had I ever been engaged to my cousin, I should have been miserable at such a moment as this. I should never have given him up because of the gross injustice done to him about the property. But his disappearance in this dreadful way would, I think, have killed me. As it is, I can think of nothing else, because he is my cousin." "It is very dreadful," said Harry. "Have you any idea what can have happened to him?" "Not in the least. Have you?" "None at all, but—" "But what?" "I was the last person who saw him." "You saw him last?" "At least, I know no one who saw him after me." "Have you told them?" "I have told no one but you. I have come down here to Cheltenham on purpose to tell you." "Why me?" she said, as though struck with fear at such an assertion on his part. "I must tell someone, and I have not known whom else to tell. His father appears not at all anxious about him. His brother I do not altogether trust. Were I to go to these men, who are only looking after their money, I should be communicating with his enemies." "Your mother already regards me as his enemy. If I told the police, I should simply be brought into a court of justice where I should be compelled to mention your name." "Why mine?" "I must begin the story from the beginning. One night I was coming home in London very late, about 2 o'clock, when whom should I meet in the street suddenly but Mountjoy Scarborough. It came out afterward that he had then been gambling, but when he encountered me he was intoxicated. He took me suddenly by the collar and shook me violently, and did his best to maltreat me. What words were spoken I cannot remember, but his conduct to me was as that of a savage beast. I struggled with him in the street as a man would struggle who is attacked by a wild dog. I think that he did not explain the cause of his hatred, though, of course, my memory as to what took place at that moment is disturbed and imperfect. But I did know in my heart why it was that he had quarrelled with me." "Why was it?" Florence asked. "Because he thought that I had ventured to love you." "No, no!" shrieked Florence. "He could not have thought that." "He did think so, and he was right enough. If I have never said so before, I am bound at any rate to say it now." He paused for a moment, but she made him no answer. In the struggle between us, he fell on the pavement against the rail, and then I left him. "Well?" "He has never been heard of since. On the following day, in the afternoon, I left London for Buston, but nothing had been then heard of his disappearance. I neither knew of it nor suspected it. The question is, when others were searching for him, was I bound to go to the police and declare what I had suffered from him that night? Why should I connect his going with the outrage which I had suffered?" "But why not tell it all?" "I should have been asked why he had quarrelled with me. Ought I to have said that I did not know? Ought I to have pretended that there was no cause? I did know, and there was a cause. It was because he thought that I might prevail with you, now that he was a beggar, disowned by his own father." "I would never have given him up for that," said Florence. But do you not see that your name would have been brought in, that I should have had to speak of you as though I thought it possible that you loved me?" Then he paused, and Florence sat silent. But another thought struck him now. It occurred to him that under the plea put forward he would appear to seek shelter from his silence as to her name. He was aware how anxious he was on his own behalf not to mention the occurrence in the street, and it seemed that he was attempting to escape under the pretense of a fear that her name would be dragged in. But independently of that, I do not see why I should be subjected to the annoyance of letting it be known that I was thus attacked in the streets. And the time has now gone by. It did not occur to me, when he first was missed, that the matter would have been of such importance. Now it is too late. "I suppose you ought to have told his father." "I think that I ought to have done so. But at any rate, I have come to explain it all to you. It was necessary that I should tell someone. There seems to be no reason to suspect that the man has been killed." "Oh, I hope not. I hope not that. He has been spirited away, out of the way of his creditors. For myself, I think it has all been done with his father's connivance. Whether his brother be in the secret or not, I cannot tell, but I suspect he is. There seems to be no doubt that Captain Scarborough himself has run so overhead into debt as to make the payment of his creditors impossible by anything short of the immediate surrender of the whole property. Some month or two since they all thought that the squire was dying, and that there would be nothing to do but to sell the property, which would then be Mountjoy's, and pay themselves. Against this the dying man has rebelled, and has come, as it were, out of the grave to disinherit the son who had already contrived to disinherit himself. It is all an effort to save Tretton." "But it is dishonest," said Florence. "No doubt about it. Looking at it any way, it is dishonest. Either the inheritance must belong to Mountjoy still, or it could not have been his when he was allowed to borrow money upon it." "I cannot understand it. I thought it was entailed upon him. Of course, it is nothing to me. It never could have been anything. But now the creditors declare that they have been cheated, and assert that Mountjoy is being kept out of the way to aid old Mr. Scarborough in the fraud. I cannot but say that I think it is so. But why he should have attacked me just at the moment of his going away, or why, rather, should he have gone immediately after he had attacked me, I cannot say. I have no concern whatever with him or his money, though I hope that I may always have much with you. Oh, Florence, you surely have known what has been within my heart." To this appeal she made no response, but sat awhile considering what she would say respecting Mountjoy Scarborough and his affairs. "Am I to keep all this a secret?" she asked him at last. "You shall consider that for yourself. I have not exacted from you any silence on the matter. You may tell whom you please, and I shall not consider that I have any ground of complaint against you. Of course, for my own sake, I do not wish it to be told. A great injury was done me, and I do not desire to be dragged into this, which would be another injury. I suspect that Augustus Scarborough knows more than he pretends, and I do not wish to be brought into the mess by his cunning. Whether you will tell your mother, you must judge yourself." "I shall tell nobody unless you bid me." At that moment the door of the room was opened, and Mrs. Mountjoy entered, with a frown upon her brow. She had not given up all hope that Mountjoy might return, and that the affairs of Tretton might be made to straighten themselves. "Mamma, Mr. Annesley is here." "So I perceived, my dear." "I have come to your daughter to tell her how dearly I love her," said Harry boldly. "Mr. Annesley, you should have come to me before speaking to my daughter." "Then I shouldn't have seen her at all." "You should have left that as it might be. It's not at all a proper thing that a young gentleman should come and address a young lady in this way behind her only parent's back. I asked for you, and I did not know that you would not be at home. You should have gone away at once, at once. You know how terribly the family is cut up by this great misfortune to our cousin Mountjoy. Mountjoy Scarborough has been long engaged to Florence." "No, mamma, no, never." "At any rate, Mr. Annesley knows all about it, and that knowledge ought to have kept him away at the present moment. I must beg him to leave us now." Then Harry took his hat and departed. But he had great consolation in feeling that Florence had not repudiated his love, which she certainly would have done had she not loved him in return. She had spoken no word of absolute encouragement, but there had been much more encouragement than of repudiation in her manner. End of chapter 6. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 7 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry O'Neill. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 7. Harry Annesley Goes to Tretton. Harry had promised to go down to Tretton, and when the time came, Augustus Scarborough did not allow him to escape from the visit. He explained to him that in his father's state of health there would be no company to entertain him, that there was only a maiden aunt of his father's staying in the house, and that he intended to take down into the country with him one Septimus Jones, who occupied chambers on the same floor with him in London, and who Annesley knew to be young Scarborough's most intimate friend. "There will be a little shooting," he said, "and I have brought 2 or 3 horses which you and Jones can ride. Cannock Chase is one of the prettiest parts of England, and as you care for scenery, you can get some amusement out of that. You'll see my father, and hear, no doubt, what he has got to say for himself. He is not in the least reticent in speaking of my brother's affairs." There was a good deal in this which was not agreeable. Miss Scarborough was sister to Mrs. Mountjoy as well as to the squire, and had been one of the family party most anxious to assure the marriage of Florence and the captain. The late General Mountjoy had been supposed to be a great man in his way, but had died before Tretton had become as valuable as it was now. Hence the eldest son had been christened with his name, and much of the Mountjoy prestige still clung to the family. But Harry did not care much about the family, except so far as Florence was concerned, and then he had not been on peculiarly friendly terms with Septimus Jones, who had always been submissive to Augustus, and now that Augustus was a rich man and could afford to buy horses, was likely to be more submissive than ever. He went down to Tretton early in September, and when he reached the house he found that the 2 young men were out shooting. He asked for his own room, but was instead immediately taken to the old squire, whom he found lying on a couch in a small dressing-room, while his sister, who had been reading to him, was by his side. After the usual greetings, Harry made some awkward apology as to his intrusion at the sick man's bedside. "Why, I ordered them to bring you in here," said the squire. "You can't very well call that intrusion. I have no idea of being shut up from the world before they nail me down in my coffin." "That will be a long time first, we all hope," said his sister. "Bother! You hope it, but I don't know that anyone else does. I don't, for one. And if I did, what's the good of hoping? I have a couple of diseases, either of which is enough to kill a horse." Then he mentioned his special maladies in a manner which made Harry shrink. "What are they talking about in London just at present?" he asked. "Just the old set of subjects," said Harry. "I suppose they've got tired of me and my iniquities." Harry could only smile and shake his head. "There has been such a complication of romances that one expects the story to run a little more than the ordinary 9 days. Men still do talk about Mountjoy. And what are they saying? Augustus declares that you are especially interested on the subject." "I don't know why I should be," said Harry. "Nor I either. When a fellow becomes no longer of any service to either man, woman, or beast, I do not know why any should take an interest in him. I suppose you didn't lend him money?" "I was not likely to do that, sir." "Then I cannot conceive how it can interest you whether he be in London or in Kamtchatka. It does not interest me the least in the world. Were he to turn here it would be a trouble, and yet they expect me to subscribe largely to a fund for finding him. What good could he do me if he were found?" "Oh, John, he is your son," said Miss Scarborough. "And would be just as good a son as Augustus, only that he has turned out uncommonly badly. I have not the slightest feeling in the world as to his birth, and so I think I showed pretty plainly. But nothing could stop him in his course, and therefore I told the truth. That's all." In answer to this, Harry found it quite impossible to say a word, but got away to his bedroom and dressed for dinner as quickly as possible. While he was still thus employed, Augustus came into the room, still dressed in his shooting clothes. "So you've seen my father," he said. "Yes, I saw him." "And what did he say to you about Mountjoy?" "Little or nothing that signifies. He seems to think it unreasonable that he should be asked to pay for finding him, seeing that the creditors expect to get the advantage of his presence when found." "He is about right there." "Oh yes, but still he is his father. It may be said that it would be expected that he should interest himself in finding him." "Upon my word I don't agree with you. If 1,000 a year could be paid to keep Mountjoy out of the way, I think it would be well expended." "But you were acting with the police." "Oh, the police! What do the police know about it? Of course I talk it all over with them. They have not the smallest idea where the man is, and do not know how to go to work to discover him. I don't say that my father is judicious in this brazen-faced opposition to all inquiry. He should pretend to be a little anxious, as I do. Not that there would be any use now in pretending to keep up appearances. He has declared himself utterly indifferent to the law, and has defied the world. Never mind, old fellow, we shall eat the more dinner, only I must go and prepare myself for it." At dinner Harry found only Septimus Jones, Augustus Scarborough, and his aunt. Miss Scarborough said a good deal about her brother, and declared him to be much better. "Of course you know, Augustus, that Sir William Broderick was down here for 2 days." "Only fancy," replied he, "what one has to pay for 2 days of Sir William Broderick in the country." "What can it matter?" said the generous spinster. "It matters exactly so many £100, but no one will begrudge it if he does so many £100 worth of good." "It will show, at any rate, that we have had the best advice," said the lady. "Yes, it will show. That is exactly what people care about. What did Sir William say?" Then, during the first half of dinner, a prolonged reference was made to Mr. Scarborough's maladies, and to Sir William's opinion concerning them. Sir William had declared that Mr. Scarborough's constitution was the most wonderful thing that he had ever met in his experience, in spite of the fact that Mr. Scarborough's body was one mass of cuts and bruises and faulty places, and that nothing would keep him going except the wearing of machinery, which he was unwilling to wear. Yet the facilities for much personal enjoyment were left to him, and Sir William declared that if he would only do exactly as he were told, he might live for the next 5 years. "But everybody knows that he won't do anything that he is told," said Augustus, in a tone of voice which by no means expressed extreme sorrow. From his father he led the conversation to the partridges, and declared his conviction that with a little trouble and some expense a very good head of game might be got up at Tretton. "I suppose it won't cost much," said Jones, who beyond 10 shillings to a gamekeeper never paid 6d. for whatever shooting came in his way. "I don't know what you call much," said Augustus, "but I think it may be done for 300 or 400 a year. I should like to calculate how many thousand partridges at that rate Sir William has taken back in his pocket." "What does it matter?" asked Miss Scarborough. "Only as a speculation. Of course my father, while he lives, is justified in giving his whole income to doctors if he likes it, but one gets into a manner of speaking about him as though he had done a good deal with his money in which he was not justified." "Don't talk in that way, Augustus." "My dear aunt, I am not at all inclined to be more open-mouthed than he is. Only reflect what it is that he was disposed to do with me, and the good humour with which I have borne it." "I think I should hold my tongue about it," said Harry Annesley. "And I think that in my place you would do no such thing. To your nature it would be almost impossible to hold your tongue. Your sense of justice would be so affronted that you would feel yourself compelled to discuss the injury done to you with all your intimate friends. but with your father your quarrel would be eternal. I made nothing of it, and indeed if he pertinaciously held his tongue on the subject, so should I. But because he talks it, Harry, why should you?" "Why should he not?" said Septimus Jones. "Upon my word, I don't see the justice of it." "I am not speaking of justice, but of feeling." "Upon my word, I wish you would hold your tongues about it, at any rate till my back is turned," said the old lady. Then Augustus finished the conversation. "I am determined to treat it all as though it were a joke, and as a joke one to be spoken of lightly. It was a strong measure, certainly, this attempt to rob me of £20,000 or £30,000 a year, but it was done in favour of my brother, and therefore let it pass. I am at a loss to conceive what my father has done with his money. He hasn't given Mountjoy, at any rate, more than half of his income for the last 5 or 6 years, and his own personal expenses are very small. Yet he tells me that he has the greatest difficulty in raising £1,000, and positively refuses in his present difficulties to add above £500 a year to my former allowance. No father who had thoroughly done his duty by his son could speak in a more fixed and austere manner, and yet he knows that every shilling will be mine as soon as he goes." The servant who was waiting upon them had been in and out of the room while this was said, and must have heard much of it. But to that Augustus seemed to be quite indifferent, and indeed the whole family story was known to every servant in the house. It is true that gentlemen and ladies who have servants do not usually wish to talk about their private matters before all the household, even though the private matters may be known. But this household was unlike all others in that respect. There was not a maid about the rooms, or a groom in the stables, who did not know how terrible a reprobate their master had been. "You will see your father before you go to bed?" Miss Scarborough said to her nephew as she left the room. "Certainly, if he will send to say that he wishes it." "He does wish it, most anxiously." "I believe that to be your imagination. At any rate, I will come, say in an hour's time. He would be just as pleased to see Harry Annesley, for that matter, or Mr. Grey, or the Inspector of Police. Any one whom he could shock or pretend to shock by the peculiarity of his opinions would do as well." By that time, however, Miss Scarborough had left the room. Then the three men sat and talked, and discussed the affairs of the family generally. New leases had just been granted for adding manufactories to the town of Tretton, and as far as outward marks of prosperity went, all was prosperous. "I expect to have a watermill in the lawn before long," said Augustus. "These mechanics have it all their own way. If they were to come and tell me that they intended to put up a windmill in my bedroom to-morrow morning, I could only take off my hat to them. When a man offers you 5% where you have had only 4, he is instantly your lord and master. It doesn't signify how vulgar he is, or how insolent, or how exacting. Associations of the tenderest kind all give way to trade. But the shooting which lies to the north and the west of us is, I think, safe for the present. I suppose I must go and see what my father wants, or I shall be held to have neglected my duty to my affectionate parent." "Capital fellow, Augustus Scarborough," said Jones, as soon as their host had left them. "I was at Cambridge with him, and he was popular there." "He'll be more popular now that he's the heir to Tretton. I don't know any fellow that I can get along better with than Scarborough. I think you were a little hard upon him about his father, you know. In his position he ought to hold his tongue. It's the strangest thing that has turned up on the whole course of my experience. You see, if he didn't talk about it, people wouldn't quite understand what it was that his father has done. It's only a matter of report now, and the creditors, no doubt, do believe that when old Scarborough goes off the hooks, they will be able to walk in and take possession. He has got to make the world think that he is the heir, and that will go a long way. You may be sure he doesn't talk as he does without having a reason for it. He's the last man I know to do anything without a reason." The evening dragged along very slowly, while Jones continued to tell all that he knew of his friend's character. But Augustus Scarborough did not return, and soon after 10 o'clock, when Harry Annesley could smoke no more cigars, and declared that he had no wish to begin upon brandy and water after his wine, he went to his bed. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry O'Neill. Mr. Scarborough's Family, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 8. Harry Annesley Takes a Walk. "There was the devil to pay with my father last night after I went to him," said Scarborough to Harry next morning. "He now and then suffers agonies of pain, and it is the most difficult thing in the world to get him right again. But anything equal to his courage I have never before met. How is he this morning?" "Very weak, and unable to exert himself. But I cannot say that he is otherwise much the worse. You won't see him this morning, but to-morrow you will, or next day. Don't you be shy about going to him when he sends for you. He likes to show the world that he can bear his sufferings with a light heart, and is ready to die to-morrow without a pang or a regret. Who was the fellow who sent for a fellow to let him see how a Christian could die? I can fancy my father doing the same thing, only there would be nothing but Christianity in the message. He would bid you come and see a pagan depart in peace, and would be very unhappy if he thought that your dinner would be disturbed by the ceremony. Now come down to breakfast, and then we'll go out shooting." For 3 days Harry remained at Tretton, and ate and drank and shot and rode, always in young Scarborough's company. During this time he did not see the old squire, and understood from Miss Scarborough's absence that he was still suffering from his late attack. The visit was to be prolonged for one other day, and he was told that on that day the squire would send for him. "I'm sick of these eternal partridges," said Augustus. "No man should ever shoot partridges 2 days running. Jones can go out by himself. He won't have to tip the gamekeeper any more for an additional day, and so it will be all gain to him. You'll see my father in the afternoon after lunch, and we will go and take a walk now." Harry started for his walk, and his companion immediately began again about the property. "I'm beginning to think," said he, "that it's nearly all up with the governor. These attacks come upon him worse and worse, and always leave him absolutely prostrate. Then he will do nothing to prevent them. To assure himself a week of life, he will not endure an hour of discomfort. It is plucky, you know. He is in all respects as brave a man as I have known. He sets God and man at absolute defiance, and always does it with the most profound courtesy. If he goes to the infernal regions, he will insist upon being the last of the company to enter the door, and he will be prepared with something good-humoured to say as soon as he has been ushered in. He was very much troubled about you yesterday." "What has he to say of me?" "Nothing in the least uncivil, but he has an idea in his head which nothing on earth will put out of it, and in which, but for your own word, I should be inclined to agree." Harry, when this was said, stood still on the mountain side, and looked full into his companion's face. He felt at the moment that the idea had some reference to Mountjoy Scarborough and his disappearance. They were together on the heathy, unenclosed ground of Cannock Chase, and had already walked some 10 or 12 miles. "He thinks you know where Mountjoy is." "How should I know? Or at any rate that you have seen him since any of us. He professes not to care a straw for Mountjoy or his whereabouts, and declares himself under obligation to those who have contrived his departure. Nevertheless, he is curious. What have I to do with Mountjoy Scarborough?" "That's just the question. What have you to do with him? He suggests that there have been words between you as to Florence, which has caused Mountjoy to vanish. I don't profess to explain anything beyond that, nor indeed do I profess to agree with my father. But the odd thing is that Prodgers, the policeman, has the same thing running in his head." "Because I have shown some anxiety about your brother in Scotland Yard?" "No doubt. Prodgers says that you have shown more anxiety than was to be expected from a mere acquaintance. I quite acknowledge that Prodgers is as thick-headed an idiot as you shall catch on a summer's day, but that's his opinion. For myself, I know your word too well to doubt it." Harry walked on in silence, thinking, or trying to think, what on the spur of the moment he had better do. He was minded to speak out the whole truth, and to declare to himself that it was nothing to him what Augustus Scarborough might say or think, and there was present to him a feeling that his companion was dealing unfairly with him, and was endeavouring in some way to trap him and lead him into a difficulty. But he made up his mind, as it were, not to know anything of Mountjoy Scarborough, and to let those 5 minutes in the street be as though they had never been. He had been brutally attacked, and had thought it best to say nothing on the subject. He would not allow his secret, such as it was, to be wormed out of him. Scarborough was endeavouring to extort from him that which he had resolved to conceal, and he determined at last that he would not become a puppet in his hands. "I don't see why you should care a straw about it," said Scarborough. "Nor do I. At any rate, you repeat your denial. It will be well that I should let my father know that he is mistaken, and also that ass Prodgers. Of course, with my father it is sheer curiosity. Indeed, if he thought that you were keeping Mountjoy under lock and key, he would only admire your dexterity in so preserving him. Any bold line of action that was contrary to the law recommends itself to his approbation. But Prodgers has a lurking idea that he should like to arrest you." "What for?" "Simply because he thinks you know something that he doesn't. As he's a detective, that in his mind is quite enough for arresting any man. I may as well give him my assurance, then, that he is mistaken." "Why should your assurance go for more than mine? Give him nothing of the kind." "I may give him at any rate my assurance that I believe your word." "If you do believe it, you can do so." "But you repeat your assertion that you saw nothing of Mountjoy just before his disappearance?" "This is an amount of cross-questioning which I do not take in good part, and to which I will not submit." Here Scarborough affected to laugh loudly. "I know nothing of your brother, and care almost as little. He has professed to admire a young lady to whom I am not indifferent, and he has, I believe, expressed a wish to make her his wife. He is also her cousin, and the lady in question has, no doubt, been much interested about him. It is natural she should be so." "Quite natural, seeing that she has been engaged to him for 12 months. "Of that I know nothing. But my interest about your brother has been because of her. You can explain all this about your brother if you please, or can let it alone. But for myself I decline to answer any more questions. If Prodgers thinks he can arrest me, let him come and try." "The idea of your flying into a passion because I have endeavoured to explain it all to you! At any rate, I have your absolute denial, and that will engage me to deal both with my father and Prodgers." To this Harry made no answer, and the two young men walked back to Tretton together without many more words between them. When Harry had been in the house about half an hour, and had already eaten his lunch, somewhat sulkily, a message came to him from Miss Scarborough requesting his presence. He went to her, and was told by her that Mr. Scarborough would now see him. He was aware that Mr. Scarborough never saw Septimus Jones, and that there was something peculiar in the sending of this message to him. Why should the man who was supposed to have but a few weeks to live be so anxious to see one who was comparatively a stranger to him? "I am so glad you have come in before dinner, Mr. Annesley, because my brother is so anxious to see you, and I am afraid you'll go too early in the morning." Then he followed her, and again found Mr. Scarborough on a couch in the same room to which he had been first introduced. "I've had a sharp bout about it since I saw you before," said the sick man. "So we heard, sir. There is no saying how many, or rather how few bouts of this kind it will take to polish me off, but I think I am entitled to some little respite now. The apothecary from Tretton was here just this morning, and I believe he has done me just as much good as Sir William Brodrick. His charge will be 10 shillings, while Sir William demanded 300 pounds, but it would be mean to go out with no one but the Tretton apothecary to look after one. I suppose Sir William's knowledge has been of some service?" "His dexterity with his knife has been of more. So you and Augustus have been quarrelling about Mountjoy?" "Not that I know of." "He says so, and I believe his word on such a subject sooner than yours. You are likely to quarrel without knowing it, and he is not. He thinks that you know what has become of Mountjoy." "Does he? Why should he think so, when I told him that I know nothing? I tell you that I know absolutely nothing. I am ignorant whether he is dead or alive." "He is not dead," said the father. "I suppose not, but I know nothing about him. Why, your second son, you mean my eldest according to law, or rather my only son." "Why Augustus Scarborough," continued Harry Annesley, "should take it upon himself to suspect that I know aught of his brother, I cannot say. He has some cock and bull story about a policeman whom he professes to believe to be ignorant of his own business. This policeman, he says, is anxious to arrest me." "To make you give evidence before a magistrate," said his father. "He did not dare to tell me that he suspected me himself." There, I knew you had quarrelled." "I deny it altogether. I have not quarrelled with Augustus Scarborough. He is welcome to his suspicions if he chooses to entertain them. I should have liked him better if he had not brought me down to Tretton so as to extract from me whatever he can. I shall be more guarded in future in speaking of Mountjoy Scarborough. But to you I give my positive assurance, which I do not doubt you will believe, that I know nothing respecting him." An honest indignation gleamed in his eyes as he spoke, but still there were the signs of that vacillation about his mouth which Florence had been able to read, but not to interpret. "Yes," said the Squire after a pause, "I believe you. You haven't that kind of ingenuity which enables a man to tell a lie and stick to it. I have. It's a very great gift of a man being able to restrain his appetite for lying." Henry could only smile when he heard the Squire's confession. "Only think how I have lied about Mountjoy, and how successful my lies might have been but for his own folly." "People do judge you a little harshly now," said Harry. "What's the odds? I care nothing for their judgment. I endeavoured to do justice to my own child, and very nearly did it. I was very nearly successful in rectifying the gross injustice of the world. Why should a little delay in a ceremony in which he had no voice have robbed him of his possessions? I determined that he should have Tretton, and I determined also to make it up to Augustus by denying myself the use of my own wealth. Things have gone wrongly, not by my own folly. I could not prevent the mad career which Mountjoy has run. But do you think that I am ashamed because the world knows what I have done? Do you suppose my deathbed will be embittered by the remembrance that I have been a liar? Not in the least. I have done the best I could for my two sons, and in doing it have denied myself many advantages. How many a man would have spent his money on himself, thinking nothing of his boys, and then have gone to the grave with all the dignity of a steady Christian father? Of the two men I prefer myself, but I know that I have been a liar." What was Harry Annesley to say in answer to such an address as this? There was the man stretched on his bed before him, haggard, unshaved, pale, and grisly, with a fire in his eyes but weakness in his voice, bold, defiant, self-satisfied, and yet not selfish. He had lived through his life with one strong resolution of setting the law at defiance in reference to the distribution of his property, but chiefly because he had thought the law to be unjust. Then, when the accident of his eldest son's extravagance had fallen upon him, he had endeavoured to save his second son, and had thought without the slightest remorse of the loss which was to fall on the creditors. He had done all this in such a manner that, as far as Harry knew, the law could not touch him, though all the world was aware of his iniquity. And now he lay boasting of what he had done. It was necessary that Harry should say something as he rose from his seat, and he lamely expressed a wish that Mr. Scarborough might quickly recover. "No, my dear fellow," said the Squire, "men do not recover when they are brought to such straits as I am in. Nor do I wish it. Were I to live, Augustus would feel the second injustice to be quite intolerable. His mind is lost in amazement at what I had contemplated, and he feels that the matter can only be set right between him and fortune by my dying at once. If he were to understand that I were to live 10 years longer, I think he would either commit a murder or lose his senses." "But there is enough for both of you," said Harry. "There is no such word in the language as enough. An estate can have but one owner, and Augustus is anxious to be owner here. I do not blame him in the least. Why should he desire to spare a father's rights when that father showed himself so willing to sacrifice his? Good-bye, Annesley. I am sorry you are going, for I like to have some honest fellow to talk to. You are not to suppose that because I have done this thing I am indifferent to what men will say of me. I wish them to think me good, though I have chosen to run counter to the prejudices of the world." Then Harry escaped from the room, and spent the remaining evening with Augustus Scarborough and Septimus Jones. The conversation was devoted chiefly to partridges and horses, and was carried on by Septimus with severity toward Harry, and by Scarborough with an extreme civility, which was the more galling of the two. Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry O'Neill. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 9. Augustus has his own doubts. "That's an impertinent young puppy," said Septimus Jones, as soon as the fly which was to carry Harry Annesley to the station had left the hall door on the following morning. It may be presumed that Mr. Jones would not thus have expressed himself unless his friend Augustus Scarborough had dropped certain words in conversation in regard to Harry to the same effect. And it may be presumed also that Augustus would not have dropped such words without a purpose of letting his friend know that Harry Annesley was to be abused. Augustus Scarborough had made up his mind, looking at the matter all round, that more was to be got by abusing Harry than by praising him. "The young man has a good opinion of himself, certainly." "He thinks himself to be a deal better than anybody else," continued Jones, "whereas I, for one, don't see it. And he has a way with him of pretending to be quite equal to his companions, let them be who they may, which to me is odious. He was down upon you and down upon your father. Of course your father has made a most fraudulent attempt, but what the devil is it to him?" The other young man made no answer, but only smiled. The opinion expressed by Mr. Jones as to Harry Annesley had only been a reflex of that felt by Augustus Scarborough. But the reflex, as is always the case when the looking-glass is true, was correct. Scarborough had known Harry Annesley for a long time, as time is counted in early youth, and had by degrees learned to hate him thoroughly. He was a little the elder, and had at first thought to domineer over his friend, but the friend had resisted, and had struggled manfully to achieve what he considered an equality in friendship. "Now, Scarborough, you may as well take it once for all that I'm not going to be talked down. If you want to talk a fellow down, you can go to Walker, Brown, or Green. Then, when you are tired of the occupation, you can come back to me." It was thus that Annesley had been wont to address his friend, but his friend had been anxious to talk down this special young man for special purposes, and had been conscious of some weakness in the other's character which he thought entitled him to do so. But the weakness was not of that nature, and he had failed. Then had come the rivalry between Mountjoy and Harry, which had seemed to Augustus to be the extreme of impudence. From of old he had been taught to regard his brother Mountjoy as the first of young men among commoners, the first in prospects and the first in rank, and to him Florence Mountjoy had been allotted as a bride. How he had himself learned first to envy and then to covet this allotted bride need not here be told. But by degrees it had come to pass that Augustus had determined that his spendthrift brother should fall under his own power, and that the bride should be the reward. How it was that two brothers, so different in character and yet so alike in their selfishness, should have come to love the same girl with a true intensity of purpose, and that Harry Annesley, whose character was essentially different, and who was in no degree selfish, should have loved her also, must be left to explain itself as the girl's character shall be developed. But Florence Mountjoy had now for many months been the cause of bitter dislike against poor Harry in the mind of Augustus Scarborough. He understood much more clearly than his brother had done who it was that the girl really preferred. He was ever conscious, too, of his own superiority, falsely conscious, and did feel that if Harry's character were really known, no girl would in truth prefer him. He could not quite see Harry with Florence's eyes, nor could he see himself with any other eyes but his own. Then had come the meeting between Mountjoy and Harry Annesley in the street, of which he had only such garbled account as Mountjoy himself had given him within half an hour afterwards. From that story, told in the words of a drunken man, a man drunk and bruised and bloody, who clearly did not understand in 1 minute the words spoken in the last, Augustus did learn that there had been some great row between his brother and Harry Annesley. Then Mountjoy had disappeared as the reader will have understood, with his brother's cooperation, and Harry had not come forward. When inquiries were made to declare that he knew of the occurrences of that night, Augustus had narrowly watched his conduct, in order at first that he might learn in what condition his brother had been left in the street, but afterward with the purpose of ascertaining why it was that Harry had been so reticent. Then he had allured Harry on to a direct lie, and soon perceived that he could afterward use the secret for his own purpose. "I think we shall have to see what that young man's about, you know," he said afterward to Septimus Jones. "Yes, yes, certainly," said Septimus. But Septimus did not quite understand why it was that they should have to see what the young man was about. "Between you and me, I think he means to interfere with me, and I do not mean to stand his interference." "I should think not. He must go back to Buston among the Bostonians, or he and I will have a stand-up fight of it. I rather like a stand-up fight." "Just so. When a fellow's so bumptious as that, he ought to be licked." "He has lied about Mountjoy," said Augustus. Then Jones waited to be told how it was that Harry had lied. He was aware that there was some secret unknown to him, and was anxious to be informed. Was Harry aware of Mountjoy's hiding place? And if so, how had he learned it? Why was it that Harry should be acquainted with that which was dark to all the world besides? Jones was of the opinion that the squire knew all about it, and thought it not improbable that the squire and Augustus had the secret in their joint keeping. But if so, how should Harry Annesley know anything about it? "He has lied like the very devil," continued Augustus after a pause. "Has he now? And I don't mean to spare him." "I should think not." Then there was a pause, at the end of which Jones found himself driven to ask the question, "How has he lied?" Augustus smiled and shook his head, from which the other man gathered that he was not now to be told the nature of the lie in question. "A fellow that lies like that," said Jones, "is not to be endured." "I do not mean to endure him. You have heard of a young lady named Miss Mountjoy, a cousin of ours?" "Mountjoy's Miss Mountjoy?" suggested Jones. "Yes, Mountjoy's Miss Mountjoy. That, of course, is over. Mountjoy has brought himself to such a pass that he is not entitled to have a Miss Mountjoy any longer. It seems the proper thing that she shall pass, with the rest of the family property, to the true heir." "You marry her?" "We need not talk about that just at present. I don't know that I have made up my mind. At any rate, I do not intend that Harry Annesley shall have her." "I should think not." "He's a pestilential cur that has got himself introduced into the family, and the sooner we get quit of him the better. I should think the young lady would hardly fancy him when she knows that he has lied like the very devil, with the object of getting her former lover out of the way." "By Jove, no, I think not." "And when the world comes to understand that Harry Annesley, in the midst of all these inquiries, knows all about poor Mountjoy, was the last to see him in London, and has never come forward to say a word about him, then I think the world will be a little hard upon the immaculate Harry Annesley. His own uncle has quarrelled with him already." "What uncle?" "The gentleman down in Hertfordshire, on the strength of whose acres Master Harry is flaunting it about in idleness. I have my eyes open, and can see as well as another. When Harry lectures me about my father, and my father about me, one would suppose there's not a hole in his own coat. I think he'll find that the garment is not altogether watertight." Then Augustus, finding that he had told as much as was needful to Septimus Jones, left his friend and went about his own family business. On the next morning Septimus Jones took his departure, and on the day following Augustus followed him. "So you're off?" his father said to him when he had come to make his adieus. "Well, yes, I suppose so. A man has got so many things to look after which he can't attend to down here." "I don't know what they are, but you understand it all. I'm not going to ask you to stay. Does it ever occur to you that you may never see me again?" "What a question!" "It's one that requires an answer at any rate." "It does occur to me, but not at all as probable." "Why not probable?" "Because there's a telegraph wire from Tretton to London, and because the journey down here is very short. It also occurs to me to think so from what has been said by Sir William Brodrick. Of course any man may die suddenly." "Especially when the surgeons have been at him." "You have your sister with you, sir, and she will be of more comfort than you than I can be. Your condition is in some respects an advantage to you. Those creditors of Mountjoy can't force their way in upon you." "You're wrong there." They have not done so. Nor should they, though I were as strong as you. What are Mountjoy's creditors to me? They have not a scrap of my handwriting in their possession. There is not one who can say that he has even a verbal promise from me. They never came to me when they wanted to lend him money at 50%. Did they ever hear me say that he was my heir? Perhaps not. Not one has ever heard it. It was not to them that I lied, but to you and to Grey. The creditors. What do I care for them, though they be all ruined? Not in the least. Why do you talk to me about the creditors? You, at any rate, know the truth." Then Augustus quitted the room, leaving his father in a passion. But, as a fact, he was by no means assured as to the truth. He supposed that he was the heir, but might it not be probable that his father had contrived all this so as to save the property from Mountjoy and that greedy pack of money-lenders? Grey must surely know the truth. But why should not Grey be deceived on the second event as well as the first? There was no limit, Augustus sometimes thought, to his father's cleverness. This idea had occurred to him within the last week, and his mind was tormented with reflecting what might yet be his condition. But of one thing he was sure, that his father and Mountjoy were not in league together. Mountjoy, at any rate, believed himself to have been disinherited. Mountjoy conceived that his only chance of obtaining money arose from his brother. The circumstances of Mountjoy's absence were, at any rate, unknown to his father. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 10. Sir Magnus Mountjoy. It was the peculiarity of Florence Mountjoy that she did not expect other people to be as good as herself. It was not that she had erected for herself a high standard, and had then told herself that she had no right to demand from others one so exalted. She had erected nothing, nor did she know that she attempted to live by grand rules. She had no idea that she was better than anybody else, but it came to her naturally as the result of what had gone before, to be unselfish, generous, trusting, and pure. These may be regarded as feminine virtues, and may be said to be sometimes tarnished by faults which are equally feminine. Unselfishness may become want of character, generosity essentially unjust. Confidence may be weak, and purity insipid. Here it was that the strength of Florence Mountjoy asserted itself. She knew well what was due to herself, though she would not claim it. She could trust to another, but in silence be quite sure of herself. Though pure herself, she was rarely shocked by the ways of others, and she was as true as a man pretends to be. In figure, form, and face, she never demanded immediate homage by the sudden flash of her beauty. But when her spell had once fallen on a man's spirit, it was not often that he could escape from it quickly. When she spoke, a peculiar melody struck the hearer's ears. Her voice was soft and low and sweet, and full at times of harmonious words. But when she laughed, it was like soft winds playing among countless silver bells. There was something in her touch which to men was almost divine. Of this she was all unconscious, but was as chary with her fingers as though it seemed that she could ill spare her divinity. In height she was a little above the common, but it was by the grace of her movements that the world was compelled to observe her figure. There are women whose grace is so remarkable as to demand the attention of all, but then it is known of them and momentarily seen that their grace is peculiar. For they have studied their graces, and the result is there only too evident. But Florence seemed to have studied nothing. The beholder felt that she must have been as graceful when playing with her doll in the nursery, and it was the same with her beauty. There was no peculiarity of chiseled figures. Had you taken her face and measured it by certain rules, you would have found that her mouth was too large and her nose irregular. Of her teeth she showed little, and in her complexion there was none of that pellucid clearness in which men ordinarily delight. But her eyes were more than ordinarily bright, and when she laughed there seemed to stream from them some heavenly light. When she did laugh, it was as though some spring had been opened, from which ran for the time a stream of sweetest intimacy. For the time you would then fancy that you had been let into the inner life of this girl, and would be proud of yourself that so much should have been granted you. You would feel that there was something also in yourself in that this should have been permitted. Her hair and her eyebrows were dark brown, of the hue most common to men and women, and had in them nothing that was peculiar. But her hair was soft and smooth, and ever well dressed, and never redolent of peculiar odors. It was simply Florence Mountjoy's hair, and that made it perfect in the eyes of her male friends generally. "She's not such a wonderful beauty, after all," once said of her a gentleman to whom it may be presumed that she had not taken the trouble to be peculiarly attractive. "No," said another, "no, but by George, I shouldn't like to have the altering of her." It was thus that men generally felt in regard to Florence Mountjoy. When they came to reckon her up, they did not see how any change was to be made for the better. To Florence, as to most other girls, the question of her future life had been a great trouble. Whom should she marry, and whom should she decline to marry? To a girl, when it is proposed to her suddenly to change everything in life, to go altogether away and to place herself under the custody of a new master, to find for herself a new home, new pursuits, new aspirations, and a strange companion, the change must be so complete as almost to frighten her by its awfulness. And yet it has to be always thought of, and generally done. But this change had been presented to Florence in a manner more than ordinarily burdensome. Early in life, when naturally she would not have begun to think seriously of marriage, she had been told rather than asked to give herself to her cousin Mountjoy. She was too firm of character to accede at once, to deliver herself over body and soul to the tender mercies of one, in truth, unknown. But she had been unable to interpose any reason that was valid, and had contented herself by demanding time. Since then, there had been moments in which she had almost yielded. Mountjoy Scarborough had been so represented to her that she had considered it to be almost a duty to yield. More than once the word had been all but spoken, but the word had never been spoken. She had been subjected to what might be called cruel pressure. In season and out of season, her mother had represented as a duty this marriage with her cousin. Why should she not marry her cousin? It must be understood that these questions had been asked before any of the terrible facts of Captain Scarborough's life had been made known to her, because, it may be said, she did not love him. But in these days she had loved no man, and was inclined to think so little of herself as to make her want of love no necessary bar to the accomplishment of the wish of others. By degrees she was spoken of among their acquaintances as the promised bride of Mountjoy Scarborough, and though she ever denied the imputation, there came over her girl's heart a feeling, very sad and very solemn, but still all but accepted, that so it must be. Then Harry Annesley had crossed her path, and the question had been at least nearly answered, and the doubts nearly decided. She did not quite know at first that she loved Harry Annesley, but was almost sure that it was impossible for her to become the wife of Mountjoy Scarborough. Then there came nearly 12 months of the most painful uncertainty in her life. It's very hard for a young girl to have to be firm with her mother in declining a proposed marriage, when all the circumstances of the connection are recommended to her as being peculiarly alluring. And there was nothing in the personal manners of her cousin which seemed to justify her in declaring her abhorrence. He was a dark, handsome, military-looking man, whose chief sin it was in the eyes of his cousin that he seemed to demand from her affection, worship, and obedience. She did not analyze his character, but she felt it. And when it came to pass that tidings of his debts at last reached her, she felt that she was glad of an excuse, though she knew that the excuse would not have prevailed with her had she liked him. Then came his debts, and with the knowledge of them a keener perception of his imperiousness. She could consent to become the wife of the man who had squandered his property and wasted his estate, but not of one who before his marriage demanded of her that submission which, as she thought, should be given by her freely after her marriage. Harry Annesley glided into her heart after a manner very different from this. She knew that he adored her, but yet he did not hasten to tell her so. She knew that she loved him, but she doubted whether a time would ever come in which she could confess it. It was not till he had come to acknowledge the trouble to which Mountjoy had subjected him that he had ever ventured to speak plainly of his own passion, and even then he had not asked for a reply. She was still free as she thought about all of this, but she did at last tell herself that, let her mother say what she would, she certainly never would stand at the altar with her cousin Mountjoy. Even now, when the captain had been declared not to be his father's heir, and when all the world knew that he had disappeared from the face of the earth, Mrs. Mountjoy did not altogether give him up. She partly disbelieved her brother, and partly thought that circumstances could not be so bad as they were described. To her feminine mind, to her, living not in the world of London, but in the very modest fashion of Cheltenham, it seemed to be impossible that an entail should be thus blighted in the bud. Why was an entail called an entail unless it were ineradicable, a decision of fate rather than of man and of law? And, to her eyes, Mountjoy Scarborough was so commanding that all things must at last be compelled to go as he would have them. And, to tell the truth, there had lately come to Mrs. Mountjoy a word of comfort which might be necessary if the world should absolutely upset in accordance with the wicked skill of her brother, which even in that case might make crooked things smooth. Augustus, whom she had regarded always as quite a Mountjoy, because of his talent and appearance and habit of command, had whispered to her a word. Why should not Florence be transferred with the remainder of the property? There was something to Mrs. Mountjoy's feelings base in the idea at the first blush of it. She did not like to be untrue to her gallant nephew. But as she came to turn it in her mind, there were certain circumstances which recommended the change to her, should the change be necessary. Florence certainly had expressed an unintelligible objection to the elder brother. Why should the younger not be more successful? Mrs. Mountjoy's heart had begun to droop within her, as she had thought that her girl would prove to be deaf to the voice of the charmer. Another charmer had come, most objectionable in her sight, but to him no word of absolute encouragement had, as she thought, been yet spoken. Augustus had already obtained for himself among his friends the character of an eloquent young lawyer. Let him come and try his eloquence on his cousin. Only let it first be ascertained as an assured fact, and beyond the possibility of all retrogression, that the squire's villainy was certain. "I think, my love," she said to her daughter one day, "that, under the immediate circumstances of the family, we should retire for a while into private life." This occurred on the very day on which Septimus Jones had been vaguely informed of the iniquitous falsehood of Harry Annesley. "Good gracious, mamma, is not our life always private?" She had understood it all, that the private life was intended altogether to exclude Harry, but was made to be open to the manoeuvres of her cousin, such as they might be. "Not in the sense which I mean. Your poor uncle is dying." "We hear that Sir William says he is better." "I fear, nevertheless, that he is dying, though it may, perhaps, take a long time. And then poor Mountjoy has disappeared. I think that we should see no one till the mystery about Mountjoy has been cleared up. And then the story is so very discreditable." "I do not see that it is an affair of ours," said Florence, who had no desire to be shut up just at the present moment. "We cannot help ourselves. This making his eldest son out to be, something so very different, is too horrible to be thought of. I am told that nobody knows the truth." We, at any rate, are not implicated in that. But we are. He, at any rate, is my brother, and Mountjoy is my nephew, or, at any rate, was. Poor Augustus is thrown into terrible difficulties. I am told that he is greatly pleased at finding that Tretton is to belong to him. Who tells you that? You have no right to believe anything about such near relatives from anyone. Whoever told you so has been very wicked. Mrs. Mountjoy no doubt thought that this wicked communication had been made by Harry Annesley. Augustus has always proved himself to be affectionate and respectful to his elder brother, that is, to his brother who is older than himself, added Mrs. Mountjoy, feeling that there was a difficulty in expressing herself as to the presumed condition of the two Scarboroughs. Of course he would rather be the owner of Tretton and let anyone else have it, if you mean that. The honor of his family is very much to him. I do not know that the family can have any honor left, said Florence severely. My dear, you have no right to say that. The Scarboroughs have always held their heads very high in Staffordshire, and more so of late than ever. I don't quite mean of late, but since Tretton has become of so much importance. Now, I'll tell you what I think we'd better do. We'll go and spend 6 weeks with your uncle at Brussels. He has always been pressing us to come. Oh, Mamma, he does not want us. How can you say that? How do you know? I am sure Sir Magnus will not care for our coming now. Besides, how could that be retiring into private life? Sir Magnus, as ambassador, has his house always full of company. My dear, he is not ambassador. He is minister plenipotentiary. It is not quite the same thing. And then he is our nearest relative, our nearest at least, since my own brother has made this great separation, of course. We cannot go to him to be out of the way of himself. Why do you want to go anywhere, Mamma? Why not stay at home? But Florence pleaded in vain, as her mother had already made up her mind. Before that day was over, she succeeded in making her daughter understand that she was to be taken to Brussels as soon as an answer could be received from Sir Magnus, and the necessary additions were made to their joint wardrobe. Sir Magnus Mountjoy, the late general's elder brother, had been for the last 4 or 5 years the English minister at Brussels. He had been minister somewhere for a very long time, so that the memory of man hardly ran back beyond it, and was said to have gained for himself very extensive popularity. It had always been a point with successive governments to see that poor Sir Magnus got something, and Sir Magnus had never been left altogether in the cold. He was not a man who would have been left out in the cold in silence, and perhaps the feeling that such was the case had been as efficacious on his behalf as his well-attested popularity. At any rate, poor Sir Magnus had always been well placed, and was now working out his last year or two before the blessed achievement of his pursuit should have been reached. Sir Magnus had a wife of whom it was said at home that she was almost as popular as her husband. But the opinion of the world at Brussels on this subject was a good deal divided. There were those who declared that Lady Mountjoy was, of all women, the most overbearing and impertinent. But they were generally English residents at Brussels who had come to live there as a place at which education for their children would be cheaper than at home. Of these, Lady Mountjoy had been heard to declare that she saw no reason why, because she was the minister's wife, she should be expected to entertain all the second-class world of London. This, of course, must be understood with a great deal of allowance, as the English world at Brussels was much too large to expect to be so received. But there were certain ladies living on the confines of high society who thought that they had a right to be admitted, and who grievously resented their exclusion. It cannot, therefore, be said that Lady Mountjoy was popular, but she was large in figure, painted well, and wore her diamonds with an air which her peculiar favorites declared to be majestic. You could not see her going along the boulevards in her carriage without being aware that a special personage was passing. Upon the whole, it may be said that she performed well in her special role in life. Of Sir Magnus it was hinted that he was afraid of his wife, but in truth he desired it to be understood that all the disagreeable things done at the embassy were done by Lady Mountjoy, and not by him. He did not refuse leave to the ladies to drop their cards at his hall door. He could ask a few men to his table without referring the matter to his wife, but every one would understand that the asking of ladies was based on a different footing. He knew well that as a rule it was not fitting that he should ask a married man without his wife, but there are occasions on which an excuse can be given, and upon the whole the men liked it. He was a stout, tall, portly old gentleman, 60 years of age, but looking somewhat older, whom it was a difficulty to place on horseback, but who, when there, looked remarkably well. He rarely rose to a trot during his 2 hours of exercise, which to the 2 attachés who were told off for the duty of accompanying him was the hardest part of their allotted work. But other gentlemen would lay themselves out to meet Sir Magnus and to ride with him, and in this way he achieved that character for popularity which had been a better aid to him in life than all the diplomatic skill which he possessed. "What do you think?" said he, walking off with Mrs. Mountjoy's letter into his wife's room. "I don't think anything, my dear." "You never do." Lady Mountjoy, who had not yet undergone her painting, looked cross and ill-natured. "At any rate, Sarah and her daughter are proposing to come here." "Good gracious! At once?" "Yes, at once. Of course, I've asked them over and over again, and something was said about this autumn, when we had come back from Pimperingen." "Why did you not tell me?" "Bother! I did tell you. This kind of thing always turns up last. She's a very good kind of woman, and the daughter is all that she should be. Of course, she'll be flirting with Anderson." Anderson was one of the 2 mounted attachés. "Anderson will know how to look after himself," said Sir Magnus. "At any rate, they must come. They've never troubled us before, and we ought to put up with them once." "But, my dear, what is all this about her brother?" "She won't bring her brother with her." "How can you be sure of that?" said the anxious lady. "He is dying and can't be moved." "But that son of his, Mountjoy! It's altogether a most distressing story. He turns out to be a nobody after all, and now he's disappeared, and the papers for an entire month were full of him. What would you do if he were to turn up here? The girl was engaged to him, you know, and has only thrown him off since his own father declared that he was not legitimate. There never was such a mess about anything since London first began." Then Sir Magnus declared that, let Mountjoy Scarborough and his father have misbehaved as they might, Mr. Scarborough's sister must be received at Brussels. There was a little family difficulty. Sir Magnus had borrowed £3,000 from the General, which had been settled on the General's widow, and the interest was not always paid with extreme punctuality. To give Mrs. Mountjoy her due, it must be said that this had not entered into her consideration when she had written to her brother-in-law, but it was a burden to Sir Magnus, and had always tended to produce from him a reiteration of those invitations which Mrs. Mountjoy had taken as an expression of brotherly love. Her own income was always sufficient for her wants, and the £150 coming from Sir Magnus had not troubled her much. "Very well, my dear. If it must be, it must. Only what I'm to do with her, I don't know." "Take her about in the carriage," said Sir Magnus, who was beginning to be a little angry with this interference. "And the daughter?" "Daughters are twice more troublesome than their mothers." "Pass her over to Miss Abbott, and for goodness' sake don't make so much trouble about things which need not be troublesome." Then Sir Magnus left his wife to ring for her chambermaid and go on with her painting, while he himself undertook the unwonted task of writing an affectionate letter to his sister-in-law. It should here be explained that Sir Magnus had no children of his own, and that Miss Abbott was the lady who was bound to smile and say pretty things on all occasions to Lady Mountjoy for the moderate remuneration of 200 a year and her maintenance. The letter which Sir Magnus wrote was as follows: "My dear Sarah, Lady Mountjoy bids me say that we shall be delighted to receive you and my niece at the British Ministry on the 1st of October, and hope that you will stay with us till the end of the month. Believe me, most affectionately yours, Magnus Mountjoy." "I have a most kind letter from Sir Magnus," said Mrs. Mountjoy to her daughter. "What does he say?" that he will be delighted to receive us on the 1st of October. I did say that we should be ready to start in about a week's time, because I know he gets home from his autumn holiday by the middle of September. But I have no doubt he has his house full till the time he has arrived." "Do you know her, Mamma?" asked Florence. "I did see her once, but I cannot say that I know her. She used to be a very handsome woman, and looks to be quite good-natured. But Sir Magnus has always lived abroad, and except when he came home about your poor father's death, I've seen very little of him." "I never saw him but that once," said Florence. And so it was settled that she and her mother were to spend a month at Brussels. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Larry Beasley, Holland Patent, New York.
Chapter 11 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 11. Monte Carlo. Toward the end of September, while the weather was so hot as to keep away from the south of France all but very determined travelers, an English gentleman, not very beautiful in his outward appearance, was sauntering about the great hall of the gambling house at Monte Carlo in the kingdom or principality of Monaco, the only gambling house now left in Europe in which idle men of a speculative nature may yet solace their hours with some excitement. Nor is the amusement denied to idle ladies, as might be seen by 2 or 3 highly dressed habitués who at this moment were depositing their shawls and parasols with the porters. The clock was on the stroke of 11 when the gambling room would be open, and the amusement was too rich in its nature to allow of the loss of even a few minutes. But this gentleman was not an habitué, nor was he known even by name to any of the small crowd that was then assembled. But it was known to many of them that he had had a great turn of luck on the preceding day, and had walked off from the rouge et noir table with 400 or 500 pounds. The weather was still so hot that but few Englishmen were there, and the play had not as yet begun to run high. There were only 2 or 3 men who cannot keep their hands from ruin when ruin is open to them. To them, heat and cold, the dog star or 20 degrees below zero, make no difference while the croupier is there with his rouleau before him, capable of turning up the card. They know that the chance is against them, 1 in 20, let us say, and that in the long run 1 in 20 is as good as 2 to 1 to effect their ruin. For a day they may stand against 1 in 20, as this man had done. For 2 or 3 days, for a week, they may possibly do so. But they know that the doom must come at last, as it does come invariably, and they go on. But our friend, the Englishman who had won the money, was not such a one as these, at any rate in regard to Monaco. Yesterday had been his first appearance, and he had broken ground there with great success. He was an ill-looking person, poorly clad, what in common parlance we should call seedy. He had not a scrap of beard on his face, and though swarthy and dark as to his countenance, was light as to his hair, which hung in quantities down his back. He was dressed from head to foot in a suit of cross-barred, light-colored tweed, of which he wore the coat buttoned tight over his chest, as though to hide some deficiency of linen. The gentleman was altogether a disreputable-looking personage, and they who had seen him win his money, Frenchmen and Italians for the most part, had declared among themselves that his luck had been most miraculous. It was observed that he had a companion with him, who stuck close to his elbow, and it was asserted that this companion continually urged him to leave the room. But as long as the croupier remained at the table, he remained, and continued to play through the day with almost invariable luck. It was surmised among the gamblers that he had not entered the room with above 20 or 30 pieces in his pocket, and that he had taken away with him, when the place was closed, 600 napoleons. "Look there, he has come again to give it all back to Madame Blanc with interest," said a Frenchman to an Italian. "Yes, and he will end by blowing his brains out within a week. He is just the man to do it." "These Englishmen always rush at their fate like mad bulls," said the Frenchman. "They get less distraction for their money than anyone." "Che va piano va sano," said the Italian, jingling the 4 napoleons in his pocket, which had been 6 on the previous morning, and then they sauntered up to the Englishman, and both of them touched their hats to him. The Englishman just acknowledged the compliment, and walked off with his companion, who was still whispering something into his ear. "It is a gendarme who is with him, I think," said the Frenchman, "only the man does not walk erect." Who does not know the outside hall of the magnificent gambling house at Monte Carlo, with all the golden splendor of its music-room within? Who does not know the lofty roof and lounging seats, with its luxuries of liveried servants, its wealth of newspapers, and every appanage of costly comfort which can be added to it, and its music within? Who does not know that there are to be heard sounds in a greater perfection of orchestral melody than are to be procured by money and trouble combined in the great capitals of Europe? Think of the trouble endured by those unhappy fathers of families who indulge their wives and daughters at the Philharmonic in St. James' Hall. Think of the horrors of our theaters, with their hot gas and narrow passages, and difficulties of entrance, and almost impossibility of escape. And for all this money has to be paid, high prices, and the day has to be fixed long beforehand, so that the tickets may be secured, and the daily feast, Papa's too often solitary enjoyment, has to be turned into a painful early fast. And when at last the thing has been done, and the torment endured, the sounds heard have not always been good of their kind, for the money has not sufficed to purchase the aid of a crowd of the best musicians. But at Monte Carlo you walk in with your wife in her morning costume, and seating yourself luxuriously in one of those soft stalls which are there prepared for you, you give yourself up with perfect ease to absolute enjoyment. For 2 hours the concert lasts, and all around is perfection and gilding. There is nothing to annoy the most fastidious taste. You have not heated yourself with fighting your way up the crowded stairs. No box-keeper has asked you for a shilling. No link-boy has dunned you because he stood useless for a moment at the door of your carriage. No panic has seized you and still oppresses you because of the narrow dimensions in which you have to seat yourself for the next 3 hours. There are no 20 minutes during which you are doomed to sit in miserable expectation. Exactly at the hour named the music begins, and for 2 hours it is your own fault if you be not happy. A railway carriage has brought you to steps leading up to the garden in which these princely halls are built, and when the music is over, will again take you home. Nothing can be more perfect than the concert room at Monte Carlo, and nothing more charming, and for all this there is nothing whatever to pay. But by whom? Out of whose pocket are all these good things provided? They tell you at Monte Carlo that from time to time are to be seen men walking off in the dark of the night, or the gloom of the evening, or, for the matter of that, in the broad light of day, if the stern necessity of the hour require it, with a burden among them to be deposited where it may not be seen or heard of any more. They are carrying away all that mortal remains of one of the gentlemen who have paid for your musical entertainment. He has given his all for the purpose, and has then blown his brains out. It is one of the disagreeable incidents to which the otherwise extremely pleasant money-making operations of the establishment are liable. Such accidents will happen. A gambling house, the keeper of which is able to maintain the royal expense of the neighboring court out of his winnings, and also to keep open for those who are not ashamed to accept it gratis, all for love, a concert room brilliant with gold, filled with the best performers whom the world can furnish, and comfortable beyond all opera houses known to men, must be liable to a few such misfortunes. Who was not ashamed to accept, I have said, having lately been there and thoroughly enjoyed myself. But I did not put myself in the way of having to cut my throat, on which account I felt, as I came out, that I had been somewhat shabby. I was ashamed in that I had not put a few napoleons down on the table. Conscience had prevented me, and a wish to keep my money. But should not conscience have kept me away from all that happiness for which I had not paid? I had not thought of it before I went to Monte Carlo, but I am inclined now to advise others to stay away, or else to put down half a napoleon at any rate as the price of a ticket. The place is not overcrowded, because the conscience of many is keener than was mine. We ought to be grateful to the august sovereign of Monaco in that he enabled an enterprising individual to keep open for us in so brilliant a fashion the last public gambling house in Europe. The principality is but large enough to contain the court of the sovereign, which is held in the little town of Monaco, and the establishment of the last of legitimate gamblers, which is maintained at Monte Carlo. If the report of the world does not malign the prince, he lives, as does the gambler, out of the spoil taken from the gamblers. He is to be seen in his royal carriage going forth with his royal consort, and very royal he looks. His little teacup of a kingdom, or rather a roll of French bread, for it is crusty and picturesque, is now surrounded by France. There is Nice away to the west, and Menton to the east, and the whole kingdom lies within the compass of a walk. Menton, in France at any rate, is within 5 miles of the monarch's residence. How happy it is that there should be so blessed a spot left in tranquillity on the earth's surface. But on the present occasion Monte Carlo was not at all in its grandeur, because of the heat of the weather. Another month, and English lords and English members of Parliament and English barristers would be there. All men, for instance, who could afford to be indifferent as to their character for a month, and the place would be quite alive with music, cards, and dice. At present, men of business only flock to its halls, eagerly intent on making money, though, alas, almost all doomed to lose it. But our one friend with the long light locks was impatient for the fray. The gambling room had now been opened, and the servants of the table, less impatient than he, were slowly arranging their money and their cards. Our friend had taken his seat, and was already resolving, with his eyes fixed on the table, where he would make his first plunge. In his right hand was a bag of gold, and under his left hand were hidden the 12 napoleons with which he intended to commence. On yesterday he had gone through his day's work by 12, though on 1 or 2 occasions he had plunged deeply. It had seemed to this man as though a new heaven had been opened to him, as of late he had seen little of luck in this world. The surmises made as to the low state of his funds when he entered the room had been partly true, but time had been when he was able to gamble in a more costly fashion even than here, and to play among those who had taken his winnings and losings simply as a matter of course. And now the game had begun, and the 12 napoleons were duly deposited. Again he won his stake, an omen for the day, and was exultant. A second 12 and a third were put down, and on each occasion he won. In the silly imagination of his heart he declared to himself that the calculation of all chances was as nothing against his run of luck. Here was the spot on which it was destined that he should redeem all the injury which fortune had done him. And in truth, this man had been misused by fortune. His companion whispered in his ear, but he heard not a word of it. He increased the 12 to 15, and again won. As he looked round, there was a halo of triumph which seemed to illuminate his face. He had chained chance to his chariot wheel, and would persevere now that the good time had come. What did he care for the creature at his elbow? He thought of all the good things which money could again purchase for him as he carefully fingered the gold for the next stake. He had been rich, though he was now poor. Though how could a man be accounted poor who had an endless sum of 600 napoleons in his pocket, a sum which was, in truth, endless, while it could be so rapidly recruited after this fashion? The next stake he also won, but as he raked all the pieces which the croupier pushed toward him, his mind had become intent on another sphere and on other persons. Let him win what he might, his old haunts were now closed against him. What good would money do him, living such a life as he must now be compelled to pass? As he thought of this, the 25 napoleons on the table were taken away from him almost without consciousness on his part. At that moment there came a voice in his ear, not the voice of his attending friend, but one of which he accurately knew the lisping, fiendish sound.
"Ah, Captain Scarborough, I thought it was possible you might be here. Das is a very nice place."
Our friend looked round and glared at the man, and felt that it was impossible that this occupation should be continued under his eyes.
"Yes, it was likely. How do you like Monte Carlo? You have plenty of money?" "Plenty."
The man was small and oily, and black-haired and beaky-nosed, with a perpetual smile on his face, unless when on special occasions he would be moved to the expression of deep anger. Of the modern Hebrews, a most complete Hebrew, but a man of purpose, who never did things by halves, who could count upon good courage within, and who never allowed himself to be foiled by misadventure. He was one who, beginning with nothing, was determined to die a rich man, and was likely to achieve his purpose. Now there was no gleam of anger on his face, but a look of invincible good humor, which was not, however, quite good humor when you came to examine it closely.
"Oh, that is you, is it, Mr. Hart?"
"Yes, it is me. I have followed you.
Oh, I have had quite a pleasant tour following you, but when I got my nose once on to the scent, then I was sure it was Monte Carlo. And it is Monte Carlo, eh, Captain Scarborough?"
"Yes, of course it is Monte Carlo. That is to say, Monte Carlo is the place where we are now. I don't know what you mean by running on in that way." Then he drew back from the table, Mr. Hart following close behind him, and his attendant at a farther distance behind him. As he went, he remembered that he had slightly increased the 600 napoleons of yesterday, and that the money was still in his own possession. Not all the Jews in London could touch the money while he kept it in his pocket.
"Who is that man there?"
asked Mr. Hart.
"What can that be to you?" "He seems to follow you pretty close."
"Not so close as you do, by George. And perhaps he has something to get by it, which you haven't."
Come, come, come. If he have more to get than I, he must be pretty deep. There is Mr. Tyrrwhit. No one must have more to get than I, only Mr. Tyrrwhit. Why, Captain Scarborough, the little game you was playing there, which was a very pretty little game, is as nothing to my game with you. When you see the money down on the table there, it seemed to be mush because the gold glitters, but it is as nothing to my little game, where the gold does not glitter because it is pen and ink. A pen and ink soon writes 10,000 pounds. But you think much of it when you win 200 pounds at roulette." "I think nothing of it," said our friend Captain Scarborough. "And it goes into your pocket to give champagne to the ladies instead of paying your debts to the poor fellows who have supplied you for so long with all the money." All this occurred in the gambling house at a distance from the table, but within hearing of that attendant who still followed the player. These moments were moments of misery to the captain in spite of the bank notes for 600 Napoleons which were still in his breast coat pocket. And they were not made lighter by the fact that all the words spoken by the Jew were overheard by the man who was supposed to be there in the capacity of his servant. But the man, as it seemed, had a mission to fulfill, and was the captain's master as well as servant. "Mr. Hart," said Captain Scarborough, repressing the loudness of his words as far as his rage would admit him, but still speaking so as to attract the attention of some of those round him, "I do not know what good you propose to yourself by following me in this manner. You have my bonds, which are not even payable till my father's death." "Ah, there you are very much mistaken." "And are then only payable out of the property, to which I believed myself to be heir when the money was borrowed." "You are still the heir to Tretton. There is not a shadow of a doubt as to that." "I hope when the time comes," said the captain, "you'll be able to prove your words." "Of course we shall prove them. Why not? Your father and your brother are very clever gentlemen, I think, but they will not be more clever than Mr. Samuel Hart. Mr. Tyrrwhit also is a clever man. Perhaps he understands your father's way of doing business. Perhaps it is all right with Mr. Tyrrwhit. It shall be all right with me, too, I swear it. When will you come back to London, Captain Scarborough?" Then there came an angry dispute in the gambling room, during which Mr. Hart by no means strove to repress his voice. Captain Scarborough asserted his rights as a free agent, declaring himself capable, as far as the law was concerned, of going wherever he pleased without reference to Mr. Hart, and told that gentleman that any interference on his part would be regarded as an impertinence. "But my money, which you must pay this minute, if I please to demand it." "You did not lend me 25,000 pounds without security." "It is 45 now at this moment." "Take it, get it, go and put it in your pocket. You have a lot of writings. Turn them into cash at once. Take them to any other Jew in London and sell them. See if you can get your 25,000 pounds for them, or 25,000 shillings. You certainly cannot get 25 pence for them here, though you had all the police of this royal kingdom to support you. My father says that the bonds I gave you are not worth the paper on which they were written. If you are cheated, so have I been. If he has robbed you, so has he me. But I have not robbed you, and you can do nothing to me." "I will stick to you like beeswax," said Mr. Hart, while the look of good humour left his countenance for a moment. "Like beeswax. You shall not escape me again." "You will have to follow me then to Constantinople." "I will follow you to the devil." "You are likely to go before me there. But for the present I am off to Constantinople, from whence I intend to make an extended tour to Mount Caucasus, and then into Tibet. I shall be very glad of your company, but cannot offer to pay the bill. When you and your companions have settled yourselves comfortably at Tretton, I shall be happy to come and see you there. You will have to settle the matter first with my younger brother, if I may make bold to call that well-born gentleman my brother at all. I wish you a good morning, Mr. Hart." Upon that he walked out into the hall, and thence down the steps into the garden in front of the establishment, his own attendant following him. Mr. Hart also followed him, but did not immediately seek to renew the conversation. If he meant to show any sign of keeping his threat and of sticking to the captain like beeswax, he must show his purpose at once. The captain for a time walked round the little enclosure in earnest conversation with the attendant, and Mr. Hart stood on the steps watching them. Play was over, at any rate for that day, as far as the captain was concerned. "Now, Captain Scarborough, don't you think you've been very rash?" said the attendant. "I think I've got 650 Napoleons in my pocket, instead of waiting to get them in driblets from my brother." "But if he knew that you had come here, he would withdraw them altogether. Of course he will know now. That man will be sure to tell him. He will let all London know. Of course it would be so when you came to a place of such common resort as Monte Carlo." "Common resort? Do you believe he came here as to a place of common resort? Do you think that he had not tracked me out, and would not have done so whether I had gone to Melbourne, or New York, or St. Petersburg? But the wonder is that he should spend his money in such a vain pursuit." "Ah, Captain, you do not know what is vain and what is not. It is your brother's pleasure that you should be kept in the dark for a time." "Hang my brother's pleasure! Why am I to follow my brother's pleasure?" "Because he will allow you an income. He will keep a coat on your back and a hat on your head, and supply meat and wine for your needs." Here Captain Scarborough jingled the loose Napoleons in his trousers pocket. "Oh, yes, that is all very well, but it will not last forever. Indeed, it will not last for a week unless you leave Monte Carlo." "I shall leave it this afternoon by the train for Genoa." "And where shall you go then?" "You heard me suggest to Mr. Hart, to the devil, or else Constantinople, and after that to Tibet. I suppose I shall still enjoy the pleasure of your company." "Mr. Augustus wishes that I should remain with you, and as you yourself say, perhaps it will be best." End of Chapter 11. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 12 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Cunningham. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 12. Harry Annesley's Success. Harry Annesley, a day or two after he had left Tretton, went down to Cheltenham, for he had received an invitation to dance there, and with the invitation an intimation that Florence Mountjoy was to be at the dance. If I were to declare that the dance had been given and Florence asked to it merely as an act of friendship to Harry, it would perhaps be thought that modern friendship is seldom carried to so great a length. But it was undoubtedly the fact that Mrs. Armitage, who gave the dance, was a great friend and admirer of Harry's, and that Mr. Armitage was an especial chum. Let not, however, any reader suppose that Florence was in the secret. Mrs. Armitage had thought it best to keep her in the dark as to the person asked to meet her. "As to my going to Montpelier Place," Harry had once said to Miss Armitage, "I might as well knock at a prison door." Mrs. Mountjoy lived in Montpelier Place. "I think we could perhaps manage that for you," Mrs. Armitage had replied, and she had managed it. "Is she coming?" Harry said to Mrs. Armitage in an anxious whisper as he entered the room. "She has been here this half hour. If you had taken the trouble to leave your cigars and come meet her." "She has not gone?" said Harry, almost awestruck at the idea. "No, she is sitting like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief, in the room inside. She has got horrible news to tell you." "Oh, heavens, what news?" "I suppose she will tell you, though she has not been communicative to me in regard to your Royal Highness. The news is simply that her mother is going to take her to Brussels, and that she is to live for a while amid the ambassadorial splendors with Sir Magnus and his wife. By retiring from the world, Mrs. Mountjoy had not intended to include such slight social relaxations as Mrs. Armitage's party, for Harry, on turning around, encountered her talking to another Cheltenham lady. He greeted her with his pleasantest smile, to which Mrs. Mountjoy did not respond quite so sweetly. She had never greatly feared Harry Annesley, and had to-day heard a story very much, as she thought, to his discredit. "Is your daughter here?" asked Harry, with well-trained hypocrisy. Mrs. Mountjoy could not but acknowledge that Florence was in the room, and then Harry passed on in pursuit of his quarry. "Oh, Mr. Annesley, when did you come to Cheltenham?" "As soon as I heard that Mrs. Armitage was going to have a party, I began to think of coming immediately." Then an idea for the first time shot through Florence's mind, that her friend Mrs. Armitage was a woman devoted to intrigue. "What dance have you disengaged? I have something that I must tell you tonight. You don't mean to say that you will not give me one dance?" This was merely a lover's anxious doubt on his part, because Florence had not at once replied to him. "I am told that you are going away to Brussels." "Mamma is going on a visit to her brother-in-law." "And you with her?" "Of course I shall go with Mamma." All this had been said apart, while a fair-haired, lackadaisical young gentleman was standing, twiddling his thumbs, waiting to dance with Florence. At last the little book of her waist was brought forth, and Harry's name was duly inscribed. The next dance was a quadrille, and he had saw that the space after that was also vacant, so he boldly wrote down his name for both. I almost think that Florence must have suspected that Harry Annesley was to be there that night, or why should the two places have been kept vacant? "And now what is this," he began, "about your going to Brussels?" "Mamma's brother is minister there, and we are just going on a visit." "But why now? I am sure there is some special cause." Florence would not say that there was no special cause, so she could only repeat her assertion that they certainly were going to Brussels. She herself was well aware that she was to be taken out of Harry's way, and that something was expected to occur during the short month of her absence which might be detrimental to him, and also to her. But this she could not tell, nor did she like to say that the plea given by her mother was the general state of the Scarborough affairs. She did not wish to declare to this lover that that other lover was as nothing to her. "And how long are you to be away?" asked Harry. "We shall be a month with Sir Magnus, but Mamma is talking of going on afterward to the Italian lakes." "Good heavens! You will not be back, I suppose, till ever so much after Christmas." "I cannot tell. Nothing as yet has been settled. I do not know that I ought to tell you anything about it." Harry at this moment looked up, and caught the eye of Mrs. Mountjoy, as she was standing in the doorway opposite. Mrs. Mountjoy certainly looked as though no special communication as to Florence's future movements ought to be made to Harry Annesley. Then, however, it came to his turn to dance, and he had a moment allowed to him to collect his thoughts. By nothing that he could do or say could he prevent her going, and he could only use the present moment to the best purpose in his power. He bethought himself then that he had never received from her a word of encouragement, and that such a word, if ever to be spoken, should be forthcoming that night. What might not happen to a girl who was passing the balmy Christmas months amid the sweet shadows of an Italian lake? Harry's ideas of an Italian lake were, in truth, at present somewhat vague, but future months were, to his thinking, interminable. The present moment only was his own. The dance was now finished. "Come and take a walk," said Harry. "I think I will go to Mamma." Florence had seen her mother's eye fixed upon her. "Oh, come, that won't do at all," said Harry, who had already got her hand within his arm. "A fellow is always entitled to 5 minutes, and then I am down for the next waltz." "Oh, no!" "But I am, and you can't get out of it now. Oh, Florence, will you answer me a question, one question? I asked it you before, and you did not vouchsafe me any answer." "You asked me no question," said Florence, who remembered to the last syllable every word that had been said to her on that occasion. "Did I not? I am sure you knew what it was that I intended to ask." Florence could not but think that this was quite another thing. "Oh, Florence, can you love me?" Had she given her ears for it, she could not have told him the truth then, on the spur of the moment. Her mother's eye was, she knew, watching her through the doorway all the way across from the other room, and yet, had her mother asked her, she would have answered boldly that she did love Harry Annesley, and intended to love him for ever and ever with all her heart. and she would have gone farther if cross-questioned, and have declared that she regarded him already as her lord and master. But now she had not a word to say to him. All she knew was that he had now pledged himself to her, and that she intended to keep him to his pledge. "May I not have one word?" he said. "One word." What could he want with a word more? Thought Florence. Her silence now was as good as any speech. But as he did want more, she would, after her own way, reply to him. So there came upon his arm the slightest possible sense of pressure from those sweet fingers, and Harry Annesley was on a sudden carried up among azure-tinted clouds into the farthest heaven of happiness. After a moment he stood still, and passed his fingers through his hair and waved his head as a god might do it. She had now made him a solemn promise that which no words could be more binding. "Oh, Florence," he exclaimed, "I must have you alone with me for one moment." For what could he want her alone for any moment? Thought Florence. There was her mother still looking at them, but for her Harry did not now care one straw, nor did he hate those bright Italian lakes with nearly so strong a feeling of abhorrence. "Florence, you are now all my own." There came another slightest pressure, slight, but so eloquent from those fingers. "I hate dancing. How is a fellow to dance now? I shall run against everybody. I can see no one. I should be sure to make a fool of myself. No, I don't want to dance even with you. No, certainly not. Let you dance with somebody else, and you engaged to me. Well, if I must, of course I must. I declare, Florence, you have not spoken a single word to me, though there is so much that you must have to say. What have you got to say? What a question to ask! You must tell me. Oh, you know what you have got to tell me. The sound of it will be the sweetest music that a man can possibly hear." "You knew it all, Harry," she whispered. "But I want to hear it. Oh, Florence, Florence, I do not think you can understand how completely I am beyond myself with joy. I cannot dance again and will not. Oh, my wife, my wife!" "Hush!" said Florence, afraid that the very walls might hear the sound of Harry's words. "What does it signify though all the world knew it?" "Oh, yes." "That I should have been so fortunate. That is what I cannot understand. Poor Mountjoy, I do feel for him, that he should have had the start of me so long, and have done nothing." "Nothing," whispered Florence. "And I have done everything. I am so proud of myself that I think I must look almost like a hero." They had now got to the extremity of the room, near an open window, and Florence found that she was able to say one word. "You are my hero." The sound of this nearly drove him mad with joy. He forgot all his troubles, Prodgers, the policeman, Augustus Scarborough, and that fellow whom he hated so much, Septimus Jones. What were they all to him now? He had set his mind upon one thing of value, and he had got it. Florence had promised to be his, and he was sure that she would never break her word to him. But he felt that for the full enjoyment of his triumph he must be alone somewhere with Florence for 5 minutes. He had not actually explained to himself why, but he knew that he wished to be alone with her. At present there was no prospect of any such 5 minutes, but he must say something in preparation for some future 5 minutes at a time to come. Perhaps it might be tomorrow, though he did not at present see how that might be possible, for Mrs. Mountjoy, he knew, would shut her door against him, and Mrs. Mountjoy was already prowling around the room after her daughter. Harry saw her as he got Florence to an opposite door, and there for the moment escaped with her. "And now," he said, "how am I to manage to see you before you go to Brussels?" "I do not know that you can see me." "Do you mean that you are to be shut up, and that I am not allowed to approach you?" "I do mean it. Mamma is, of course, attached to her nephew." "What, after all that has passed?" "Why not? Is he to blame for what his father has done?" Harry felt that he could not press the case against Captain Scarborough without some want of generosity, and though he had told Florence once about that dreadful midnight meeting, he could say nothing farther on that subject. "Of course, mamma thinks that I am foolish." "But why?" he asked. "Because she doesn't see with my eyes, Harry. We need not say anything more about it at present. It is so, and therefore I am going to Brussels. You have made this opportunity for yourself before I start. Perhaps I have been foolish to be taken off my guard." "Don't say that, Florence." "I shall think so, unless you can be discreet. Harry, you will have to wait. You remember that we must wait. But I shall not change." "Nor I, nor I." "I think not, because I trust you. Here is mamma, and now I must leave you, but I shall tell mamma everything before I go to bed." Then Mrs. Mountjoy came up and took Florence away with a few words of most disdainful greeting to Harry Annesley. When Florence was gone, Harry felt that as the sun and the moon and the stars had all set, and as absolute darkness reigned throughout the rooms, he might as well escape into the street, where there was no one but the police to watch him, as he threw his hat up into the air in his exultation. But before he did so, he had to pass by Mrs. Armitage and thank her for all her kindness, for he was aware how much she had done for him on his present circumstances. "Oh, Mrs. Armitage, I am so obliged to you. No fellow was ever so obliged to a friend before." "How has it gone off? For Mrs. Mountjoy has taken Florence home." "Oh, yes, she has taken her away, but she hasn't shut the stable door till the steed has been stolen." "Oh, the steed has been stolen?" "Yes, I think so, I do think so." "And that poor man who has disappeared is nowhere." "Men who disappear are never anywhere. But I do flatter myself that if he had held his ground and kept his property, the result would have been the same." "I dare say." "Don't suppose, Mrs. Armitage, that I am taking any pride to myself. Why on earth Florence should have taken a fancy to such a fellow as I cannot imagine." "Oh, no, not in the least." "It's all very well for you to laugh, Mrs. Armitage, but as I have thought of it all, I have sometimes been in despair." "But now you are not in despair." "No, indeed. Just now I am triumphant. I have thought so often that I was a fool to love her, because everything was so much against me. I have wondered that you continued. It always seemed to me that there wasn't a ghost of a chance for you. Mr. Armitage bade me give it all up, because he was sure you would never do any good." "I don't care how much you laugh at me, Mrs. Armitage." "Let those laugh who win." Then he rushed out into the Paragon, and absolutely did throw up his hat in the air in his triumph. End of chapter 12. Recording by Brooke Cunningham from Knoxville, Tennessee. Chapter 13 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brooke Cunningham. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 13. Mrs. Mountjoy's Anger. Florence, as she went home in the fly with her mother after the party at which Harry had spoken to her so openly, did not find the little journey very happy. Mrs. Mountjoy was a woman endowed with the strong power of wishing rather than of willing, of desiring rather than of contriving, but she was one who could make herself very unpleasant when she was thwarted. Her daughter was now at last fully determined that if she ever married anybody, that person should be Harry Annesley. Having once pressed his arm in token of assent, she had, as it were, given herself away to him, so that no reasoning, no expostulations could, she thought, change her purpose, and she had much more power of bringing about her proposed design than had her mother. But her mother could be obstinate and self-willed, and would, for the time, make herself disagreeable. Florence had assured her lover that everything should be told her mother that night before she went to bed, but Mrs. Mountjoy did not wait to be simply told. No sooner were they seated in the fly together than she began to make her inquiries. "What has that man been saying to you?" she demanded. Florence was at once offended by hearing her lover so spoken of, and could not simply tell the story of Harry's successful courtship, as she had intended. "Mamma," she said, "why do you speak of him like that?" "Because he is a scamp." "No, he is no scamp. It is very unkind of you to speak in such terms of one whom you know is very dear to me." "I do not know it. He ought not to be dear to you at all. You have been for years intended for another purpose." This was intolerable to Florence, this idea that she should have been considered as capable of being intended for the purposes of other people, and a resolution at once was formed in her mind that she would let her mother know that such intentions were futile. But for the moment she sat silent. A journey home at 12 o'clock at night in a fly was not the time for the expression of her resolution. "I say he is a scamp," said Mrs. Mountjoy. "During all these inquiries that have been made after your cousin he has known all about it." "He has not known all about it," said Florence. "You contradict me in a very impertinent manner, and cannot be acquainted with the circumstances. The last person who saw your cousin in London was Mr. Henry Annesley, and yet he has not said a word about it, while search was being made on all sides. And he saw him under circumstances most suspicious in their nature, so suspicious as to have made the police arrest him if they were aware of them. He had at the moment grossly insulted Captain Scarborough." "No, mamma, no, it was not so." "How do you know? How can you tell?" "I do know, and I can tell. The ill usage had come from the other side." "Then you, too, have known the secret, and have said nothing about it? You, too, have been aware of the violence which took place at that midnight meeting? You have been aware of what befell your cousin, the man to whom you were all but engaged, and you have held your tongue at the instigation, no doubt, of Mr. Henry Annesley. Oh, Florence, you also will find yourself in the hands of the policeman." At this moment the fly drew up at the door of the house in Montpelier Place, and the two ladies had to get out and walk up the steps into the hall, where they were congratulated on their early return from the party by the lady's maid. "Mamma, I will go to bed," said Florence, as soon as she reached her mother's room. "I think you had better, my dear, though heaven knows what disturbances there may be during the night." By this Mrs. Mountjoy had intended to imply that Prodgers, the policeman, might probably lose not a moment more before he would at once proceed to arrest Miss Mountjoy for the steps she had taken in regard to the disappearance of Captain Scarborough. She had heard from Harry Annesley the fact that he had been brutally attacked by the captain in the middle of the night in the streets of London, and for this, in accordance with her mother's theory, she was to be dragged out of bed by a constable, and that, probably, before the next morning should have come. There was something in this so ludicrous as regarded the truth of the story, and yet so cruel as coming from her mother, that Florence hardly knew whether to cry or laugh as she laid her head upon the pillow. But in the morning, as she was thinking that the facts of her own position had still to be explained to her mother, that it would be necessary that she should declare her purpose and the impossibility of change, now that she had once pledged herself to her lover, Mrs. Mountjoy came into the room and stood at her bedside, with that appearance of ghostly displeasure which always belongs to an angry old lady in a nightcap. "Well, mamma?" "Florence, there must be an understanding between us." "I hope so. I thought there always had been. I am sure, mamma, you have known that I have never liked Captain Scarborough so as to become his wife, and I think you have known that I have liked Harry Annesley." "Likings are all fiddlesticks." "No, mamma, or, if you object to the word, I will say love. You have known that I have not loved my cousin, and that I have loved this other man. That is not nonsense. That, at any rate, is a stern reality, if there be anything real in the world." "Stern! You may well call it stern." "I mean unbending, strong, not to be overcome by outside circumstances. If Mr. Annesley had not spoken to me as he did last night, could never have so spoken to me, I should have been a miserable girl, but my love for him would have been just as stern. I should have remained and thought of it, and have been unhappy through my whole life, but he has spoken, and I am exultant. That is what I mean by stern. All that is most important, at any rate, to me. I am here now to tell you that it is impossible." "Very well, mamma, then things must go on, and we must bide our time." "It is proper that I should tell you that he has disgraced himself." "Never. I will not admit it. You do not know the circumstances," exclaimed Florence. "It is most impertinent in you to pretend that you know them better than I do," said her mother indignantly. "The story was told to me by himself." "Yes, and therefore told untruly." "I grieve that you should think so of him, mamma, but I cannot help it. Where you have got your information I cannot tell, but that mine has been accurately told me I feel certain. At any rate, it is my duty to look after you and to keep you from harm. I can only do my duty to the best of my ability. Mr. Annesley is, to my thinking, a most objectionable young man, and he will, I believe, be in the hands of the police before long. Evidence will have to be given, in which your name will unfortunately be mentioned." "Why my name?" "It is not probable that he will keep it a secret, when cross-questioned, as to his having divulged the story to some one. He will declare that he has told it to you. When that time shall come, it will be well that we should be out of the country. I propose to start from here on this day week." "Uncle Magnus will not be able to have us then." "We must loiter away our time on the road. I look upon it as quite imperative that we shall both be out of England within 8 days' time of this." "But where will we go?" "Never mind. I do not know that I have as yet quite made up my mind, but you may understand that we shall start from Cheltenham this day week. Baker will go with us, and I shall leave the other 2 servants in charge of the house. I cannot tell you anything farther as yet, except that I will never consent to your marriage with Mr. Henry Annesley. You had better know that for certain, and then there will be less cause for unhappiness between us." So saying, the angry ghost with the nightcap on stalked out of the room. It need hardly be explained that Miss Mountjoy's information respecting the scene in London had come to her from Augustus Scarborough. When he told her that Annesley had been last in London to see his brother Mountjoy, and had described the nature of the scene that had occurred between them, he had no doubt forgotten that he himself had subsequently seen his brother. In the story, as he had told it, there was no need to mention himself, no necessity for such a character in making up the tragedy of that night. No doubt, according to his idea, the 2 had been alone together. Harry had struck the blow by which his brother had been injured, and had then left him in the street. Mountjoy had subsequently disappeared, and Harry had told to no one that such an encounter had taken place. This had been the meaning of Augustus Scarborough when he informed his aunt that Harry had been the last who had seen Mountjoy before his disappearance. To Mrs. Mountjoy the fact had been most injurious to Harry's character. Harry had wilfully kept the secret while all the world was at work looking for Mountjoy Scarborough, and, as far as Mrs. Mountjoy could understand, it might well be that Harry had struck the fatal blow that had sent her nephew to his long account. All the impossibilities in the case had not dawned upon her. It had not occurred to her that Mountjoy could not have been killed and his body made away without some great effort, in the performance of which the scamp would hardly have risked his life for his character. But the scamp was certainly a scamp, even though he might not be a murderer, or he would have revealed the secret. In fact, Mrs. Mountjoy believed in the matter exactly what Augustus had intended, and, so believing, had resolved that her daughter should suffer any purgatory rather than become Harry's wife. But her daughter had made her resolutions exactly in the contrary direction. She in truth did know what had been done on that night, while her mother was in ignorance. The extent of her mother's ignorance she understood, but she did not at all know where her mother had got her information. She felt that Harry's secret was at hands other than he had intended, and that someone must have spoken of the scene. It occurred to Florence at the moment that this must have come from Mountjoy himself, whom she believed, and rightly believed, to have been the only second person present on the occasion. And if he had told it to anyone, then must that anyone know where and how he had disappeared? And the information must have been given to her mother solely with the view of damaging Harry's character and of preventing Harry's marriage. Thinking of all this, Florence felt that a premeditated and foul attempt, for, as she turned it in her mind, the attempt seemed to be very foul, was being made to injure Harry. A false accusation was brought against him, and was grounded on a misrepresentation of the truth in such a manner as to subvert it altogether to Harry's injury. It should have no effect upon her. To this determination she came at once, and declared to herself solemnly that she would be true to it. An attempt was made to undermine him in her estimation, but they who made it had not known her character. She was sure of herself now, within her own bosom, that she was bound in a peculiar way to be more than ordinarily true to Harry Annesley. In such an emergency she ought to do for Harry Annesley more than a girl in common circumstances would be justified in doing for her lover. Harry was maligned, ill-used, and slandered. Her mother had been induced to call him a scamp, and to give as her reason for doing so an account of a transaction which was altogether false, though she no doubt had believed it to be true. As she thought of all this, she resolved that it was her duty to write to her lover, and tell him the story as she had heard it. It might be most necessary that he should know the truth. She would write her letter and post it, so that it should be altogether beyond her mother's control, and then would tell her mother that she had written it. She at first thought that she would keep a copy of the letter and show it to her mother, but when it was written, those first words intended for her lover's eyes, which had never been produced by her pen, she found that she could not subject those very words to her mother's hard judgment. Her letter was as follows: Dear Harry, you will be much surprised at receiving a letter from me so soon after our meeting last night, but I warn you that you must not take it amiss. I should not write now were it not that I think it may be for your interest that I should do so. I do not write to say a word about my love, of which I think you may be assured without any letter. I told Mamma last night what had occurred between us, and she of course was very angry. You will understand that, knowing how anxious she has been on behalf of my cousin Mountjoy. She has always taken his part, and I think it does Mamma great honour not to throw him over now that he is in trouble. I should never have thrown him over in his trouble had I ever cared for him at all in that way. I tell you that fairly, Master Harry. But Mamma, in speaking against you, which she was bound to do in supporting poor Mountjoy, declared that you were the last person who had seen my cousin before his disappearance, and she knew that there had been some violent struggle between you. Indeed, she knew all the truth as to that night, except that the attack had been made by Mountjoy on you. She turned the story all around, declaring that you had attacked him, which, as you perceive, gives a totally different appearance to the whole matter. Somebody has told her, though who it may have been I cannot guess, but somebody has been endeavouring to do you all the mischief he can in the matter, and has made Mamma think evil of you. She says that after attacking him, you brutally ill-using him, you had left him in the street, and had subsequently denied all knowledge of having seen him. You will perceive that somebody has been at work inventing a story to do you a mischief, and I think it right that I should tell you. But you must never believe that I shall believe anything to your discredit. It would be to my discredit now. I know that you are good, and true, and noble, and that you would not do anything so foul as this. It is because I know this that I have loved you, and shall always love you. Let Mamma and others say what they will, you are now to me all the world. Oh, Harry, Harry, when I think of it, how serious it seems to me, and yet how joyful! I exult in you, and will do so, let them say what they may against you. You will be sure of that always. Will you not be sure of it? But you must not write a line in answer, not even to give me your assurance. That must come when we shall meet at length, say after a dozen years or so. I shall tell Mamma of this letter, which circumstances seem to demand, and shall assure her that you will write no answer to it. Oh, Harry, you will understand all that I might say of my feelings in regard to you. Your own, Florence. This letter, when she had written it, and copied it fair, and posted the copy in the pill-box close by, she found that she could not, in any way, show absolutely to her mother. In spite of all her efforts, it had become a love letter. And what genuine love letter can a girl show even to her mother? But she at once told her of what she had done. Mamma, I have written a letter to Harry Annesley. You have? Yes, Mamma. I have thought it right to tell him what you heard about that night. And you have done this without my permission, without even telling me what you were going to do. If I had asked you, you would have told me not. Of course I should have told you not. Good gracious! Has it come to this, that you correspond with the young gentleman without my leave, and when you know that I would not have given it? Ma, in this instance it was necessary. Who was to judge of that? If he is to be my husband. But he is not to be your husband. You are never to speak to him again. You shall never be allowed to meet him. You shall be taken abroad, and there you shall remain, and he shall hear nothing about you. If he attempts to correspond with you, he will not. How do you know? I have told him not to write. Told him, indeed! Much he will mind such telling. I shall give your Uncle Magnus full account of it all, and ask for his advice. He is a man in a high position, and perhaps you may think it fit to obey him, although you utterly refuse to be guided in any way by your mother. Then the conversation for the moment came to an end, but Florence, as she left her mother, assured herself that she could not promise any close obedience to any such matters to Sir Magnus. End of chapter 13. Recording by Brooke Cunningham from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Chapter 14 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 14. They arrive in Brussels. For some weeks after the party at Mrs. Armitage's house, and the subsequent explanations with her mother, Florence was made to suffer many things. First came the 1 week before they started, which was perhaps the worst of all. This was specially embittered by the fact that Mrs. Mountjoy absolutely refused to divulge her plans as they were made. There was still a fortnight before she could be received at Brussels, and as to that fortnight she would tell nothing. Her knowledge of human nature probably went so far as to teach her that she could thus most torment her daughter. It was not that she wished to torment her in a revengeful spirit.
She was quite certain within her own bosom that she did all in love. She was devoted to her daughter, but she was thwarted, and therefore told herself that she could best father the girl's interests by tormenting her. It was not meditated revenge, but that revenge which springs up without any meditation, and is often therefore the most bitter. "I must bring her nose to the grindstone," was the manner in which she would have probably expressed her thoughts to herself. Consequently, Florence's nose was brought to the grindstone, and the operation made her miserable. She would not, however, complain when she had discovered what her mother was doing. She asked such questions as appeared to be natural, and put up with replies which purposely withheld all information. "Mamma, have you not settled on what day we shall start?" "No, my dear." "Mamma, where are we going?" "I cannot tell you as yet. I am by no means sure myself." "I shall be glad to know, mamma, what I am to pack up for use on the journey." "Just the same as you would do on any journey." Then Florence held her tongue, and consoled herself with thinking of Harry Annesley. At last the day came, and she knew that she was to be taken to Boulogne. Before this time she had received one letter from Harry, full of love, full of thanks, just what a lover's letter ought to have been. But yet she was disturbed by it. It had been delivered to herself in the usual way, and she might have concealed the receipt of it from her mother, because the servants in the house were all on her side. But this would not be in accordance with the conduct which she had arranged for herself, and she told her mother. "It is just an acknowledgment of mine to him. It was to have been expected, but I regret it." "I do not ask to see it," said Mrs. Mountjoy angrily. "I could not show it you, mamma, though I think it right to tell you of it." "I do not ask to see it, I tell you. I never wish to hear his name again from your tongue. But I knew how it would be, of course. I cannot allow this kind of thing to go on. It must be prevented." "It will not go on, mamma." "But it has gone on. You tell me that he has already written. Do you think it proper that you should correspond with a young man of whom I do not approve?" Florence endeavoured to reflect whether she did think it proper or not. She thought it quite proper that she should love Harry Annesley with all her heart, but was not quite sure as to the correspondence. "At any rate, you must understand," continued Mrs. Mountjoy, "that I will not permit it. All letters, while we are abroad, must be brought to me, and if any come from him, they shall be sent back to him. I do not wish to open his letters, but you cannot be allowed to receive them. When we are at Brussels, I shall consult your uncle upon the subject. I am very sorry, Florence, that there should be this cause of quarrel between us, but it is your doing." "Oh, mamma, why should you be so hard?" "I am hard because I will not allow you to accept a young man who has, I believe, behaved very badly, and who has got nothing of his own." "He is his uncle's heir." We know what that may come to. Mountjoy was his father's heir, and nothing could be entailed more strictly than Tretton. We know what entails have come to there. Mr. Prosper will find some way of escaping from it. Entails go for nothing now, and I hear that he thinks so badly of his nephew that he has already quarrelled with him, and he is quite a young man himself. I cannot think how you can be so foolish, you who declared that you are throwing your cousin over because he is no longer to have all his father's property." "Oh, mamma, that is not true." "Very well, my dear." "I never allowed it to be said in my name that I was engaged to my cousin Mountjoy." "Very well. I will never allow it to be said in my name that with my consent you are engaged to Mr. Henry Annesley." 6 or 7 days after this they were settled together most uncomfortably in a hotel at Boulogne. Mrs. Mountjoy had gone there because there was no other retreat to which she could take her daughter, and because she had resolved to remove her from beyond the sphere of Harry Annesley's presence. She had at first thought of Ostend, But it seemed to her that Ostend was within the kingdom reigned over by Sir Magnus, and that there would be some impropriety in removing from thence to the capital in which Sir Magnus was reigning. It was as though you were to sojourn for 3 days at the park gates before you were entertained at the mansion. Therefore they stayed at Boulogne, and Mrs. Mountjoy tried the bathing, cold as the water was with equinoctial gales, in order that there might be the appearance of a reason for her being at Boulogne. And for company's sake, and in the hope of maintaining some fellowship with her mother, Florence bathed also. "Mamma, he has not written again," said Florence, coming up one day from the stand. "I suppose that you are impatient." "Why should there be a quarrel between us? I am not impatient. If you would only believe me, it would be so much more happy for both of us. You always used to believe me." "That was before you knew Mr. Harry Annesley." There was something in this very aggravating, something specially intended to excite angry feelings. But Florence was determined to forbear. "I think you may believe me, mamma. I am your own daughter, and I shall not deceive you. I do consider myself engaged to Mr. Annesley." "You need not tell me that." "But while I am living with you, I will promise not to receive letters from him without your leave. If one should come, I will bring it to you, unopened, so that you may deal with it as though it had been delivered to yourself. I care nothing about my uncle as to this affair. What he may say cannot affect me, but what you say does affect me very much. I will promise neither to write nor to hear from Mr. Annesley for 3 months. Will not that satisfy you?" Mrs. Mountjoy would not say that it did satisfy her, but she somewhat mitigated her treatment of her daughter until they arrived together at Sir Magnus's mansion. They were shown through the great hall by 3 lackeys into an inner vestibule, where they encountered the great man himself. He was just then preparing to be put on to his horse, and Lady Mountjoy had already gone forth in her carriage for her daily airing, with the object, in truth, of avoiding the newcomers. "My dear Sarah," said Sir Magnus, "I hope I have the pleasure of seeing you and my niece very well. Let me see, your name is—" "My name is Florence," said the young lady so interrogated. "Ah, yes, to be sure. I shall forget my own name soon. If anyone was to call me Magnus without the Sir, I shouldn't know whom they meant." Then he looked his niece in the face, and it occurred to him that Anderson might not improbably desire to flirt with her. Anderson was the riding attaché, who always accompanied him on horseback, and of whom Lady Mountjoy had predicted that he would be sure to flirt with the minister's niece. At that moment Anderson himself came in, and some ceremony of introduction took place. Anderson was a fair-haired, good-looking young man, with that thorough look of self-satisfaction and conceit which attachés are much more wont to exhibit than to deserve. For the work of an attaché at Brussels is not of a nature to bring forth the highest order of intellect, but the occupations are of a nature to make a young man feel that he is not like other young men. "I am so sorry that Lady Mountjoy has just gone out. She did not expect you till the later train. You have been staying at Boulogne. What on earth made you stay at Boulogne?" "Bathing," said Mrs. Mountjoy in a low voice. "Ah, yes, I suppose so. Why did you not come to Ostend? There is better bathing there, and I could have done something for you. What? Horses ready, are they? I must go out and show myself, or otherwise they will think that I am dead. If I were absent from the boulevard at this time of day, I should be put into the newspapers. Where is Mrs. Richards?" Then the 2 guests, with their own special baker, were made over to the ministerial housekeeper, and Sir Magnus went forth upon his ride. "She's a pretty girl, that niece of mine," said Sir Magnus. "Uncommonly pretty," said the attaché. "But I believe she's engaged to someone. I quite forget who, but I know there is some aspirant." Therefore you had better keep your toe in your pump, young man." "I don't know that I shall keep my toe in my pump because there is another aspirant," said Anderson. "You rather whet my ardour, sir, to new exploits. In such circumstances one is inclined to think that the aspirant must look after himself. Not that I can see for a moment that Miss Mountjoy should ever look after me." When Mrs. Mountjoy came down to the drawing-room, there seemed to be quite a party collected to enjoy the hospitality of Sir Magnus. But there were not, in truth, many more than the usual number at the board. There were Lady Mountjoy and Miss Abbot, and Mr. Anderson with Mr. Montgomery Arbuthnot, the two attachés. Mr. Montgomery Arbuthnot was especially proud of his name, but was otherwise rather a humble young man as an attaché, having as yet been only 3 months with Sir Magnus, and desirous of perfecting himself in Foreign Office manners under the tuition of Mr. Anderson. Mr. Blow, Secretary of Legation, was not there. He was a married man of austere manners, who, to tell the truth, looked down from a considerable height as regarded Foreign Office knowledge upon his chief. It was Mr. Blow who did the grinding on behalf of the Belgian legation, and who sometimes did not hesitate to let it be known that such was the fact. Neither he nor Mrs. Blow was popular at the embassy, or it may perhaps be said with more truth that the embassy was not popular with Mr. and Mrs. Blow. It may be stated also that there was a clerk attached to the establishment, Mr. Bunderdown, who had been there for some years, and who was good-naturedly regarded by the English inhabitants as a third attaché. Mr. Montgomery Arbuthnot did his best to let it be understood that this was a mistake. In the affairs of the legation, which no doubt did not go beyond the legation, Mr. Bunderdown generally sided with Mr. Blow. Mr. Montgomery Arbuthnot was recognized as a second mounted attaché, though his attendance on the boulevard was not as constant as that of Mr. Anderson, in consequence, probably, of the fact that he had not a horse of his own. But there were others also present. There was Sir Thomas Tresham with his wife, who had been sent over to inquire into the iron trade of Belgium. He was a learned free trader who could not be got to agree with the old familiar views of Sir Magnus, who thought that the more iron that was produced in Belgium, the less would be forthcoming from England. But Sir Thomas knew better, and as Sir Magnus was quite unable to hold his own with the political economist, he gave him many dinners and was civil to his wife. Sir Thomas, no doubt, felt that in doing so Sir Magnus did all that could be expected from him. Lady Tresham was a quiet little woman, who could endure to be patronized by Lady Mountjoy without annoyance. And there was Monsieur Grascour from the Belgian Foreign Office, who spoke English so much better than the other gentlemen present that a stranger might have supposed him to be a schoolmaster, whose mission it was to instruct the English embassy in their own language. "Oh, Mrs. Mountjoy, I am so ashamed of myself," said Lady Mountjoy, as she waddled into the room 2 minutes after the guests had been assembled. She had a way of waddling that was quite her own, and which they who knew her best declared that she had adopted in lieu of other graces of manner. She puffed a little also, and did contrive to attract peculiar attention. "But I have to be in my carriage every day at the same hour. I don't know what would be thought of us if we were absent." Then she turned with a puff and a waddle to Miss Abbot. "Dear Lady Tresham was with us." Mrs. Mountjoy murmured something as to her satisfaction at not having delayed the carriage party, and bethought herself how exactly similar had been the excuse made by Sir Magnus himself. Then Lady Mountjoy gave another little puff, and assured Florence that she hoped she would find Brussels sufficiently gay. "Not that we pretend at all to equal Paris." "We live at Cheltenham," said Florence, "and that is not at all like Paris. Indeed, I never slept but 2 nights at Paris in my life." "Then we shall do very well at Brussels." After this she waddled off again, and was stopped in her waddling by Sir Magnus, who sternly desired her to prepare for the august ceremony of going into dinner. The one period of real importance at the English embassy was, no doubt, the daily dinner hour. Florence found herself seated between Mr. Anderson, who had taken her in, and Monsieur Grascour, who had performed the same ceremony for her ladyship. "I am sure you will like this little capital very much," said Monsieur Grascour. "It is as much nicer than Paris as it is smaller and less pretentious." Florence could only assent. "You will soon be able to learn something of us. But in Paris you must be to the manner born, or half a lifetime will not suffice." "We'll put you up to the time of day," said Mr. Anderson, who did not choose, as he said afterward, that this titbit should be taken out of his mouth. "I dare say that all I shall want will come naturally without any putting up." "You won't find it amiss to know a little of what's what. You have not got a riding horse here?" "Oh, no," said Florence. "I was going on to say that I can manage to secure one for you. Billibong has got an excellent horse that carried the Princess of Styria last year." Mr. Anderson was supposed to be peculiarly up to everything concerning horses. "But I have not got a habit. That is a much more serious affair." "Well, yes. Billibong does not keep habits. I wish he did. But we can manage that too. There does live a habit maker in Brussels." "Ladies' habits certainly are made in Brussels," said Monsieur Grascour. "But if Miss Mountjoy does not choose to trust a Belgian tailor, there is the railway open to her. An English habit can be sent." "Dear Lady Centaur had one sent to her only last year when she was staying here," said Lady Mountjoy across her neighbour, with two little puffs. "I shall not at all want the habit," said Florence, "not having a horse, and indeed never being accustomed to ride at all." "Do tell me what it is that you do," said Mr. Anderson, with a convenient whisper, when he found that Monsieur Grascour had fallen into conversation with her ladyship. "Lawn tennis?" "I do play at lawn tennis, though I am not wedded to it." "Billiards? I know you play billiards." "I never struck a ball in my life." "Goodness gracious, how odd! Don't you ever amuse yourself at all? Are they so very devotional at Cheltenham?" "I suppose we are stupid. I don't know that I ever do especially amuse myself." "We must teach you. We really must teach you. I think I may boast of myself that I am a good instructor in that line. Will you promise to put yourself into my hands?" "You will find me a most unpromising pupil." "Not in the least. I will undertake that when you leave this you shall be au fait at everything. Leapfrog is not too heavy for me, and spillikins not too light. I am up to them all, from backgammon to a cotillion. Not but what I prefer the cotillion for my own taste." "Or leapfrog, perhaps," said Florence. "Well, yes. Leapfrog used to be a good game at Gotha's school, and I don't see why we shouldn't have it back again. Ladies, of course, must have a costume on purpose, but I am fond of anything that requires a costume. Don't you like everything out of the common way? I do." Florence assured him that their tastes were wholly dissimilar, as she liked everything in the common way. "That's what I call an uncommonly pretty girl," he said afterwards to Monsieur Grascour, while Sir Magnus was talking to Sir Thomas. "What an eye!" "Yes, indeed, she is very lovely." "My word, you may say that. And such a turn of the shoulders! I don't say which are the best looking as a rule, English or Belgians, but there are very few of either to come up to her." "Anderson, can you tell us how many tons of steel rails they turn out at Liège every week? Sir Thomas asks me just as though it were the simplest question in the world." 40 million, said Anderson, more or less. 20,000 would perhaps be nearer the mark, said Monsieur Grascour, but I will send him the exact amount tomorrow. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 15. Mr. Anderson's Love. Lady Mountjoy had certainly prophesied the truth when she said that Mr. Anderson would devote himself to Florence. The first week in Brussels passed quietly enough. A young man can hardly declare his passion within a week, and Mr. Anderson's ways in that particular were well known. A certain amount of licence was usually given to him, both by Sir Magnus and Lady Mountjoy, and when he would become remarkable by the rapidity of his changes, the only adverse criticism would come generally from Mr. Blow. "Another peerless bird of paradise," Mr. Blow would say. "If the birds were less numerous, Anderson might, perhaps, do something." But at the end of the week, on this occasion, even Sir Magnus perceived that Anderson was about to make himself peculiar. "By George!" he said one morning, when Sir Magnus had just left the outer office, which he had entered with the object of giving some instruction as to the day's ride. "Take her altogether, I never saw a girl so fit as Miss Mountjoy." There was something very remarkable in this speech, as, according to his usual habit of life, Anderson would certainly have called her Florence, whereas his present appellation showed an unwonted respect. "What do you mean when you say that a young lady is fit?" said Mr. Blow. "I mean that she is right all round, which is a great deal more than can be said of most of them." "The divine Florence," began Mr. Montgomery Arbuthnot, struggling to say something funny. "Young man, you had better hold your tongue and not talk of young ladies in that language." "I do believe that he is going to fall in love," said Mr. Blow. "I say that Miss Mountjoy is the fittest girl I have seen for many a day, and when a young puppy calls her the divine Florence, he does not know what he is about." "Why didn't you blow Mr. Blow up when he called her a bird of paradise?" said Montgomery Arbuthnot. "Divine Florence is not half so disrespectful of a young lady as bird of paradise. Divine Florence means divine Florence, but bird of paradise is chaff." "Mr. Blow is a married man," said Anderson, "has a certain freedom allowed him. If he uses it in bad taste, the evil falls back upon his own head. Now, if you please, we'll change the conversation." From this it will be seen that Mr. Anderson had really fallen in love with Miss Mountjoy. But though the week had passed in a harmless way to Sir Magnus and Lady Mountjoy, in a harmless way to them as regarded their niece and their attaché, a certain amount of annoyance had no doubt been felt by Florence herself. Though Mr. Anderson's expressions of admiration had been more subdued than usual, though he had endeavoured to whisper his love rather than to talk it out loud, still the admiration had been both visible and audible, and especially so to Florence herself. It was nothing to Sir Magnus, with whom his attaché flirted. Anderson was the younger son of a baronet who had a sickly elder brother and some fortune of his own. If he chose to marry the girl, that would be well for her, and if not, it would be quite well that the young people should amuse themselves. He expected Anderson to help him to put him on his horse, and to ride with him at the appointed hour. He in return gave Anderson his dinner, and as much wine as he chose to drink. They were both satisfied with each other, and Sir Magnus did not choose to interfere with the young man's amusements. But Florence did not like being the subject of a young man's love-making, and complained to her mother. Now it had come to pass that not a word had been said as to Harry Annesley since the mother and daughter had reached Brussels. Mrs. Mountjoy had declared that she would consult her brother-in-law in that difficulty, but no such consultation had as yet taken place. Indeed, Florence would not have found her sojourn at Brussels to be unpleasant, were it not for Mr. Anderson's unpalatable little whispers. She had taken them as jokes as long as she had been able to do so, but was now at last driven to perceive that other people would not do so. "Mamma," she said, "don't you think that Mr. Anderson is an odious young man?" "No, my dear, by no means. What is there odious about him? He is very lively. He is the second son of Sir Gregory Anderson, and has very comfortable means of his own." "Oh, mamma, what does that signify?" "Well, my dear, it does signify. In the first place, he is a gentleman, and in the next, has a right to make himself attentive to any young lady in your position. I don't say anything more. I'm not particularly wedded to Mr. Anderson. If he were to come to me and ask me for my permission to address you, I should simply refer him to yourself, by which I should mean to imply that if he could contrive to recommend himself to you, I should not refuse my sanction." Then the subject for that moment dropped. But Florence was astonished to find that her mother could talk about it, not only without reference to Harry Annesley, but also without an apparent thought of Mountjoy Scarborough. And it was distressing to her to think that her mother should pretend to feel that she, her own daughter, should be free to receive the advances of another suitor. As she reflected, it came across her mind that Harry was so odious her mother would have been willing to accept, on her behalf, any suitor who presented himself, even though her daughter, in accepting him, should have proved herself to be heartless. Any alternative would have been better to her mother than that choice to which Florence had determined to devote her whole life. "Mamma," she said, going back to the subject on the next day, "if I am to stay here for 3 weeks longer—" "Yes, my dear, you are to stay here for 3 weeks longer." "Then somebody must say something to Mr. Anderson." "I do not see who can say it but yourself. As far as I can see, he has not misbehaved." "I wish you would speak to my uncle." "What am I to tell him?" "That I am engaged." "He would ask me to whom, and I cannot tell him. I should then be driven to put the whole case in his hands, and to ask his advice. You do not suppose that I am going to say that you are engaged to marry that odious young man? All the world knows how atrociously badly he has behaved to your own cousin. He left him lying for dead in the street by a blow from his own hand. And though from that day to this nothing has been heard of Mountjoy, nothing is known to the police of what may have been his fate. Even stranger, he may have perished under the usage which he received. Yet Mr. Annesley has not thought it right to say a word of what had occurred. He has not dared even to tell an inspector of police the events of that night. And the young man was your own cousin, to whom you were known to have been promised for the last 2 years." "No, no," said Florence. "I say that it was so. You were promised to your cousin Mountjoy Scarborough." "Not with my own consent." "All your friends, your natural friends, knew that it was to be so. And now you expect me to take by the hand this young man who has almost been his murderer." "No, mamma, it is not true. You do not know the circumstances, and you assert things which are directly at variance with the truth." "From whom do you get your information?" "From the young man himself." "Is that likely to be true? What would Sir Magnus say as to that, were I to tell him?" "I do not know what he would say, but I do know what is the truth. And can you think it possible that I should now be willing to accept this foolish young man, in order thus to put an end to my embarrassments?" Then she left her mother's room, and retreating to her own, sat for a couple of hours thinking, partly in anger and partly in grief, of the troubles of her situation. Her mother had now, in truth, frightened her as to Harry's position. She did begin to see what men might say of him, and the way in which they might speak of his silence. though she was resolved to be as true to him in her faith as ever, some exertion of spirit would indeed be necessary. She was beginning to understand in what way the outside world might talk of Harry Annesley, of the man to whom she had given herself and her whole heart. Then her mother was right, and as she thought of it, she began to justify her mother. It was natural that her mother should believe the story which had been told to her, let it have come from where it might. There was in her mind some suspicion of the truth. She acknowledged a great animosity to her cousin Augustus, and regarded him as one of the causes of her unhappiness. But she knew nothing of the real facts. She did not even suspect that Augustus had seen his brother after Harry had dealt with him, or that he was responsible for his own brother's absence. But she knew she disliked him, and in some way she connected his name with Harry's misfortune. Of one thing she was certain: let them, the Mountjoys and Prospers and the rest of the world, think and say what they would of Harry, she would be true to him. She could understand that his character might be made to suffer, but it should not suffer in her estimation, or rather, let it suffer ever so, that should not affect her love and her truth. She did not say this to herself. By saying it even to herself she would have committed some default of truth. She did not whisper it even to her own heart. But within her heart there was a feeling that, let Harry be right or wrong in what he had done, even let it be proved to the satisfaction of all the world that he had sinned grievously when he had left the man stunned and bleeding on the pavement, for to such details her mother's story had gone, still to her he should be braver, more noble, more manly, more worthy of being loved than was any other man. She, perceiving the difficulties that were in store for her, and looking forward to the misfortune under which Harry might be placed, declared to herself that he should at least have one friend who would be true to him. "Miss Mountjoy, I have come to you with a message from your aunt." This was said 3 or 4 days after the conversation between Florence and her mother, by Mr. Anderson, who had contrived to follow the young lady into a small drawing room after luncheon. What was the nature of his message is not necessary for us to know. We may be sure that it had been manufactured by Mr. Anderson for the occasion. He had looked about and spied, and had discovered that Miss Mountjoy was alone in the little room. And in thus spying we consider him to have been perfectly justified. His business at the moment was that of making love, a business which is allowed to override all other considerations. Even the making an office copy of a report made by Mr. Blow for the signature of Sir Magnus might, according to our view of life, have been properly laid aside for such a purpose. When a young man has it in him to make love to a young lady, and is earnest in his intention, no duty, however paramount, should be held as a restraint. Such was Mr. Anderson's intention at the present moment, and therefore we think he was justified in concocting a message from Lady Mountjoy. The business of love-making warrants any concoction to which the lover may resort. "But oh, Miss Mountjoy, I am so glad to have a moment in which I can find you alone." It must be understood that the amorous young gentleman had not yet been acquainted with the young lady for quite a fortnight. "I was just about to go upstairs to my mother," said Florence, rising to leave the room. "Oh, bother your mother!" "I beg her pardon, and yours. I really didn't mean it. There is such a lot of chaff going on in that outer room that a fellow falls into the way of it whether he likes it or no." "My mother won't mind it at all, but I really must go." "Oh, no, I'm sure you can wait for 5 minutes. I don't want to keep you for more than 5 minutes, but it is so hard for a fellow to get an opportunity to say a few words." "What words can you want to say to me, Mr. Anderson?" This she said with a look of great surprise, as though utterly unable to imagine what was to follow. Well, I did hope that you might have some idea of what my feelings are. Not in the least. Haven't you now? I suppose I am bound to believe you, though I doubt whether I quite do. Pray excuse me for saying this, but it is best to be open. Florence felt that he ought to be excused for doubting her, as she did know very well what was coming. I come? Then I love you. If I were to go on beating about the bush for 12 months, I could only come to the same conclusion. Perhaps you might have then considered it better. Not in the least. Fancy considering such a thing as that for 12 months before you speak of it. I couldn't do it. Not for 12 days. So I perceive, Mr. Anderson. Well, isn't it best to speak the truth when you're quite sure of it? If I were to remain dumb for 3 months, how should I know but what someone else might come in the way? But you can't expect that I should be so sudden. That's just where it is. Of course I don't. And yet girls have to be sudden too. Have they? They're expected to be ready with their answer as soon as they're asked. I don't say this by way of impertinence, but merely to show that I have some justification. Of course, if you like to say that you must take a week to think of it, I am prepared for that. Only let me tell my own story first. You shall tell your own story, Mr. Anderson, but I'm afraid that it can be to no purpose. Don't say that. Pray, don't say that. But do let me tell it. Then he paused, but as she remained silent, after a moment he resumed the eloquence of his appeal. By George, Miss Mountjoy, I have been so struck of a heap that I do not know whether I am standing on my head or my heels. You have knocked me so completely off my pins that I am not at all like the same person. Sir Magnus himself says that he never saw such a difference. I only say that to show that I am quite in earnest. Now, I am not quite like a fellow that has no business to fall in love with a girl. I have 400 a year, besides my place in the Foreign Office. And then, of course, there are chances. In this he alluded to his brother's failing health, of which he could not explain the details to Miss Mountjoy at the present occasion. I don't mean to say that this is very splendid, or that it is half what I would like to lay at your feet, but a competence is comfortable. Money has nothing to do with it, Mr. Anderson. What then? Perhaps it is that you don't like a fellow. What girls generally do like is devotion, and by George, you'd have that. The very ground that you tread upon is sweet to me. For beauty, I don't know how it is, but to my taste there is no one I ever saw at all like you. You fit me, well, as though you were made for me. I know another fellow might say it a deal better, but no one more truly. Miss Mountjoy, I love you with all my heart, and I want you to be my wife. Now you've got it. He had not pleaded his cause badly, and so Florence felt. That he had pleaded it hopelessly was a matter of course. But he had given rise to a feeling of gentle regard rather than of anger. He had been honest, and had contrived to make her believe him. He did not come up to her ideal of what a lover should be, but he was nearer to it than Mountjoy's Scarborough. He had touched her so closely that she determined at once to tell him the truth, thinking that she might best in this way put an end to his passion for ever. Mr. Anderson, she said, though I have known it to be vain, I have thought it best to listen to you, because you asked it. I am sure I'm awfully obliged to you, and I ought to thank you for the kind feeling you have expressed to me. Indeed, I do thank you. I believe every word you have said. It is better to show my confidence in your truth than to pretend to the humility of thinking you untrue. It is true. It is true. Every word of it. but I am engaged." Then it was sad to see the thorough change which came over the young man's face. "Of course a girl does not talk of her own little affairs to strangers, or I would let you have known this before, so as to have prevented it. But in truth I am engaged." "Does Sir Magnus know it, or Lady Mountjoy?" "I should think not." "Does your mother?" "Now you are taking advantage of my confidence, and pressing your questions too closely. But my mother does know of it. I will tell you more. She does not approve of it. But it is fixed in heaven itself. It may well be that I shall never be able to marry the gentleman to whom I allude, but most certainly I shall marry no one else. I have told you this because it seems to be necessary to your welfare, so that you may get over this passing feeling." "It is no passing feeling," said Anderson, with some tragic grandeur. "At any rate, you have now my story, and remember that it is trusted to you as a gentleman. I have told it you for a purpose." Then she walked out of the room, leaving the poor young man in temporary despair. Chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. Mr. and Miss Grey. It was now the middle of October, and it may be said that from the time in which old Mr. Scarborough had declared his intention of showing that the elder of his sons had no right to the property, Mr. Grey, the lawyer, had been so occupied with the Scarborough affairs as to have had left him hardly a moment for other considerations. He had a partner who, during these 4 months, had, in fact, carried on the business. One difficulty had grown out of another, till Mr. Grey's whole time had been occupied, and all his thoughts had been filled with Mr. Scarborough, which is a matter of much greater moment to a man than the loss of his time. The question of Mountjoy Scarborough's position had been first submitted to him in June. October had now been reached, and Mr. Grey had been out of town only for a fortnight, during which fortnight he had been occupied entirely in unravelling the mystery. He had at first refused altogether to have anything to do with the unravelling, and had desired that some other lawyer might be employed. But it had gradually come to pass that he had entered heart and soul into the case, and, with many execrations on his own part against Mr. Scarborough, could find a real interest in nothing else. He had begun his investigations with a thorough wish to discover that Mountjoy Scarborough was, in truth, the heir. Though he had never loved the young man, and, as he went on with his investigations, became aware that the whole property would go to the creditors should he succeed in proving that Mountjoy was the heir, yet for the sake of abstract honesty he was most anxious that it should be so, and he could not bear to think that he and other lawyers had been taken in by the wily craft of such a man as the Squire of Tretton. It went thoroughly against the grain with him to have to acknowledge that the estate would become the property of Augustus. But it was so, and he did acknowledge it. It was proved to him that, in spite of all the evidence which he had hitherto seen in the matter, the squire had not married his wife until after the birth of his eldest son. He did acknowledge it, and he said bravely that it must be so. Then there came down upon him a crowd of enemies, in the guise of baffled creditors, all of whom believed, or professed to believe, that he, Mr. Grey, was in league with the squire to rob them of their rights. If it could be proved that Mountjoy had no claim to the property, then would it go nominally to Augustus, who, according to their showing, was also one of the confederates, and the property could thus, they said, be divided. Very shortly the squire would be dead, and then the confederates would get everything, to the utter exclusion of poor Mr. Tyrrwhit and poor Mr. Samuel Hart and all the other poor creditors who would thus be denuded, defrauded, and robbed by a lawyer's trick. It was in this spirit that Mr. Grey was attacked by Mr. Tyrrwhit and the others, and Mr. Grey found it very hard to bear. And then there was another matter which was also very grievous to him. If it were, as he now stated, if the squire had been guilty of this fraud, to what punishment would he be subjected? Mountjoy was declared to have been innocent. Mr. Tyrrwhit, as he put the case to his own lawyers, laughed bitterly as he made this suggestion, and Augustus was, of course, innocent. Then there was renewed laughter. And Mr. Grey had, of course, been innocent. Then the laughter was very loud. Was it to be believed that anybody could be taken in by such a story as this? There was he, Mr. Tyrrwhit. He had ever been known as a sharp fellow, and Mr. Samuel Hart, who was now away on his travels, and the others. They were all of them sharp fellows. Was it to be believed that such a set of gentlemen, so keenly alive to their own interests, should be made the victims of such a trick as this? Not if they knew it. Not if Mr. Tyrrwhit knew it. It was in this shape that the matter reached Mr. Grey's ears, and then it was asked, if it were so, what would be the punishment to which they would be subjected, who had defrauded Mr. Tyrrwhit of his just claim. Mr. Tyrrwhit, who on one occasion made his way into Mr. Grey's presence, wished to get an answer to that question from Mr. Grey. "The man is dying," said Mr. Grey, solemnly. "Dying? He is not more likely to die than you are, from all I hear." At this time, rumours of Mr. Scarborough's improved health had reached the creditors in London. Mr. Tyrrwhit had begun to believe that Mr. Scarborough's dangerous condition had been part of the hoax, that there had been no surgeon's knives, no terrible operations, no moment of almost certain death. "I don't believe he's been ill at all," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "I cannot help your belief," said Mr. Grey. "But because a man doesn't die and recovers, is he on that account to be allowed to cheat people, as he has cheated me, with impunity?" "I am not going to defend Mr. Scarborough, but he has not, in fact, cheated you." "Who has? Come, do you mean to tell me that if this goes on I shall not have been defrauded of £100,000? "Did you ever see Mr. Scarborough on the matter?" "No, it was not necessary." "Or have you got his writing to any document? Have you anything to show that he knew what his son was doing when he borrowed money of you? Is it not perfectly clear that he knew nothing about it?" "Of course he knew nothing about it then, at that time. It was afterward that his fraud began. When he found that the estate was in jeopardy, then the falsehood was concocted." "Ah, there, Mr. Tyrrwhit, I can only say that I disagree with you. I must express my opinion that if you endeavour to recover your money on that plea, you will be beaten. If you can prove fraud of that kind, no doubt you can punish those who have been guilty of it, me among the number." "I say nothing of that," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "But if you have been led into your present difficulty by an illegal attempt on the part of my client to prove an illegitimate son to have been legitimate, and then to have changed his mind for certain purposes, I do not see how you are to punish him. The act will have been attempted and not completed, and it will have been an act concerning his son and not concerning you." "Not concerning me!" shrieked Mr. Tyrrwhit. "Certainly not. Legally, you are not in a position to prove that he knew that his son was borrowing money from you on the credit of the estate. As a fact, he certainly did not know it." "We shall see about that," said Mr. Tyrrwhit. "Then you must see about it, but not with my aid. As a fact, I am telling you all that I know about it. If I could, I would prove Mountjoy Scarborough to be his father's heir tomorrow. Indeed, I am altogether on your side in the matter, if you would believe it." Here Mr. Tyrrwhit again laughed. But you will not believe it, and I do not ask you to do so. As it is, we must be opposed to each other." "Where is the young man?" asked Mr. Tyrrwhit. "Ah, that is a question I am not bound to answer, even if I knew. It is a matter on which I say nothing. You have lent him money at an exorbitant rate of interest." "It is not true." "At any rate, it seems so to me, and it is out of the question that I should assist you in recovering it. You did it at your own peril, and not on my advice. Good morning, Mr. Tyrrwhit." Then Mr. Tyrrwhit went his way, not without sundry threats as to the whole Scarborough family. It was very hard upon Mr. Grey, because he certainly was an honest man, and had taken up the matter simply with the view of learning the truth. It had been whispered to him within the last day or two that Mountjoy Scarborough had lately been seen alive and gambling with reckless prodigality at Monte Carlo. It had only been told to him as probably true, but he certainly believed it. But he knew nothing of the details of his disappearance, and had not been much surprised, as he had never believed that the young man had been murdered or had made away with himself. But he had heard before of the quarrel in the street between him and Harry Annesley, and the story had been told to him so as to fall with great discredit on Harry Annesley's head. According to that story, Harry Annesley had struck his foe during the night, and had left him for dead upon the pavement. Then Mountjoy Scarborough had been missing, and Harry Annesley had told no one of the quarrel. There had been some girl in question. So much and no more Mr. Grey had heard, and was, of course, inclined to think that Harry Annesley must have behaved very badly. But of the mode of Mountjoy's subsequent escape he had heard nothing. Mr. Grey at this time was living at Fulham, in a small, old-fashioned house which overlooked the river, and was called the Manor House. He would have said that it was his custom to go home every day by an omnibus, but he did, in truth, almost always remain at his office so late as to make it necessary that he should return by a cab. He was a man fairly well-to-do in the world, as he had no one depending on him but one daughter, no one, that is to say, whom he was obliged to support. But he had a married sister with a scapegrace husband, and 6 daughters, whom, in fact, he did support. Mrs. Carroll, with the kindest intentions in the world, had come and lived near him. She had taken a genteel house in Bolsover Terrace, a genteel new house on the Fulham Road, about 1/4 of a mile from her brother. Mr. Grey lived in the old manor house, a small, uncomfortable place, which had a nook of its own, close upon the water, and with a lovely little lawn. It was certainly most uncomfortable as a gentleman's residence, but no consideration would induce Mr. Grey to sell it. There were but 2 sitting rooms in it, and one was for the most part uninhabited. The upstairs drawing-room was furnished, but anyone with half an eye could see that it was never used. A stray collar might be shown up there, but collars of that class were very uncommon in Mr. Grey's establishment. With his own domestic arrangements, Mr. Grey would have been quite contented, had it not been for Mrs. Carroll. It was now some years since he had declared that though Mr. Carroll, or Captain Carroll, as he had then been called, was an improvident, worthless, drunken Irishman, he would never see his sister want. The consequence was that Carroll had come with his wife and 6 daughters, and taken a house close to him. There are such whips and scorns in the world to which a man shall be so subject as to have the whole tenor of his life changed by them. The hero bears them heroically, making no complaints to those around him. The common man shrinks and squeals and cringes, so that he is known to those around him as one especially persecuted. In this respect Mr. Grey was a grand hero. When he spoke to his friends of Mrs. Carroll, his friends were taught to believe that his outside arrangements with his sister were perfectly comfortable. No doubt there did creep out among those who were most intimate with him a knowledge that Mr. Carroll, for the captain had, in truth, never been more than a lieutenant, and had now long since sold out, was impecunious, and a trouble rather than otherwise. But I doubt whether there was a single inhabitant of the neighbourhood of Fulham who was aware that Mrs. Carroll and the Miss Carrolls cost Mr. Grey on an average above £600 a year. There was one in Mr. Grey's family to whom he was so attached that he would, to oblige her, have thrown over the whole Carroll family, but of this that one person would not hear. She hated the whole Carroll family with an almost unholy hatred, of which she herself was endeavouring to repent daily, but in vain. She could not do other than hate them, but she could do other than allow her father to withdraw his fostering protection. For this one person was Mr. Grey's only daughter, and his one close domestic associate. Miss Dorothy Grey was known well to all the neighbourhood, and was both feared and revered. As we shall have much to do with her in the telling of our story, it may be well to make her stand plainly before the reader's eyes. In the first place, it must be understood that she was motherless, brotherless, and sisterless. She had been Mr. Grey's only child, and her mother had been dead for 15 or 16 years. She was now about 30 years of age, but was generally regarded as ranging somewhere between 40 and 50. "If she isn't nearer 50 than 40, I'll eat my old shoes," said a lady in the neighbourhood to a gentleman. "I've known her these 20 years, and she's not altered in the least." As Dolly Grey had been only 20 years ago, the lady must have been wrong. But it is singular how a person's memory of things may be created out of their present appearances. Dorothy herself had apparently no desire to set right this erroneous opinion which the neighbourhood entertained respecting her. She did not seem to care whether she was supposed to be 30 or 40 or 50. Of youth, as a means of getting lovers, she entertained a profound contempt. That no lover would ever come, she was assured, and would not at all have known what to do with one had he come. The only man for whom she had ever felt the slightest regard was her father. For some women about she did entertain a passionless, well-regulated affection, but they were generally the poor, the afflicted, or the aged. It was, however, always necessary that the person so signalized should be submissive. Now, Mrs. Carroll, Mr. Grey's sister, had long since shown that she was not submissive enough, nor were the girls, the eldest of whom was a pert, ugly, well-grown minx, now about 18 years old. The second sister, who was 17, was supposed to be a beauty, but which of the two was the more odious in the eyes of their cousin, it would be impossible to say. Miss Dorothy Grey was Dolly only to her father. Had anyone else so ventured to call her, she would have started up at once, the outraged, aged female of 50. Even her aunt, who was trouble enough to her, felt that it could not be so. Her uncle tried it once, and she declined to come into his presence for a month, letting it be fully understood that she had been insulted. And yet she was not, according to my idea, by any means an ill-favoured young woman. It is true that she wore spectacles, and, as she always desired to have her eyes about with her, she never put them off when out of bed. But how many German girls do the like, and are not accounted for that reason to be plain? She was tall and well-made, we may almost say robust. She had the full use of all her limbs, and was never ashamed of using them. I think she was wrong when she would be seen to wheel the barrow about the garden, and that her hands must have suffered in her attempts to live down the conventional absurdities of the world. It is true that she did wear gloves during her gardening, but she wore them only in obedience to her father's request. She had bright eyes, somewhat far apart, and well-made, wholesome, regular features. Her nose was large, and her mouth was large, but they were singularly intelligent, and full of humour when she was pleased in conversation. As to her hair, she was too indifferent to enable one to say that it was attractive, but it was smoothed twice a day, was very copious, and always very clean. Indeed, for cleanliness from head to foot, she was a model. "She is very clean, but then it's second to nothing to her," had said a sarcastic old lady, who had meant to imply that Miss Dorothy Gray was not constant at church. But the sarcastic old lady had known nothing about it. Dorothy Gray never stayed away from morning church, unless her presence was desired by her father, and for once or twice that she might do so, she would take her father with her 3 or 4 times, against the grain with him, it must be acknowledged. But the most singular attribute of the lady's appearance has still to be mentioned. She always wore a slouch hat, which from motives of propriety she called her bonnet, which gave her a singular appearance, as though it had been put on to thatch her entirely from the weather. It was made generally of black straw, and was round, equal at all points of the circle, and was fastened with broad brown ribbons. It was supposed in the neighborhood to be completely weather-tight. The unimaginative nature of Fulham did not allow the Fulham mind to gather in the fact that at the same time she might possess 2 or 3 such hats, but they were undoubtedly precisely similar, and she would wear them in London with exactly the same indifference as in the comparatively rural neighborhood of her own residence. She would, in truth, go up and down in the omnibus, and would do so alone, without the slightest regard to the opinion of any of her neighbors. The Carroll girls would laugh at her behind her back, but no Carroll girl had been seen ever to smile before her face, instigated to do so by their cousin's vagaries. But I have not yet mentioned that attribute of Miss Gray's which is, perhaps, the most essential in her character. It is necessary, at any rate, that they should know it who wish to understand her nature. When it had once been brought home to her that duty required her to do this or the other, or to say this word or another, the thing would be done, or the word said, let the result be what it might. Even to the displeasure of her father, the word was said, or the thing was done. Such a one was Dolly Gray. End of chapter 16. Recording by Melora.
Chapter 17 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Blanchard. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 17. Mr. Gray dines at home. Mr. Gray returned home in a cab on the day of Mr. Tyrwhitt's visit, not in the happiest humour, though he had got the best of Mr. Tyrwhitt in the conversation. Still, the meeting, which had been protracted, had annoyed him. Mr. Tyrwhitt had made accusations against him personally, which he knew to be false, but which, having been covered up and not expressed exactly, he had been unable to refute. A man shall tell you you are a thief and a scoundrel in such a manner as to make it impossible for you to take him by the throat. You, of course, are not a thief and a scoundrel, he shall say to you, but shall say it in such a tone of voice as to make you understand that he conceives you to be both. We all know the parliamentary mode of giving an opponent the lie, so as to make it impossible that the speaker shall interfere. Mr. Tyrwhitt had treated Mr. Gray in the same fashion, and as Mr. Gray was irritable, thin-skinned, and irascible, and as he would brood over things of which it was quite unnecessary that a lawyer should take any cognizance, he went back home an unhappy man. Indeed, the whole Scarborough affair had been from first to last a great trouble to him. The work which he was now performing could not, he imagined, be put into his bill. To that he was supremely indifferent, but his young partner thought it a little hard that all the work of the firm should be thrown on his shoulders during this period, which naturally would have been his holidays. And he did make his feelings intelligible to Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray, who was essentially a just man, saw that his partner was right, and made offers, but he would not accede to the only proposition which his partner made. Let him go and look for a lawyer elsewhere, said his partner. They both of them knew that Mr. Scarborough had been thoroughly dishonest. But he had been an old client. His father before him had been a client of Mr. Grey's father. It was not in accordance with Mr. Grey's theory to treat the old man after this fashion, and he had taken intense interest in the matter. He had first of all been quite sure that Mountjoy Scarborough was the heir, and though Mountjoy Scarborough was not at all to his taste, he had been prepared to fight for him. He had now assured himself, after most laborious inquiry, that Augustus Scarborough was the heir, and although, in the course of the business, he had come to hate the cautious, money-loving Augustus twice worse than the gambling spendthrift Mountjoy, still, in the case of honest and truth and justice, he fought for Augustus against the world at large, and against the band of creditors, till the world at large and the band of creditors began to think he was leagued with Augustus, so as to be one of those who would make large sums of money out of the irregularities of the affair. This made him cross, and put him in a very bad humour as he went back to Fulham. One thing must be told of Mr. Grey, which was very much to his discredit, and which, if generally known, would have caused his clients to think him to be unfit to be the recipient of their family secrets. He told all the secrets to Dolly. He was a man who could not possibly be induced to leave his business behind him at his office. It made the chief subject of conversation when he was at home. He would even call Dolly into his bedroom late at night, bringing her out of bed for the occasion, to discuss with her some point of legal strategy, of legal but still honest strategy, which had just occurred to him. Maybe he had not seen his way to the honesty, and wanted Dolly's opinion on the subject. Dolly would come in her dressing gown, and sitting on his bed, would discuss the matter with him as advocate against the devil. Sometimes she would be convinced, more frequently she would hold her own. But the points which were discussed in that way, and the strengths of arguments which were used on either side, would have surprised the clients, and the partner, and the clerks, and the eloquent barristers who was occasionally employed to support this side or the other. The eloquent barrister, or it might be the client himself, startled sometimes at the amount of enthusiasm Mr. Grey would throw into his argument, would little dream that the very words had come from the young lady in her dressing gown. To tell the truth, Miss Grey thoroughly liked these discussions, whether held on the lawn, or in the dining-room armchair, or during the silent hours of the night. They formed indeed the very salt of her life. She felt herself to be the conscience of the firm. Her father was the reason, and the partner, in her own phraseology, was the devil. For it must be understood that Dolly Grey had a spice of fun about her, of which her father had the full advantage. She would not have called her father's partner the devil to any other ear but her father's, and that her father knew, understanding also the spirit in which the sobriquet had been applied. He did not think that his partner was worse than any other man, nor did he think his daughter so thought. The partner, whose name was Barry, was a man of average honesty, who would occasionally be surprised at the searching justice with which Mr. Grey would look into a matter after it had already been debated for a day or two in the office. But Mr. Barry thought he had the pleasure of Miss Grey's acquaintance, had no idea the nature of the duties with which she performed in the firm. "I'm nearly broken-hearted about this abominable business," said Mr. Grey, as he went upstairs to his dressing-room. The normal hour for dinner was 6:30. He had arrived on this occasion at 7:30, and had paid a shilling extra to the cabman to drive him quick. The man had a lame horse, had come very slowly, fidgeting Mr. Grey into additional temporary discomfort. He had got his additional shilling, and Mr. Grey had only additional discomfort. "I declare, I think he is the wickedest old man the world ever produced." This he said as Dolly followed him upstairs. But Dolly, wiser than her father, would say nothing about the wicked old man in the servants' hearing. In 5 minutes Mr. Grey came down dressed, by the use of which words was implied the fact that he had shaken his neckcloth, washed his hands and face, and put on his slippers. It was understood in the household that, though 6:30 was the hour named for dinner, 7:30 was a much more probable time. Mr. Grey pertinaciously refused to have it changed. "Stare super vir antiquus," he had stoutly said when the proposition had been made to him, by which he had intended to imply that, as during the last 20 years he had been compelled to dine at 6:30 instead of 6, he did not mean to be driven any farther into the same direction. Consequently, his cook was compelled to prepare his dinner in such a manner that it might be eaten at one hour or the other, as chance would have it. The dinner passed without much conversation, other than incidentals to Mr. Grey's wants and comforts. His daughter knew that he had been at the office for 8 hours, and knew also that he was not a young man. Every kind of little cosseting was therefore applied to him. There was a pheasant for dinner, and it was essentially necessary, in Dolly's opinion, that he should have the first wing quite hot, and then the leg also hot, and that the bread sauce should be quite hot on the 2 occasions. For herself, if she had had an old crow for dinner, it would have been the same thing. Tea and bread and butter were her luxuries, and her tea and bread and butter had been enjoyed 3 hours ago. I declare, I think that, after all, the leg is the better joint of the 2. Then why don't you have the 2 legs? There would be a savour of greediness in that, though I know that the leg will go down, and I shouldn't be able to draw the comparison. I like to have them both, and I like always to be able to assert my opinion that the leg is the better joint. Now, how about the apple pudding? You said I should have an apple pudding. From which it appeared that Mr. Grey was not superior to having the dinner discussed in his presence at the breakfast table. The apple pudding came, and was apparently enjoyed. A large portion of it was put between 2 plates. "That's for Mrs. Grimes," suggested Mr. Grey. "I'm not quite sure that Mrs. Grimes is worthy of it. If you knew what it was like to be left without a shilling of your husband's wage, you'd think yourself worthy." When the conversation about the pudding was over, Mr. Grey ate the cheese, and then sat quite still in his armchair over the fire, while the things were being taken away. "I declare, I think he is the wickedest man the world has ever produced," said Mr. Grey as soon as the door was shut, thus showing by the repetition of the words he had before used that his mind had been intent on Mr. Scarborough rather than on the pheasant. "Why don't you have done with them?" "That's all very well, but you wouldn't have done with them if you had known them all your life." "I wouldn't spend my time and energies in whitewashing any rascal," said Dolly with vigour. "You don't know what you do, and a man isn't to be left in the lurch altogether because he's a rascal. Would you have a murderer hanged without some one to stand up for him?" "Yes, I would," said Dolly thoughtlessly. "And he mightn't have been a murderer after all, or not legally so, which, as far as the law goes, is the same thing." But this special question had been often discussed between them, and Mr. Grey and Dolly did not intend to be carried away by it on the present occasion. "I know all about that," she said, "but this isn't a case of life and death. The old man is only anxious to save his property, and throws upon you all the burden of doing it. He never agrees with you as to anything you say. As to legal points he does, but he keeps you always in hot water, and puts forward so much villainy that I would have nothing further to do with him. He has been so crafty that you hardly know now which is, in truth, the heir." "Oh, yes, I do," said the lawyer. "I know very well. I am very sorry that it should be so, and I cannot but feel for the rascal because the dishonest effort was made on behalf of his own son." "Why was it necessary?" said Dolly, with sparks flying from her eye. "Throughout from the beginning he has been bad. Why was the woman not his wife?" "Ah, why indeed? But had his sin consisted only in that, I should not have dreamt of refusing my assistance as family lawyer. All that would have gone for nothing then." "When evil creeps in," said Dolly sententiously, "you cannot put it right afterwards." "Never mind about that. We shall never get to the end of it if you go back to Adam and Eve. People don't go back often enough." "Bother," said Mr. Grey, finishing his second and last glass of port wine. "Do keep yourself in some degree to the question in dispute. In advising an attorney to-day as to how to treat a client, You cannot do any good by going back to Adam and Eve. Augustus is the heir, and I am bound to protect the property for him from these money-lending harpies. The moment the breath is out of the old man's body, they will settle down upon it, if we leave them an inch of ground on which to stand. Every detail of his marriage must be made as clear as daylight, and that must be done in the teeth of former false statements. As far as I can see, the money-lending harpies are the honestest lot of people concerned. The law is not on their side. They have got no right. The estate, as fact, will belong to Augustus the moment his father dies. Mr. Scarborough endeavoured to do what he could for him whom he regarded as his eldest son. It was very wicked. He was adding a second and a worse crime to the first. He was flying in the face of the laws of his country. But he was successful, and he threw dust into my eyes, because he wanted to save the property for the boy, and he endeavoured to make it up to his second son by saving for him a second property. He was not selfish, and I cannot but feel for him. But you say he is the wickedest man the world ever produced. Because he boasts of it all, and cannot be got in any way to repent. He gives me my instructions as though, from first to last, he has been a highly honourable man, and only laughs at me when I object. And yet he must know that he may die any day. He only wishes to have this matter set straight so that he may die. I could forgive him altogether if he would but once say that he was sorry for what he'd done. But he has completely the air of the fine old head of a family, who thinks he is to be put into marble the moment the breath is out of his body, and that he richly deserves the marble he is to be put into. That is a question between him and his God, said Dolly. He hasn't got a God. He believes only in his own reason, and he is content to do so, laying there on the very brink of eternity. He is quite content with himself, because he thinks that he has not been selfish. He cares nothing that he has robbed everyone all around. He has no reverence for property and the laws which govern it. He was born only with the life interest, and he has determined to treat it as though the free sample had belonged to him. It is the utter disregard for law, for what the law has decided, which makes me declare him to have been the wickedest man the world ever produced. It is his disregard for truth which makes you think so. He cares nothing for the truth. He scorns it and laughs at it. And yet about the little things of the world he expects his word to be taken as certainly as that of any other gentleman. I would not take it. Yes, you would, and would be right to. If he would say he'd pay me £100 tomorrow, or 1,000, I would have his word as soon as any other man's bond. And yet he has utterly got the better of me, and made me believe that a marriage took place when there was no marriage. I think I'll have a cup of tea. You won't go to sleep, Papa? Oh, yes, I shall. When I've been so troubled as that, I must have a cup of tea. Mr. Gray was often troubled, and as a consequence, Dolly was called up for consultation in the middle of the night. At about 1 o'clock there came the well-known knock at Dolly's door, and the usual invitation. Would she come into her father's room for a few minutes? Then her father trotted back to his bed, and Dolly, of course, followed him as soon as she had clothed herself decently. What didn't you tell me? I thought I had made my mind up not to go, or I thought rather that I should be able to make my mind up not to go. But it is possible that down there I may have some effect for good. What does he want of you? There is a long question about raising money, with which Augustus desires to buy the silence of the creditors. Could he get the money? Asked Dolly. Yes, I think he could. The property at present is altogether unembarrassed. To give Mr. Scarborough his due, he has never put his name to a scrap of paper, nor has he had the occasion to do so. The Tretton pottery people want more land, or rather more water, and a large sum of money will be forthcoming. But he doesn't see the necessity of giving Mr. Tyrrwhit a penny piece, or certainly Mr. Hart. He would send them away howling without a scruple. Now Augustus is anxious to settle with them, for some reason which I do not clearly understand. but he wishes to do so without any interference of his father's part. In fact, he and his father have very different ideas as to the property. The squire regards it as his, but Augustus thinks that any day may make it his own. In fact, they are on the very verge of quarrelling. Then, after a long debate, Dolly consented that her father should go down to Tretton, and act, if possible, the part of peacemaker. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ostry Fingerhut. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 18. The Carroll Family. Aunt Carroll is coming to dinner today, said Dolly the next day with a serious face. I know she is. Have a nice dinner for her. I don't think she ever has a nice dinner at home. And the 3 eldest girls are coming. 3? You asked them yourself on Sunday. Very well. They said their papa would be away on business. It was understood that Mr. Carroll was never asked to the manor house. Business? There's a club he belongs to where he dines and gets drunk once a month. It is the only thing he does regularly. They must have their dinner at any rate, said Mr. Gray. I don't think that they should suffer because he drinks. This had been a subject much discussed between them, but on the present occasion Miss Gray would not renew it. She dispatched her father in a cab, the cab having been procured because he was supposed to be a quarter of an hour late, and then went to work to order her dinner. It has been said that Miss Gray hated the Carrolls, but she hated the daughters worse than the mother, and of all the people she hated in the world, she hated Amelia Carroll the worst. Amelia, the eldest, entertained an idea that she was more of a personage in the world's eyes than her cousin, that she went to more parties, which certainly was true if she went to any, that she wore finer clothes, which was also true, and that she had a lover, whereas Dolly Gray, as she called her cousin behind her back, had none. This lover had something to do with horses, and had only been heard of, had never been seen at the manor house. Sophie was a good deal hated also, being a forward, flirting, tricky girl of 17, who had just left the school at which Uncle John had paid for her education. Georgina, the third, was still at school under similar circumstances, and was pardoned her egregious noisiness and romping propensities under the score of youth. She was 16, and was possessed of terrible vitality. I am sure they take after their father altogether, Mr. Gray had once said, when the 3 left the manor house together. At 6:30 punctually they came. Dolly heard a great clatter of 4 people leaving their clogs and cloaks in the hall, and would not move out of the unused drawing-room, in which for the moment she was seated. Betsy had to prepare the dinner table downstairs, and would have been sadly discomfited had she been driven to do it in the presence of the 3 Carroll girls, for it must be understood that Betsy had no greater respect for the Carroll girls than had her mistress. "Well, Aunt Carroll, how does the world use you?" "Very badly. You haven't been up to see me for 10 days. "I haven't counted. But when I do come, I don't often do any good. How are Minna and Brenda and Potsy?" "Poor Potsy has got a nasty boil under her arm." "It comes from eating too much toffee," said Georgina. "I told her it would." "How very nasty you are," said Miss Carroll. "Do leave the child and her ailments alone." "Poor papa isn't very well either," said Sophie, who was supposed to be her father's pet. "I hope his state of health will not debar him from dining with his friends tonight," said Miss Gray. "You always have something ill-natured to say about papa," said Sophie. "Nothing will ever keep him back when conviviality demands his presence." This came from his afflicted wife, who, in spite of all his misfortunes, would ever speak with some respect of her husband's employments. He wasn't at all in a fit state to go tonight, but he had promised, and that was enough. When they had waited 3/4 of an hour, Amelia began to complain, certainly not without reason. "I wonder why Uncle John always keeps us waiting in this way." "Papa has, unfortunately, something to do with his time which is not altogether his own."
There was not much in these words, but the tone in which they were uttered would have crushed anyone more susceptible than Amelia Carroll. But at that moment the cab arrived, and Dolly went down to meet her father. "Have they come?" he asked. "Come," she answered, taking his gloves and the comforter from him and giving him a kiss as she did so. "That girl upstairs is nearly famished." "I won't be half a moment," said the repentant father, hastening upstairs to go through his ordinary dressing arrangement. "I wouldn't hurry for her," said Dolly, "but of course you'll hurry. You always do, don't you, Papa?" Then they sat down to dinner. "Well, girls, what is your news?" "We were out today on the Brompton Road," said the eldest, "and there came up Prince Chitakov's drag with 4 roans." "Prince Chitakov? I didn't know there was such a prince." "Oh dear, yes, with very stiff moustaches turned up high at the corners, and pink cheeks, and a very sharp, knobbly-looking hat, with a light-coloured grey coat and light gloves. You must know the prince." "Upon my word, I'd never heard of him, my dear. What did the prince do?" "He was tooling his own drag, and he had a lady with him up on the box. I never saw anything more tasty than her dress. Dark red silk with little fluffy fur ornaments all over it. I wonder who she was." "Mrs. Chitakov, probably," said the attorney. "I don't think the prince is a married man," said Sophie. "They never are, for the most part," said Amelia. "And she wouldn't be a Mrs. Chitakov, Uncle John." "Wouldn't she now? What would she be? Can either of you tell me what the wife of a Prince of Chitakov would call herself?" "Princess of Chitakov, of course," said Sophie. "It's the Princess of Wales." "But it isn't the Princess of Christian, nor yet the Princess of Teck, nor the Princess of England. I don't see why the lady shouldn't be Mrs. Chitakov, if there is such a lady." "Papa, don't bamboozle her," said his daughter. "But," continued the attorney, "why shouldn't the lady have been his wife? Don't married ladies wear little fluffy fur ornaments?" "I wish, John, you wouldn't talk to the girls in that strain," said their mother. "It really isn't becoming." "To suggest that the lady was the gentleman's wife?" "But I was going to say," continued Amelia, "that as the prince drove by, he kissed his hand. He did, indeed, and Sophie and I were walking along as demurely as possible. I never was so knocked in a heap in all my life." "He did," said Sophie. "It's the most impertinent thing I ever heard. If my father had seen it, he'd have had the prince off the box of the coach in no time." "Then, my dear," said the attorney, "I am very glad your father did not see it." Poor Dolly, during this conversation about the prince, sat angry and silent, thinking to herself in despair of what extremes of vulgarity even a first cousin of her own could be guilty. That she should be sitting at table with a girl who could boast that a reprobate foreigner had kissed his hand to her from the box of a fashionable 4-horsed coach. For it was in that light that Miss Grey regarded it. "And did you have any further adventures besides this memorable encounter with the prince?" "Nothing nearly so interesting," said Sophie. "That was hardly to be expected," said the attorney. "Jane, you will have a glass of port wine? Girls, you must have a glass of port wine to support you after your disappointment with the prince." "We were not disappointed in the least," said Amelia. Pray, let the subject drop," said Dolly. "That is because the prince did not kiss his hand to you," said Sophie. Then Miss Grey sunk again into silence, crushed beneath this last blow. In the evening, when the dinner things had been taken away, a matter of business came up, and took the place of the prince and his moustaches. Mrs. Carroll was most anxious to know whether her brother could lend her a small sum of £20. It came out in conversation that the small sum was needed to satisfy some imperious demand made upon Mr. Carroll by a tailor. "He must have clothes, you know," said the poor woman, wailing. "He doesn't have many, but he must have some." There had been other appeals on the same subject made not very long since, and to tell the truth, Mr. Grey did require to have the subject argued, in fear of the subsequent remarks which would be made to him afterwards by his daughter if he gave the money too easily. The loan had to be arranged in full conclave, as otherwise Mrs. Carroll would have found it difficult to obtain access to her brother's ear. But the one auditor whom she feared was her niece. On the present occasion Miss Grey simply took up her book to show that the subject was one which had no interest for her, but she did undoubtedly listen to all that was said on the subject. There was never anything settled about poor Patrick's clothes, said Mrs. Carroll in a half-whisper. She did not care how much her own children heard, since she knew how vain it was to attempt to speak that Dolly should not hear. "I dare say something ought to be done at some time," said Mr. Grey, who knew that he would be told when the evening was over, that he would give away all his substance to that man if he were asked. "Papa has not had a new pair of trousers this year," said Sophie. "Except those green ones he wore at the races," said Georgina. "Hold your tongue, miss," said her mother. "That was a pair I made up for him and sent them to the man to get pressed." "When the 100 a year was arranged for all our dresses," said Amelia, "not a word was said about Papa. Of course Papa is a trouble." "I don't see that he is more of a trouble than anyone else," said Sophie. "Uncle John would not like not to have any clothes." "No, I should not, my dear." "And his own income is all given up to the house uses." Here Sophie touched imprudently on a sore subject. His own income consisted of what had been saved out of his wife's fortune, and was thus named as in opposition to the larger sum paid to Mrs. Carroll by Mr. Grey. There was £150 a year coming from settled property, which had been preserved by the lawyer's care, and which was regarded in the family as Papa's own. It certainly is essential for respectability that something should be set apart from a man's income for his wearing apparel, and though the money was, perhaps, improperly so designated, Dolly would not have objected had she not thought it had already gone to the race-course, in company with the green trousers. She had her own means of obtaining information as to the Carroll family. It was very necessary that she should do so if the family was to be kept on its legs at all. "I don't think any good can come from discussing what my uncle does with the money." This was Dolly's first speech. "If he is to have it, let him have it, but let him have as little as possible." "I never heard anyone so cross as you are always to Papa," said Sophie. "Your cousin Dorothy is very fortunate," said Mrs. Carroll. "She does not know what it is to want for anything." "She never spends anything on herself," said her father. "It is Dolly's only fault that she won't." "Because she has it all done for her," said Amelia. Dolly had gone back to her book and disdained to make any further reply. Her father felt that quite enough had been said about it, and was prepared to give the £20, under the idea that he might be thought to have made a very stout fight upon the subject. "He does want them very badly, for decency's sake," said the poor wife, thus winding up her plea. Then Mr. Grey got out his cheque-book and wrote the cheque for £20, but he made it payable not to Mr. but to Mrs. Carroll. "I suppose, Papa, nothing can be done about Mr. Carroll." This was said by Dolly as soon as the family had withdrawn. "In what way done, my dear?" "As to settling some farther sum for himself." "He'd only spend it, my dear." "That would be intended," said Dolly. "And then he would come back just the same. But in that case he should have nothing more. Though they were to declare that he hadn't a pair of trousers in which to appear at the race-course, he shouldn't have it." "My dear," said Mr. Grey, "you cannot get rid of the gnats of the world. They will buzz and sting and be a nuisance. Poor Jane suffers worse from this gnat than you or I. Put up with it, and understand in your own mind that when he comes for another £20 he must have it. You needn't tell him, but so it must be." "If I had my way," said Dolly, after 10 minutes' silence, "I would punish him. He is an evil thing, and should be made to reap the proper reward. It is not that I wish to avoid my share of the world's burdens, but that justice should be done. I don't know which I hate the worst, Uncle Carroll or Mr. Scarborough." The next day was Sunday, and Dolly was very anxious before breakfast to induce her father to say that he would go to church with her. But he was inclining to be obstinate, and fell back upon his usual excuse, saying that there were Scarborough papers which it would be necessary that he should read before he started for Tretton on the following day. "Papa, I think it would do you good if you came." "Well, yes, I suppose it would. That is the intention, but somehow it fails with me sometimes." "Do you think that you hate people when you go to church as much as when you don't?" "I am not sure that I hate anybody very much." "I do." "That seems to be an argument for your going." "But if you don't hate them, it is because you won't take the trouble, and that again is not right. If you would come to church, you would be better for it all around. You'd hate Uncle Carroll's idleness and abominable self-indulgence worse than you do." "I don't love him as it is, my dear." "And I should hate him less. I felt last night as though I could rise from my bed and go and murder him. Then you certainly ought to go to church. And you had passed him off, just as though he were a gnat from which you were to receive as little annoyance as possible, forgetting the influence he must have on those 6 unfortunate children. Don't you know that you gave her £20 simply to be rid of a disagreeable subject? I should have given it over much sooner, only that you were looking at me. I know you would, you dear, sweet, kind-hearted, but most unchristian father. You must come to church in order that some idea of what Christianity demands of you may make its way into your heart. It is not what the clergyman may say of you, but that your mind will get away for 2 hours from that other reptile and his concerns. Then Mr. Gray, with a loud, long sigh, allowed his boots and his gloves and his church-going hat and his church-going umbrella to be brought to him. It was, in fact, his aversion to these articles that Dolly had to encounter. It may be doubted whether the church services of that day did Mr. Gray much good, but they seem to have had some effect upon his daughter, from the fact that in the afternoon she wrote a letter in kindly words to her aunt. Papa is going to Tretton, and I will come up to you on Tuesday. I have got a frock which I will bring with me as a present for Potsy, and I will make her sew on the buttons for herself. Tell Minna I will lend her that book I spoke of. About those boots, I will go with Georgina to the bootmaker. But as to Amelia and Sophie, she could not bring herself to say a good-natured word. So deep in her heart had sunk that sin of which they had been guilty with the reference to Prince Chitakov. On that night she had a long discussion with her father respecting the affairs of the Scarborough family. The discussion was held in the dining-room, and may, therefore, be supposed to have been premeditated. Those at night in Mr. Gray's own bedroom were generally the result of sudden thought. I should lay down the law to him, began Dolly. The law is the law, said her father. I don't mean the law in that sense. I should tell him firmly what I advised, and I should then make him understand that if he did not follow my advice, I must withdraw. If his son is willing to pay these money-lenders what sums they have actually advanced, and if by any effort on his part the money can be raised, let it be done. There seems to be some justice in repaying out of the property that which was lent to the property, when by Mr. Scarborough's own doing the property was supposed to go into the eldest son's hands. Though the eldest son and the money-lenders be spendthrifts and profligates alike, there will be that in something of fairness. Go there prepared with your opinion. But if either father or son will not accept it, then depart and shake the dust from your feet. You propose it all as though it were the easiest thing in the world. Easy or difficult, I would not discuss anything of which the justice may hereafter be disputed. What was the result of the consultation on Mr. Gray's mind he did not declare, but he resolved to take his daughter's advice in all that she said to him. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 19. Mr. Gray Goes to Tretton. Mr. Gray went down to Tretton with a great bag of papers. In fact, though he told his daughter that he had to examine them all before he started, and had taken them to Fulham for that purpose, he had not looked at them. And as another fact, the bag was not opened till he got home again. They had been read, at any rate what was necessary. He knew his subject. The old squire knew it well. Mr. Gray was going down to Tretton, not to convey facts or to explain the law, but in order that he might take the side either of the father or of the son. Mr. Scarborough had sent for the lawyer to support his view of the case, and the son had consented to meet him in order that he might the more easily get the better of his father. Mr. Gray had of late learned one thing which had before been dark to him, had seen one phase of this complicated farrago of dishonesty which had not before been visible to him. Augustus suspected his father of some farther treachery. That he should be angry at having been debarred from his birthright so long, debarred from the knowledge of his birthright, was, Mr. Grey thought, natural. A great wrong had been at least intended, and that such a man should resent it was to have been expected. But of late Mr. Grey had discovered that it was not in that way that the son's mind worked. It was not anger, but suspicion that he showed, and he used his father's former treatment of him as a justification for the condemnation implied in his thoughts. There is no knowing what an old man may do who has already acted as he had done. It was thus that he expressed himself both by his words and deeds, and did so openly in his father's presence. Mr. Grey had not seen them together, but knew from the letters of both of them that such was the case. Old Mr. Scarborough scorned his son's suspicions, and disregarded altogether any words that might be said as to his own past conduct. He was willing, or half willing, that Mountjoy's debts should be, not paid, but settled. But he was willing to do nothing towards such a step except in his own way. While the breath was in his body, the property was his, and he chose to be treated as its only master. If Augustus desired to do anything by post-obits, let him ruin himself after his own fashion.
It is not very likely that Augustus can raise money by post-obits, circumstanced as the property is,
he had written to Mr. Grey, with a conveyed sneer and chuckle as to the success of his own villainy. It was as though he had declared that the money-lenders had been too well instructed as to what tricks Mr. Scarborough could play with his property to risk a second venture. Augustus had, in truth, been awaiting his father's death with great impatience. It was unreasonable that a man should live who had acted in such a way, and who had been so cut about by the doctors. His father's demise had, in truth, been promised to him, and to all the world. It was an understood thing in all circles which knew anything, that old Mr. Scarborough could not live another month. It had been understood for some time, and was understood at the present moment, and yet Mr. Scarborough went on living, no doubt as an invalid in the last stage of probable dissolution, but still with the full command of his intellect and mental powers for mischief. Augustus, suspecting him as he did, had begun to fear that he might live too long. His brother had disappeared, and he was the heir. If his father would die, such had been his first thought, he could settle with the creditors immediately, before any tidings should be heard of his brother. But tidings had come. His brother had been seen by Mr. Hart at Monte Carlo, and though Mr. Hart had not yet sent home the news to the other creditors, the news had been sent at once to Augustus Scarborough by his own paid attendant upon his brother. Of Mr. Hart's little game he did not yet know the particulars, but he was confident that there was some game. Augustus by no means gave his mother credit for the disgraceful conduct imputed to her in the story as now told by her surviving husband. It was not that he believed in the honesty of his mother, whom he had never known, and for whose memory he cared little, but that he believed so fully in the dishonesty of his father. His father, when he had thoroughly understood that Mountjoy had enveloped the property in debt, so that nothing but a skeleton would remain when the bonds were paid, had set to work, and by the ingenuity of his brain had resolved to redeem, as far as the Scarboroughs were concerned, their estate from its unfortunate position. It was so that Augustus believed. This was the theory existing in his mind. That his father should have been so clever, and Mr. Grey so blind, and even Mr. Hart and Mr. Tyrrwhit so easily hoodwinked, was remarkable. But so it was, or might probably be so. He felt no assurance, but there was ever present to him the feeling of great danger. But the state of things as arranged by his father might be established by himself. If he could get these creditors to give up their bonds while his father's falsehood was still believed, it would be a great thing. He had learned by degrees how small a proportion of the money claimed had in fact been advanced to Mountjoy, and had resolved to confine himself to paying that. That might now probably be accepted with gratitude. The increasing value of the estate might bear that without being crushed. But it should be done at once, while Mountjoy was still absent, and before Mr. Tyrrwhit, at any rate, knew that Mountjoy had not been killed. Then had happened that accidental meeting with Mr. Hart at Monte Carlo. That idiot of a keeper of his had been unable to keep Mountjoy from the gambling house. But Mr. Hart had as yet told nothing. Mr. Hart was playing some game of his own, in which he would assuredly be foiled. The strong hold which Augustus had was in the great infirmity of his father and in the blindness of Mr. Grey, but it would be settled. It ought to have been well that the thing should be settled already by his father's death. Augustus did feel strongly that the squire ought to complete his work by dying. Were the story as now told by him true, he ought certainly to die, so as to make speedy atonement for his wickedness. Were it false, then he ought to go quickly, so that the lie might be effectual. Every day that he continued to live would go far to endanger the discovery. Augustus felt that he must at once have the property in his own hands, so as to buy the creditors and obtain security. Mr. Grey, who was not so blind as Augustus thought him, saw a great deal of this. Augustus suspected him as well as the squire. His mind went backward and forward on these suspicions. It was more probable that the squire should have contrived all this with the attorney's assistance than without it. The two, willing it together, might be very powerful, but then Mr. Grey would hardly dare to do it. His father knew that he was dying, but Mr. Grey had no such easy mode of immediate escape if detected. And his father was endowed with a courage as peculiar as it was great. He did not think that Mr. Grey was so brave a man as his father. And then he could trace the payment of no large sum to Mr. Grey, such as would have been necessary as a bribe in such a case. Augustus suspected Mr. Grey on and off, but Mr. Grey was sure that Augustus suspected his own father. Now of one thing Mr. Grey was certain. Augustus was, in truth, the rightful heir. The squire had at first contrived to blind him, Mr. Grey, partly by his own acuteness, partly through the carelessness of himself and those in his office, partly by the subornation of witnesses who seemed to have been actually prepared for such an event. But there could be no subsequent blinding. Mr. Grey had a well-earned reputation for professional acuteness and honesty. He knew there was no need for such suspicions as those now entertained by the young man, but he knew also that they existed, and he hated the young man for entertaining them. When he arrived at Tretton Park, he first of all saw Mr. Septimus Jones, with whom he was not acquainted. "Mr. Scarborough will be here directly. He is out somewhere about the stables," said Mr. Jones, in that tone of voice with which a guest at the house, a guest for pleasure, may address sometimes a guest who is a guest on business. In such a case the guest on pleasure cannot be a gentleman, and must suppose that the guest on business is not one either. Mr. Grey, thinking that the Mr. Scarborough spoken of could not be the squire, put Mr. Jones right. "It is the elder Mr. Scarborough whom I wish to see. There is quite time enough. No doubt Miss Scarborough will be down presently." "You are Mr. Grey, I believe?" "That is my name."
My friend Augustus Scarborough is particularly anxious to see you before you go to his father. The old man is in very failing health, you know." "I am well acquainted with the state of Mr. Scarborough's health," said Mr. Grey, "and will leave it to himself to say when I shall see him. Perhaps to-morrow will be best." Then he rung the bell, but the servant entered the room at the same moment, and summoned him up to the squire's chamber. Mr. Scarborough also wished to see Mr. Grey before his son, and had been on the alert to watch for his coming. On the landing he met Miss Scarborough. "He does seem to keep up his strength," said the lady. "Mr. Merton is living in the house now, and watches him very closely." Mr. Merton was a resident young doctor whom Sir William Brodrick had sent down to see that all medical appliances were at hand, as the sick man might require them. Then Mr. Grey was shown in, and found the squire recumbent on a sofa, with a store of books within his reach, and reading apparatuses of all descriptions, and every appliance which the ingenuity of the skilful can prepare for the relief of the sick and wealthy. "This is very kind of you, Mr. Grey," said the squire, speaking in a cheery voice. "I wanted you to come very much, but I hardly thought that you would take the trouble. Augustus is here, you know." "So I have heard from that gentleman downstairs." "Mr. Jones? I have never had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Jones. What sort of a gentleman is Mr. Jones to look at?" "Very much like other gentlemen." "I dare say. He has done me the honour to stay a good deal at my house lately. Augustus never comes without him. He is fides Achates, I take it, to Augustus. Augustus has never asked whether he can be received. Of course, it does not matter. When a man is the eldest son, and so to say the only one, he is apt to take liberties with his father's house. I am so sorry that in my position I cannot do the honours and receive him properly. He is a very estimable and modest young man, I believe." As Mr. Grey had not come down to Tretton either to be a spy on Mr. Jones or to answer questions concerning him, he held his tongue. "Well, Mr. Grey, what do you think about it, eh?" This was a comprehensive question, but Mr. Grey well understood its purport. What did he, Mr. Grey, think of the condition to which the affairs of Tretton had been brought, and those of Mr. Scarborough himself, and of his two sons? What did he think of Mountjoy, who had disappeared and was still absent? What did he think of Augustus, who was not showing his gratitude in the best way for all that had been done for him? And what did he think of the squire himself, who, from his death-bed, had so well contrived to have his own way in everything, to do all manner of illegal things without paying any of the penalties to which illegality is generally subject? And having asked the question, he paused for an answer. Mr. Grey had had no personal interview with the squire since the time at which it had been declared that Mountjoy was not the heir. Then some very severe words had been spoken. Mr. Grey had first sworn that he did not believe a word of what was said to him, and had refused to deal with the matter at all. If carried out, Mr. Scarborough must take it to some other lawyer's office. There had since that been a correspondence, as to much of which Mr. Scarborough had been forced to employ an amanuensis. Gradually Mr. Grey had assented, in the first instance on behalf of Mountjoy, and then on behalf of Augustus, but he had done so in the expectation that he should never again see the squire in this world. He too had been assured that the man would die, and had felt that it would be better that the management of things should then be in honest hands, such as his own, and in the hands of those who understood them, than be confided to those who did not understand them, and who might probably not be honest. But the squire had not died, and here he was again at Tretton,
as the squire's guest. I think, said Mr. Grey, that the less said about a good deal of it, the better. That, of course, is sweeping condemnation, which, however, I expect. Let that be all as though it had been expressed. You don't understand the inner man which rules me, how it has struggled to free itself from conventionalities. Nor do I quite understand how your inner man has succumbed to them and encouraged them. I have encouraged an obedience to the laws of my country. Men generally find it safer to do so. Exactly, and men like to be safe. Perhaps a condition of danger has had its attractions for me. It is very stupid, but perhaps it is so. But let that go. The rope has been round my own neck, and not round that of others. Perhaps I have thought of late that if danger should come, I could run away from it all by the help of the surgeon. They have become so skillful now that a man has no chance in that way. But what do you think of Mountjoy and Augustus? I think that Mountjoy has been very ill used. But I endeavored to do the best I could for him. And that Augustus has been worse used. But he, at any rate, has been put right quite in time. Had he been brought up as the eldest son, he might have done as Mountjoy did. Then there came a little gleam of satisfaction across the squire's face as he felt the sufficiency of his answer. But they are neither of them pleased. You cannot please men by going wrong even in their own behalf. I'm not so sure of that. Were you to say that we cannot please men ever by doing right on their behalf, you would perhaps be nearer the mark. Where do you think that Mountjoy is? A rumor had reached Mr. Grey that Mountjoy had been seen at Monte Carlo, but it had been only a rumor. The same had in truth reached Mr. Scarborough, but he chose to keep his rumor to himself. Indeed, more than a rumor had reached him. I think that he will turn up safely, said the lawyer. I think that if it were made worth his while, he would turn up at once. Is it not better that he should be away? Mr. Grey shrugged his shoulders. What's the good of his coming back into a nest of hornets? I have always thought that he did very well to disappear. Where is he to live if he came back? Should he come here? Not with his gaming debts unpaid at the club. That might have been settled, though indeed his gambling was as a tub that has no bottom to it. There has been nothing for it but to throw him over altogether, and yet how very much the better he has been of the two. Poor Mountjoy. Poor Mountjoy! You see, if I hadn't disinherited him, I should have had to go on paying for him till the whole estate would have been squandered even during my lifetime. You speak as though the law had given you the power of disinheriting him. So it did. But not the power of giving him the inheritance. I took that upon myself. There I was stronger than the law. But now I simply and humbly ask the law to come and help me. And the upshot is that Augustus takes upon himself to lecture me and to feel aggrieved. He is not angry with me for what I did about Mountjoy, but is quarreling with me because I do not die. I have no idea of dying just to please him. I think it's important that I should live just at present. But will you let him have the money to pay these creditors? That is what I want to speak about. If I can see the list of the sums to be paid, and if you can assure yourself that by paying them I shall get back all the post-obit bonds which Mountjoy has given, and that the money can at once be raised upon a joint mortgage to be executed by me on Augustus, I will do it. But the first thing must be to know the amount. I will join Augustus in nothing without your consent. He wants to assume the power himself. In fact, the one thing he desires is that I shall go.
As long as I remain, he shall do nothing except by my cooperation. I will see you and him tomorrow, and now you may go and eat your dinner. I cannot tell you how much obliged I am to you for coming." And then Mr. Grey left the room and went to his chamber, and in process of time made his way into the drawing-room. End of chapter 19. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 20 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Blanchard. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 20. Mr. Grey's Opinion of the Scarborough Family. Had Augustus been really anxious to see Mr. Grey before Mr. Grey went to his father, he would probably have managed to do so. He did not always tell Mr. Jones everything. "So the fellow has hurried up to the governor the moment he came into the house," he said. "He's with him now." "Of course he is. Never mind. I'll be even with him in the long run." Then he greeted the lawyer with the mock courtesy as soon as he saw him. "I hope your journey has done you no harm, Mr. Grey." "Not in the least." "It's very kind of you, I'm sure, to look after our poor concerns with so much interest. Jones, don't you think it's time that they gave us some dinner? Mr. Grey, I'm sure, must want his dinner." "All in good time," said the lawyer. "You shall have your dinner, Mr. Grey. It is the least we can do for you." Mr. Grey felt in every sound of his voice there was an insult, and took special notice of every tone, and booked them all down in his memory. After dinner he asked some unimportant questions with reference to the meeting that was to take place in the morning, and was at once rebuked. "I do not know that we need to trouble our friends here with our private concerns," he said. "Not in the least," said Mr. Grey. "You have already been talking about them in my presence and in his. It is necessary that I should have a list of the creditors before I can advise your father." "I don't see it. But, however, that is for you to judge. Indeed, I do not know on what points my father wants your advice. A lawyer generally furnishes such a list." Then Mr. Grey took up a book, and was soon left alone by the younger men. In the morning he walked out in the park, so as to have some free time for thought. Not a word further had been said between him and Augustus touching their affairs. At breakfast Augustus discussed with his friend the state of the odds respecting some race, and then the characters of certain ladies. No subject could have been less interesting to Mr. Grey, as Augustus was aware. They breakfasted at 10, and 12 had been named for the meeting. Mr. Grey had an hour or an hour and a half for his walk, in which he could again turn over in his mind all these matters of which his thoughts had been full for now many a day. Of 2 or 3 facts he was certain. Augustus was the legitimate heir of his father. Of that he had seen ample documentary evidence. The word of no Scarborough should go for anything with him. But of that fact he was assured. Whether the squire knew aught of Mountjoy he did not feel sure, but Augustus did, he was quite certain. Who was paying the bills for the scapegrace during his travels he could not say, but he had thought it probable that Augustus was finding the money. He, Mountjoy, was kept away, so as to be out of the creditor's way. He thought, therefore, that Augustus was doing this, so that he might the more easily buy up the debts. But why should Augustus go to the expense of buying up the debts, seeing that the money must ultimately come out of his own pocket? Because, so Mr. Grey thought, Augustus would not trust his own father. The creditors, if they could get hold of Mountjoy when his father was dead, and when the bonds would all become payable, might possibly so unravel the fact so as to make apparent that, after all, the property was Mountjoy's. This was not Mr. Grey's idea, but was Mr. Grey's idea of the calculation which Augustus was making for his own government. According to Mr. Grey's reading of all the facts of the case, such were the suspicions which Augustus entertained in the matter. Otherwise, why should he be anxious to take a step which would redound only to the advantage of the creditors? He was quite certain that no money would be paid, at any rate by Augustus, solely with the view of honestly settling their claims. But there was another subject which troubled his mind excessively as he walked across the park. Why should he soil his hands, or at any rate trouble his conscience, with an affair so unclean, so perplexed, and so troublesome? Why was he there at Tretton at all? To be insulted by a young blackguard such as he believed Augustus Scarborough to be. Augustus Scarborough, he knew, suspected him, but he in return suspected Augustus Scarborough. The creditors suspected him. Mountjoy suspected him. The squire did not suspect him, but he suspected the squire. He never could again feel himself to be on comfortable terms of trusting legal friendship with a man who had played such a prank in reference to his marriage as this man had performed. Why then should he still be concerned in a matter so distasteful to him? Why should he not wipe his hands of it all and retreat? There was no Act of Parliament compelling him to meddle with the dirt. Such were his thoughts, but yet he knew that he was compelled. He did feel himself bound to look after the interests which he had taken in hand now for many years. It had been his duty, or the duty of someone belonging to him, to see into the deceit by which an attempt had been made to rob Augustus Scarborough of his patrimony. It had been his duty for a while to protect Mountjoy and the creditors who had lent their money to Mountjoy from what he had believed to be a flagitious attempt. Then, as soon as he felt that the flagitious attempt had been made previously in Mountjoy's favour, it became his duty to protect Augustus, in spite of the strong personal dislike which, from the first, he had conceived for that young man. And then he doubtless had been attracted by the singularity of all that had been done in the affair, and of all that was likely to be done. He had said to himself that the matter should be made straight, and that he would make it straight. Therefore, during his walk in the park, he was resolved that he must persevere. At 12 o'clock he was ready to be taken up to the sick man's room. When he entered it, under the custody of Miss Scarborough, he found that Augustus was there. The squire was sitting up, with his feet supported, and was apparently in a good humour. "Well, Mr. Grey," he said, "have you settled this matter with Augustus?" "I have settled nothing." "He has not spoken to me about it at all," said Augustus. "I told him I wanted a list of creditors. He said that it was my duty to supply it. That was the extent of our conversation, which he thought it expedient to have in the presence of my friend, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones is very well in his way, but he is not acquainted with all my affairs. Your son, Mr. Scarborough, has made no tender to me of any information. Nor, sir, has Mr. Grey sought for any information from me." During this little dialogue Mr. Scarborough turned his face with a smile from one to the other, without a word. "If Mr. Grey has anything to suggest in the way of advice, let him suggest it," said Augustus. "Now, Mr. Grey," said the squire, with the same smile. "Till I get further information," said Mr. Grey, "I can only limit myself to giving the advice which I offered to you yesterday." "Perhaps you will repeat it, so that he may hear it," said the squire. "If you get a list of those whom your son Mountjoy owes money, and an assurance that the moneys named in that list have been from time to time lent by them to him, the actual amount I mean, then I think that if you and your son Augustus shall altogether choose to pay those amounts, you will make the best reparation in your power for the injuries you have no doubt done in having contrived that it should be understood that Mountjoy was legitimate." "You need not discuss," said the squire, "any injuries that I have done. I have done a great many, no doubt." "But," continued the lawyer, "before any such payment is made, close inquiries should be instituted as to the amount of money which have absolutely passed." "We should certainly be taken in," said the squire. "I have great admiration for Mr. Samuel Hart. I do believe that it would be found impossible to extract the truth from Mr. Samuel Hart." If Mr. Samuel Hart does not make money yet out of poor Mountjoy, I shall be surprised. The truth may be ascertained, said Mr. Grey. You should get some accountant to examine the cheques. When I remember how easy it was to deceive some real clever men as to the evidence of my marriage, began Mr. Scarborough. So the squire began, but then stopped himself with a shrug of his shoulders. Among the really clever men who had been easily deceived, Mr. Grey was, if not actually first in importance, foremost at any rate in name. The truth may be ascertained, Mr. Grey repeated, almost with a scowl of anger upon his brow. Well, yes, I suppose it may. It will be difficult in opposition to Mr. Samuel Hart. You must satisfy yourself at any rate. These men will know that they have no other hope of getting a shilling. It is a little hard to make them believe anything, said the squire. They fancy, you know, that if they could get a hold of Mountjoy, so as to have him in their hands when the breath is out of my body and the bonds are really due, that then it may be made to turn out that he is really the heir. We know that it is not so, said Mr. Grey. At this Augustus smiled blandly. We know, but it is what we can make Mr. Samuel Hart know. In truth, Mr. Samuel Hart never allows himself to know anything except the amount of money which he may have at his banker's, and it will be difficult to convince Mr. Tyrrwhit. Mr. Tyrrwhit is assured that all of us, you and I, and Mountjoy and Augustus, are in a conspiracy to cheat him and the others. I don't wonder at it, said Mr. Grey. Perhaps not, continued the squire. The circumstances, no doubt, are suspicious. But he will have to find out his mistake. Augustus is very anxious to pay these poor men their money. It is a noble feeling on the part of Augustus. You must admit that, Mr. Grey. The irony with which this was said was evident in the squire's face and voice. Augustus only quietly laughed. The attorney sat as firm as death. He was not going to argue with such a statement, or to laugh at such a joke. I suppose it will come to over £100,000. 80,000, I should think, said Augustus. The bonds amount to a great deal more than that, twice that. It is for him to judge, said the squire, whether he is bound by his honour to pay so large a sum to men whom I do not suppose he loves very well. The estate can bear it, said Augustus. Yes, the estate can bear it, said the attorney. They should be paid what they have expended. That is my idea. Your son thinks that their silence will be worth the money. What makes you say that? Demanded Augustus. Just my opinion. I look upon it as an insult. Would you be kind enough to explain to us what is your reason for wishing to do this thing? Asked Mr. Grey. No, sir, I decline to give any reason, but those which you ascribe to me are insulting. Will you deny them? I will not assent to anything coming from you, nor will I deny anything. It is altogether out of your place as an attorney to ascribe motive to your clients. Can you raise the money so that it shall be forthcoming at once? That is the question. On your father's authority, backed by your signature, I imagine that I can do so, but I will not answer as a certainty. The best thing would be to sell a portion of the property. If you and your father will join, and Mountjoy also with you, it may be done. What has Mountjoy got to do with this? Asked the father. You had better have Mountjoy also. There may be some doubt as to the title. People will think so after the tricks that have been played. This was said by the lawyer, but the squire only laughed. He always showed some enjoyment of fun which arose from the effect of his own scheming. The legal world, with its entails, had endeavoured to dispose of his property, but he had shown the legal world that it was not an easy task to dispose of anything in which he was concerned. How will you get hold of Mountjoy? Asked Augustus. Then the two older men only looked at each other. Both of them believed that Augustus knew more about his brother than anyone else. I think you had better send for Mr. Ainsley and ask him. What does Ainsley know about him? Asked the squire. He was the last person who saw him, at any rate in London. Are you sure of that? Said Mr. Grey. I think I may say that I am. I think at any rate that I know that there was a violent quarrel between them in the streets, a quarrel in which the two men proceeded to blows, and that Ainsley struck him in such a way as to leave him for dead upon the pavement. Then the young man walked away, and Mountjoy has not been heard of, or, at least, has not been seen since. That a man should have struck such a blow, and then, on the spur of the moment, thinking of his own safety, should have left his opponent, I can understand. I should not like to be accused of such treatment myself, but I can understand it. I cannot understand that the man should have been missing altogether, and that then he should have held his tongue. How do you know all this? Asked the attorney. It is sufficient that I know it. I don't believe a word of it, said the squire. Coming from you, of course I must put up with any contradiction, said Augustus. I should not bear it from any one else, and he looked at the attorney. One has the right to ask for your authority, said his father. I cannot give it. A lady is concerned whose name I shall not mention, but it is of less importance, as his own friends are acquainted with the nature of his conduct. Indeed, it seems odd to see you two gentlemen so ignorant as to the matter which has been the subject of common conversation in most circles. His uncle means to cut him out from the property. Can he too deal with the entail? Said the squire. He is still in middle life, and he can marry. That is what he intends to do. So much is his disgust with his nephew. He has already stopped the young man's allowance, and swears that he shall not have a shilling of his money, if he can help it. The police for some time were in great doubt whether they would not arrest him. I think I am justified in saying that he is a thorough reprobate. You are not at all justified, said the father. I can only express my opinion, and I am glad to say that the world agrees with me. It is sickening, absolutely sickening, said the squire, turning to the attorney. You would not believe now— But he stopped himself. What would not Mr. Grey believe? Asked the son. There is no one knows better than you that after the row in the street, when Mountjoy was, I believe, the aggressor, he was again seen by another person. I hate such deceit and scheming. Here Augustus smiled. What are you sniggering there at, you blockhead? Your hatred, sir, at deceit and scheming. The truth is that when a man plays a game well, he does not like to find that he has an equal. Heaven forbid that I should say that there is rivalry here. You, sir, are so preeminently the first that no one can touch. Then he laughed long, a low, bitter, inaudible laugh, during which Mr. Grey sat silent. This comes well from you, said the father. Well, sir, you would try your hand upon me. I have passed over all that you have done on my behalf, but when you come to abuse me, I cannot quite take your word as calmly as though there had been no, shall I say, antecedents. Now about this money. Are we to pay it? I don't care one straw about the money. What is it to me? I don't owe these creditors anything. Nor do I. Let them rest then, and do the worst they can. But upon the whole, Mr. Grey, he added after a pause, I think we had better pay them. They have endeavoured to be insolent to me, and I have therefore ignored their claim. I have told them to do their worst. If my son here will agree with you in raising the money, and if Mountjoy, as he, too, is necessary, will do so, I too will do what is required of me. If £80,000 will settle it all, there ought not to be any difficulty. You can inquire what the real amount would be. If they choose to hold their bonds, nothing will come of it. That's all. Very well, Mr. Scarborough, then I shall know how to proceed. I understand that Mr. Scarborough junior is an assenting party. Mr. Scarborough junior signified his assent by nodding his head. That will do, then, for I think that I have little exhausted myself. Then he turned round upon his couch, as though he intended to slumber. Mr. Grey left the room, and Augustus followed him, but not a word was spoken between them. Mr. Grey had an early dinner, and went up to London by an evening train. What became of Augustus he did not inquire, but he simply asked for his dinner and for a conveyance to the train. These were forthcoming, and he returned that night to Fulham. Well, said Dolly, as soon as she had got him his slippers and made him his tea, I wish with all my heart I had never seen any one of the name of Scarborough. That is, of course. But what have you done? The father has been a great knave. He has set the laws of his country at defiance, and should be punished most severely, and Mountjoy Scarborough has proved himself to be unfit to have any money in his hands. A man so reckless is little better than a lunatic, but compared with Augustus, they are both estimable, amiable men. The father has ideas of philanthropy, and Mountjoy is simply mad. But Augustus is as dishonest as either of them, and is odious also all around. Then, at length, he explained all that he had learned, and all that he had advised, and at last went to bed combating Dolly's idea that the Scarboroughs ought now to be thrown over altogether. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Blanchard. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 21. Mr. Scarborough's Thoughts of Himself. When Mr. Scarborough was left alone, he did not go to sleep, as he had pretended, but lay there for an hour, thinking of his position and indulging to the full the feelings of anger which he now entertained towards his second son. He had never in truth loved Augustus. Augustus was very like his father in his capacity for organizing deceit, for plotting, and so contriving that his own will should be in opposition to the wills of all those around him. But they were thoroughly unlike in the object to be attained. Mr. Scarborough was not a selfish man. Augustus was selfish, and nothing else. Mr. Scarborough hated the law, because it was the law and endeavoured to put a restraint upon him and others. Augustus liked the law, unless when in particular points it interfered with his own actions. Mr. Scarborough thought that he could do no better than the law. Augustus wished to do worse. Mr. Scarborough never blushed at what he attempted, unless he failed, which was not often the case. But he was constantly driven to blush for his son. Augustus blushed for nothing and for nobody. When Mr. Scarborough had declared to the attorney that just praise was due to Augustus for the nobility of the sacrifice he was making, Augustus had understood his father accurately and determined to be revenged, not because of the expression of his father's thoughts, but because he had so expressed himself before the attorney. Mr. Scarborough also thought that he was entitled to his revenge. When he had been left alone for an hour, he rung the bell, which was close at his side, and called for Mr. Merton. "Where is Mr. Gray? I think he has ordered the waggonette to take him to the station." "And where is Augustus?" "I do not know." "And Mr. Jones? I suppose they have gone to the station." "Just feel my pulse, Merton. I'm afraid I am very weak." Mr. Merton felt his pulse and shook his head. "There isn't a pulse, so to speak." "Oh, yes, but it is irregular. If you will exert yourself so violently—" "That is all very well, but a man has to exert himself sometimes, let the penalty be what it may. When do you think that Sir William will have to come again?" Sir William, when he came, would come with his knife, and his advent was always to be feared. "It depends very much on yourself, Mr. Scarborough. I don't think he can come very often, but you can make the distance long or short. You should attend to no business. That is absolute rubbish. Nevertheless, it is my duty to say so. Whatever arrangements may be required, they should be made by others. Of course, if you do as you have done this morning, I can suggest some little relief. I can give you some tonic and increase the amount, but I cannot resist the evil which you yourself do yourself. I understand all about it. You will kill yourself if you go on." "I don't mean to go on any farther, not as I have done today. But as to giving up business, that is rubbish. I have got my property to manage, and I mean to manage it myself as long as I live. Unfortunately, there have been accidents which make the management a little rough at times. I have had one of the rough moments to-day, but they shall not be repeated. I give you my word for that. But do not talk to me about giving up my business. Now I'll take your tonics, and then would you have the kindness to ask my sister to come to me?" Miss Scarborough, who was always in waiting on her brother, was at once in the room. "Martha," he said, "where is Augustus? I think he has gone out. And where is Mr. Septimus Jones?" "He is with him, John. The two are always together." "You would not mind giving my compliments to Mr. Jones, and telling him that his bedroom is wanted." "His bedroom wanted? There are lots of bedrooms, and nobody to occupy them. It is a hint that I want him to go. He'd understand that." "Would it not be better to tell Augustus?" asked the lady, doubting much her power to carry out the instructions given to her. "He would tell Augustus. It is not, you see, any objection I have to Mr. Jones. I have not the pleasure of his acquaintance. He is a most agreeable young man, I'm sure, but I do not care to entertain an agreeable young man without having a word to say on the subject. Augustus does not think it worth his while even to speak to me about him. Of course, when I am gone, in a month or so, perhaps a week or two, he can do as he pleases." "Don't, John." "But it is so. While I live I am master at least of this house. I cannot see Mr. Jones, and I do not wish to have another quarrel with Augustus. Mr. Merton says that every time I get angry it gives Sir William another chance with the knife. I thought that perhaps you could do it." Then Miss Scarborough promised that she would do it, and having her brother's health very much at heart, she did do it. Augustus stood smiling while the message was, in fact, conveyed to him. But he made no answer. When the lady had done, he bobbed his head to signify that he acknowledged the receipt of it, and the lady retired. "I have got my walking papers," he said to Septimus Jones 10 minutes afterward. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you? Then you must be very thick-headed. My father has sent me word that you are to be turned out. Of course he means it for me. He does not wish to give me the power of saying that he has sent me away from the house. Me, whom he has so long endeavoured to rob. Me, to whom he owes so much for taking no steps to punish his fraud. And he knows that I can take none, because he is on his deathbed." "But you couldn't, could you, if he were anywhere else?" "Couldn't I? That's all you know about it. Understand, however, that I shall start to-morrow morning, and unless you like to remain here on a visit to him, you had better go with me." Mr. Jones signified his compliance with the hint, and so Miss Scarborough had done her work. Mr. Scarborough, when thus left alone, spent his time chiefly in thinking of the condition of his sons. His eldest son Mountjoy, who had even been his favourite, whom as a little boy he had spoilt by every means in his power, was a ruined man. His debt had all been paid except the moneys due to the money-lenders. But he was not the less a ruined man. Where he was at the moment his father did not know. All the world knew the injustice of which he had been guilty on his boy's behalf, and all the world knew the failure of the endeavour. And now he had made a great and successful effort to give back to his legitimate heir all the property. But in return the second son only desired his death, and always told him so to his face. He had been proud of Augustus as a lad, but he had never loved him as he had loved Mountjoy. Now he knew that he and Augustus must henceforth be enemies. Never for a moment did he think of giving up his power over the estate, as long as the estate should still be his. Though it should be but for a month, though it should be but for a week, he would hold his own. Such was the nature of the man, and when he swallowed Mr. Merton's tonic, he did so more with the idea of keeping the property out of his son's hands than of preserving his own life. According to his view, he had done very much for Augustus, and this was the return which he received. And in truth he had done much for Augustus. For years past it had been his object to leave to his second son as much as he would come to his first. He had continued to put money by for him, instead of spending his income on himself. Of this Mr. Grey had known much, but had said nothing when he was speaking those severe words which Mr. Scarborough had always contrived to receive with laughter. But he had felt their injustice, though he had himself ridiculed the idea of law. There had been 2 sons, both born from the same mother, and he had willed that they should be both rich men, living among the foremost of their fellow men, and the circumstances of the property would have helped him. The income from year to year went on increasing. The watermills of Tretton and the town of Tretton had grown and been expanded within his domain, and the management of the sales in Mr. Grey's hands had been judicious. The revenues were double now what they had been when Mr. Scarborough first inherited it. It was all, no doubt, entails, but for 20 years he had enjoyed the power of accumulating a sum of money for his second son's sake, or would have enjoyed it had not the accumulation been taken from him to pay Mountjoy's debt. It was in vain that he attempted to make Mountjoy responsible for the money. Mountjoy's debt and irregularities and gambling went on, till Mr. Scarborough found himself bound to dethrone the illegitimate son, and to place the legitimate in his proper position. In doing the deed he had not suffered much, though the circumstances which had led to the doing of it had been full of pain. There had been an actual pleasure to him in thus showing himself to be the superior to the conventionalities of the world. There was Augustus still ready to occupy the position of which he had in truth been born, and at the moment Mountjoy had gone, he knew not where. There had been gambling debts which, coming as they did after many others, he had refused to pay. He himself was dying at the moment, as he thought. It would be better for him to take up with Augustus. Mountjoy he must leave to his fate. For such a son, so reckless, so incurable, so hopeless, it was impossible that anything farther should be done. He would at least enjoy the power of leaving those wretched creditors without their money. There would be some triumph, some consolation in that. So he had done, and now his heir turned against him. It was very bitter to him as he lay thinking of it all. He was a man who was from his constitution and heart capable of making great sacrifices for those he loved. He had a most thorough contempt for the characters of an honest man. He did not believe in honesty, but only in mock honesty. And yet he would speak of an honest man with admiration, meaning something altogether different from the honesty of which men ordinarily spoke. The usual honesty of the world was with him all pretence, or, if not assumed, for the sake of the character it would achieve. Mr. Grey he knew to be honest. Mr. Grey's word he knew to be true. But he fancied that Mr. Grey had adopted this absurd mode of living with the view of cheating his neighbours by appearing to be better than others. All virtue and all vice were compromised by him in the words good nature and ill nature. All church-going propensities, and these propensities in his estimates extended very widely. He scorned from the very bottom of his heart that one set of words should be deemed more wicked than another, as in regards to swearing was to him a sign of either hypocrisy or idolatry, or a feminine wickedness of intellect. To women he allowed the privilege of being, in regard to thought, only something better than dogs. When his sister Martha shuddered at some exclamation from his mouth, he would say to himself simply that she was a woman, not an idiot or a hypocrite. Of women, old and young, he had been very fond, and in his manner to them very tender. But when a woman rose to a way of thinking akin to his own, she was no longer a woman to his senses. Against such a one his taste revolted. She sunk to the level of a man contaminated by petticoats, and law was hardly less absurd to him than religion. It consisted of a perplexed entanglement of rules got together so that a few might live in comfort at the expense of the many. Robbery, if you could get to the bottom of it, was bad, as was all violence, but taxation was robbery, rent was robbery, price fixed according to the desire of the seller and not in obedience to justice were robbery. Then you are the greatest of robbers, his friends would say to him. He would admit it, allowing that in such a state of society he was not prepared to go out and live naked in the streets if he could help it. But he had delighted to get the better of the law, and triumphed in his own iniquities, as he had seen by his conduct in reference to his sons. In this way he lived, and was kind to many people, having a generous and an open mind. But he was a man who could hate with a bitter hatred, and he hated most those suspected by him of means of dirty conduct. Mr. Grey, who constantly told him to his face that he was a rascal, he did not hate at all. Thinking Mr. Grey to be in some respects idiotic, he respected him, and almost loved him. He thoroughly believed Mr. Grey, thinking him to be an ass for telling so much truth unnecessarily, and he had loved his son Mountjoy in spite of all his iniquities, and had fostered him till it was impossible to foster him any longer. Then he had endeavoured to love Augustus, and did not in the least love him the less because his son told him frequently of the wicked things he had done. He did not object to be told of his wickedness even by his son, but Augustus suspected him of other things than those of which he accused him, and attempted to be sharp with him and to get the better of him at his own game. And his son laughed at him and scorned him, and regarded him as one who was troublesome only for a time, and who needed not to be treated with much attention, because he was there only for a time. Therefore he hated Augustus, but Augustus was his heir, and he knew that he must die soon. But for how long could he live? And what could he yet do before he died? A braver man than Mr. Scarborough never lived, that is, one who less feared to die. Whether that is true courage may be a question, but it was his, in conjunction with the courage of another description. He did not fear to die, nor did he fear to live, but what he did fear was to fail before he died. Not to go out with the conviction that he was vanishing amid the glory of success was to him to be wretched at the last moment, and to be wretched at the last moment, or to anticipate that he should be so, was to him, even so near his last hours, the acme of misery. How much of his life was left to him, so that he might recover something of success? Or was any moment left to him? He could not sleep, so he rung the bell, and again sent for Mr. Merton. "I have taken what you told me." "So best," said Mr. Merton, for he did not always feel assured that this strange patient would take what he had been ordered. "And I have tried to sleep. That will come after a while. You would not naturally sleep just after the tonic. And I have been thinking of what you said about business. There is one thing I must do, and then I can remain quiet for a fortnight, unless I should be called upon to disturb my rest by dying. We will hope not. That may go as it pleases," said the sick man. "I want you now to write a letter for me to Mr. Grey." Mr. Merton had undertaken to perform the duty of secretary as well as doctor, and had thought in this way to be obtained some authority over his patient for the patient's own good. But he had found already that no authority had come to him. He now sat down at the table, close to the bedside, and prepared to write in accordance with Mr. Scarborough's dictation. "I think that Mr. Grey, the lawyer, you know, is a good man. The world, as far as I hear it, says that he is honest. I don't care a straw what the world says. The world says that I am dishonest, but I am not." Merton could only shrug his shoulders. "I don't say that because I want to change your opinion. I don't care what you think. But I tell you a fact. I doubt whether Mr. Grey is so absolutely honest as I am. But, as things go, he is a good man." "Certainly." "But the world, I suppose, says that my son Augustus is honest." "Well, yes, I suppose so. If you have looked into him, and have seen the contrary, I respect your intelligence." "I did not mean anything particular." "I dare say not, and if so, I mean nothing particular as to your intelligence. He, at any rate, is a scoundrel. Mountjoy, you know Mountjoy?" "Never saw him in my life." "I don't think he is a scoundrel, not all round. He has gambled when he has not had money to pay. That is bad, and he has promised when he wanted money, and broken his word as soon as he has got it, which is bad also. And he has thought himself to be a fine fellow because he has been intimate with lords and dukes, which is very bad. He had never cared whether he had paid his tailor. I do not mean that he has merely gotten into debt, which a young man such as he cannot help, but he has not cared whether his breeches were his or another man's. That too is bad. Though he has been passionately fond of women, it has only been for himself, not for the women, which is very bad. There is an immense deal to be altered before he can go to heaven. "I hope the changes may come before it's too late," said Merton. "These changes don't come very suddenly, you know. But there is some chance for Mountjoy. I don't think that there is any for Augustus." Here he paused, but Merton did not feel disposed to make any remark. "You don't happen to know a young man of the name of Ainsley, Harry Ainsley?" "I have heard his name from your son." "From Augustus? Then you didn't hear any good of him, I'm sure. You have heard all the row about poor Mountjoy's disappearance." "I heard that he did disappear." "After a quarrel with that Ainsley?" "After some quarrel. I did not notice the name at the time." Harry Ainsley was the name. Now Augustus says that Harry Ainsley was the last person who saw Mountjoy before his disappearance, the last who knew him. He implied thereby that Ainsley was a conscious or unconscious cause of his disappearance. Well, yes, certainly it is so, and as it has been thought by the police and by other fools that Mountjoy was murdered, that his disappearance was occasioned by his death, either by murder or suicide, it follows that Ainsley must have had something to do with it. That is the inference, is it not? "I should suppose so," said Merton. "That is manifestly the inference which Augustus draws. To hear him speak to me about it, you would suppose that he suspected Ainsley of having killed Mountjoy." "Not that, I hope." "Something of the sort. He has intended it to be believed that Ainsley, for his own purposes, has caused Mountjoy to be made away with. He has endeavoured to fill the police with that idea. A policeman generally is the biggest fool that London or England or the world produces, and has been selected on that account. Therefore the police have a beautiful, mysterious, but altogether ignorant suspicion as to Ainsley. That is the doing of Augustus, for some purpose of his own. Now let me tell you that Augustus saw Mountjoy after Ainsley had seen him, that he knows this to be the case, and that it was Augustus who contrived Mountjoy's disappearance. Now what do you think of Augustus?" This was a question which Merton did not find it very easy to answer, but Mr. Scarborough waited for a reply. "Ah," he exclaimed, "I had rather not give an opinion on a point so raised. You may, of course you understand that I intend to assert that Augustus is the greatest blackguard you ever knew. If you have anything to say in his favour, you can say it. Only that you may be mistaken. Living down here, you may not know the truth." "Just that. But I do know the truth. Augustus is very clever, but there are others as clever as he is. He can pay, but then so can I. That he should want to get Mountjoy out of the way is intelligible. Mountjoy has become disreputable, and had better be out of the way. But why persistently endeavour to throw the blame upon young Ainsley? That surprises me. Only I do not care much about it. I hear now for the first time that he has ruined young Ainsley, and that appears to be very horrible. But why does he want to pay £80,000 to those creditors? That I should wish to do so, out of a property which must in a very short time become his, would be intelligible. I may be supposed to have some affection for Mountjoy, and after all, I am not called upon to pay the money out of my own pocket. Do you understand it?" "Not in the least," said Merton, who did not, indeed, very much care about it. "Nor do I, only this, that if he could pay these men, and deprive them of all the power of obtaining further payment, let who would have the property, they at any rate would be quiet. Augustus is now my oldest son. Perhaps he thinks he might not remain so. If I were out of the way, and these creditors were paid, he thinks that poor Mountjoy wouldn't have a chance. He shall pay this £80,000. Mountjoy hasn't a chance as it is, but Augustus shall pay the penalty." Then he threw himself back on the bed, and Mr. Merton begged him to spare him the trouble of the letter for the present. But in a few minutes he was again on his elbow, and took some further medicine. "I'm a great ass," he said, "to help Augustus in playing his game. If I were to go off at once he would be the happiest fellow left alive. But come, let us begin." Then he dictated the letter as follows: "Dear Mr. Gray, I have been thinking much of what passed between us the other day. Augustus seems to be in a great hurry as to paying the creditors, and I do not see why he should be so gratified, as the money may now be forthcoming. I presume that the sales, which will be complete before Christmas, will nearly enable us to stop their mouths. I can understand that Mountjoy should be induced to join with me and Augustus, so that in disposing of so large a sum of money, the authority of all may be given. both of myself and of the heir, and also of him who a short time since was supposed to be the heir. I think that you may possibly find Mountjoy's address by applying to Augustus, who is always clever in such matters. But you will have to be certain that you obtain all the bonds. If you can get Tyrrwhit to help you, you will be able to be sure of doing so. The matter to him is one of vital importance, as his sum is so much the largest. Of course, he will open his mouth very wide, but when he finds that he can get his principal and nothing more, I think that he will help you. I am afraid that I must ask you to put yourself in correspondence with Augustus. That he is an insolent scoundrel, I will admit, but cannot very well complete this affair without him. I fancy that he now feels it to be his interest to get it all done before I die, as the men will be clamorous with their bonds as soon as the breath is out of my body. Yours sincerely, John Scarborough. That will do, he said, when the letter was finished. But when Mr. Merton turned to leave the room, Mr. Scarborough detained him. Upon the whole, I am not dissatisfied with my life, he said. I don't know that you have occasion, rejoined Mr. Merton. In this he absolutely lied, for according to his thinking, there was very much in the affairs of Mr. Scarborough's life which he ought to have induced regret. He knew the whole story of the birth of the elder son, and the subsequent marriage, of Mr. Scarborough's fraudulent deceit, which had lasted so many years, and of his later return to the truth, so as to save the property, and to give back the younger son, all of which, for so many years, he, his father, had attempted to rob him. All London had talked of the affair, and all London had declared that so wicked and dishonest an old gentleman had never lived. And now he had returned to the truth simply with the view of cheating the creditors and keeping the estate in the family. He was manifestly an old gentleman, who ought to be, above all others, dissatisfied with his own life. But Mr. Merton, when the assertion was made to him, knew not what other answer to make. I really do not think I have, nor do I know one to whom heaven, with all its bliss, will be more readily accorded. What have I done for myself? I don't quite know what you have done all your life. I was born a rich man, and then I married. Not rich as I am now, but with ample means for marrying. After Mr. Mountjoy's birth, said Merton, who could not pretend to be ignorant of the circumstance. Well, yes, I have my own idea about marriage and that kind of thing, which are, perhaps, at variance with yours. Whereupon Merton bowed. I had the best wife in the world, who entirely conceded with me in all that I did. I lived entirely abroad, and made most liberal allowances to all the agricultural tenants. I rebuilt all the cottages. Go and look at them. I let any man shoot his own game, till Mountjoy came up in the world, and took the shooting into his own hands. When the people at the pottery began to build, I assisted them in every way in the world. I offered to keep a school at my own expense, solely on the understanding that what they called dissenters should be allowed to come there. The parson spread abroad a rumour that I was an atheist, and consequently the school was kept for the dissenters only. The school board had come and made that all right, though the parson goes on with his rumour. If he understood me as well as I understood him, he would know that he is more of an atheist than I am. I gave my boys the best education, spending on them more than double what is done by men with twice my means. My tastes were simple, and were not specially vicious. I do not know that I have ever made any one unhappy. Then the estate became richer, but Mountjoy grew more and more expensive. I began to find that with all my economies the estate could not keep pace with him, so as to allow me to put by anything for Augustus. Then I had to rethink myself what I had done to save the estate from those rascals. You took peculiar steps. I am a man who does take peculiar steps. Another would have turned his face to the wall in my state of health, and having allowed two dirty Jews, such as Tyrwhit and Samuel Hart, to have revelled in the wealth of Tretton. I am not going to allow them to revel. Tyrwhit knows me, and Hart will have to know me. They could not keep their hands to themselves till the breath was out of my body. Now I am about to see that each shall have his own shortly, and the estate will still be kept in the family. For Mr. Augustus Scarborough? Yes, alas, yes. But that is not my doing. I do not know that I have cause to be dissatisfied with myself, but I cannot but own that I am unhappy. But I wished you'd understand that though a man may break the law, he need not therefore be accounted bad. and though he may have views of his own as to religious matters, he need not be an atheist. I have made efforts on behalf of others, in which I have allowed no outward circumstances to control me. Now I think I do feel sleepy. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope, Chapter 22. Harry Annesley is summoned home. Just now I am triumphant, Harry Annesley had said to his hostess as he left Mrs. Armitage's house in the Paragon at Cheltenham. He was absolutely triumphant, throwing his hat up into the air, and in the abandonment of his joy, for he was not a man to have conceived so well of his own parts as to have flattered himself that the girl must certainly be his. There are at present a number of young men about who think that few girls are worth the winning, but that any girl is to be had, not by asking, which would be troublesome, but simply by looking at her. You can see the feeling in their faces. They are for the most part small in stature, well-made little men who are aware that they have something to be proud of, wearing close-packed, shining little hats by which they seem to add more than a cubit to their stature. Men endowed with certain gifts of personal dignity, I may perhaps call it, though the word rises somewhat too high. They look as though they would be able to say a clever thing, but their spoken thoughts seldom rise above a small acrid sharpness. They respect no one, above all not their elders. To such a one his horse comes first, if he have a horse, then a dog, and then a stick, and after that the mistress of his affections. But their fault is not altogether of their own making. It is the girls themselves who spoil them and endure their inanity because of that assumed look of superiority which to the eyes of the outside world would be a little offensive were it not a little foolish. But they do not marry often, whether it be that the girls know better at last, or that they themselves do not see sufficiently clearly their future dinners, who can say? They are for the most part younger brothers, and perhaps have discovered the best way of getting out of the world whatever scraps the world can afford them. Harry Annesley's faults were altogether of another kind. In regard to this young woman, the Florence whom he had loved, he had been over-modest. Now his feeling of glory was altogether redundant. Having been told by Florence that she was devoted to him, he walked with his head among the heavens. The first instinct with such a young man as those of whom I have spoken teaches him, the moment he has committed himself, to begin to consider how he can get out of the scrape. It is not much of a scrape, for when an older man comes this way, a man verging toward baldness, with a good professional income, our little friend is forgotten, and he is passed by without a word. But Harry had now a conviction, on that one special night, that he never would be forgotten and never would forget. He was filled at once with an unwonted pride. All the world was now at his feet, and all the stars were open to him. He had begun to have a glimmering of what it was that Augustus Scarborough intended to do. But the intentions of Augustus Scarborough were now of no moment to him. He was clothed in a panoply of armor which would be true against all weapons. At any rate, on that night, and during the next day, this feeling remained the same with him. Then he received a summons from his mother at Buston. His mother pressed him to come at once down to the parsonage. "Your uncle has been with your father, and has said terrible things about you. As you know, my brother is not very strong-minded, and I should not care so much for what he says, were it not that so much is in his hands. I cannot understand what it is all about, but your father says that he does nothing but threaten. He talks of putting the entail on one side. Entails used to be fixed things, I thought, but since what old Mr. Scarborough did, nobody seems to regard them now."
But even suppose the entail does remain, what are you to do about the income? Your father thinks you had better come down and have a little talk about the matter." This was the first blow received since the moment of his exaltation. Harry knew very well that the entail was fixed and could not be put aside by Mr. Prosper, though Mr. Scarborough might have succeeded with his entail. But yet he was aware that his present income was chiefly dependent on his uncle's goodwill. To be reduced to live on his fellowship would be very dreadful, and that income, such as it was, depended entirely on his celibacy, and he had, too, as he was well aware, engendered habits of idleness during the last 2 years. The mind of a young man so circumstanced turns always, first to the bar and then to literature. At the bar he did not think there could be any opening for him. In the first place, it was late to begin, and then he was humble enough to believe of himself that he had none of the peculiar gifts necessary for a judge or for an advocate. Perhaps the knowledge that 6 or 7 years of preliminary labor would be necessary was somewhat of a deterrent. The rewards of literature might be achieved immediately, such was his idea. But he had another idea, perhaps as erroneous, that this career would not become a gentleman who intended to be Squire of Buston. He had seen 2 or 3 men, decidedly Bohemian in their modes of life, to whom he did not wish to assimilate himself. There was Quaverdale, whom he had known intimately at St. John's, and who was on the press. Quaverdale had quarreled absolutely with his father, who was also a clergyman, and having been thrown altogether on his own resources, had come out as a writer for The Coming Hour. He made his 500 or 600 a year in a rattling, loose, uncertain sort of fashion, and was, so thought Harry Annesley, the dirtiest man of his acquaintance. He did not believe in the 600 a year, or Quaverdale would certainly have changed his shirt more frequently, and would sometimes have had a new pair of trousers. He was very amusing, very happy, very thoughtless, and as a rule altogether impecunious. Annesley had never known him without the means of getting a good dinner, but those means did not rise to the purchase of a new hat. Putting Quaverdale before him as an example, Annesley could not bring himself to choose literature as a profession. Thinking of all this when he received his mother's letter, he assured himself that Florence would not like professional literature. He wrote to say that he would be down at Buston in 5 days' time. It does not become a son who is a fellow of a college and the heir to a property to obey his parents too quickly. But he gave up the intermediate days to thinking over the condition which bound him to his uncle, and to discussing his prospects with Quaverdale, who, as usual, was remaining in town, doing the editor's work for The Coming Hour. "If he interfered with me, I should tell him to go to bed," said Quaverdale. The allusion was, of course, made to Mr. Prosper. "I am not on those sort of terms with him. I should make my own terms, and then let him do his worst. What can he do? If he means to withdraw his beggarly £250, of course he'll do it. I suppose I do owe him something in the way of respect." "Not if he threatens you in regard to money. What does it come to? That you are to cringe at his heels for a beggarly allowance which he has been pleased to bestow upon you without your asking? Very well, my dear fellow, I should say to him, you can stop it the moment you please. For certain objects of your own, that your heir might live in the world after a certain fashion, you have bestowed it. It has been mine since I was a child. If you can reconcile it to your conscience to discontinue it, do so. You would find that he would have to think twice about it." "He will stop it, and what am I to do then? Can I get an opening on any of these papers?" Quaverdale whistled, a mode of receiving the overture which was not pleasing to Annesley. "I don't suppose that anything so very superhuman in the way of intellect is required." Annesley had got a fellowship, whereas Quaverdale had done nothing at the university. "Couldn't you make a pair of shoes? Shoemakers do get good wages." "What do you mean? A fellow never can get you to be serious for 2 minutes together. I never was more serious in my life. That I am to make shoes? No, I don't quite think that. I don't suppose you can make them. You'd have first to learn the trade and show that you were an adept. And I must show that I am an adept before I can write for the coming hour? There was a tone of sarcasm in this which was not lost on Quaverdale. Certainly you must, and that you are a better adept than I, who have got the place, or some other unfortunate who will have to be put out of his berth. The coming hour only requires a certain number. Of course, there are many newspapers in London and many magazines, and much literary work going on. You may get your share of it, but you have got to begin by shoving some incompetent fellow out. And in order to be able to begin, you must learn the trade. How did you begin? Just in that way. While you were roaming about London like a fine gentleman, I began by earning 24 shillings a week. Can I earn 24 shillings a week? You won't, because you have already got your fellowship. You had a knack at writing Greek iambics and therefore got a fellowship. I picked up at the same time the way of stringing English together. I also soon learned the way to be hungry. I'm not hungry now very often, but I've been through it. My belief is that you wouldn't get along with my editor. That's your idea of being independent? Certainly it is. I do his work and take his pay and obey his orders. If you think you can do the same, come and try. There's not room here, but there is no doubt room elsewhere. There's the trade to be learned, like any other trade. But my belief is that even then you could not do it. We don't want Greek iambics. Harry turned away disgusted. Quaverdale was like the rest of the world, and thought that a peculiar talent and a peculiar tact were needed for his own business. Harry believed that he was as able to write a leading article, at any rate, as Quaverdale, and that the Greek iambics would not stand in his way. But he conceived it to be probable that his habits of cleanliness might do so, and gave up the idea for the present. He thought that his friend should have welcomed him with an open hand into the realms of literature, and perhaps it was the case that Quaverdale attributed too much weight to the knack of turning readable paragraphs on any subject at a moment's notice. But what should he do down at Buston? There were 3 persons there with whom he would have to contend: his father, his mother, and his uncle. With his father he had always been on good terms, but had still been subject to a certain amount of gentle sarcasm. He had got his fellowship and his allowance, and so had been lifted above his father's authority. His father thoroughly despised his brother-in-law and looked down upon him as an absolute ass. But he was reticent, only dropping a word here and there out of deference, perhaps to his wife, and from a feeling lest his son might be deficient in wise courtesy if he were encouraged to laugh at his benefactor. He had said a word or two as to a profession when Harry left Cambridge, but the word or two had come to nothing. In those days the uncle had altogether ridiculed the idea, and the mother, fond of her son, the fellow and the heir, had altogether opposed the notion. The rector himself was an idle, good-looking, self-indulgent man, a man who read a little and understood what he read, and thought a little and understood what he thought, but who took no trouble about anything. To go through the world comfortably with a rather large family and a rather small income was the extent of his ambition. In regard to his eldest son, he had begun well. Harry had been educated free, and had got a fellowship. He had never cost his father a shilling, and now the eldest of 2 grown-up daughters was engaged to be married to the son of a brewer living in the little town of Buntingford. This also was a piece of good luck, which the rector accepted with a thankful heart. There was another grown-up girl, also pretty, then a 3rd girl not grown up, and the 2 boys who were at present at school in Royston. Thus burdened, the Reverend Mr. Annesley went through the world with as jaunty a step as was possible, making but little of his troubles, but anxious to make as much as he could of his advantages.
Of these, the position of Harry was the brightest, if only Harry would be careful to guard it. It was quite out of the question that he should find an income for Harry if the squire stopped the £250 per annum which he at present allowed him. Then there was Harry's mother, who had already very frequently discounted the good things which were to fall to Harry's lot. She was a dear, good, motherly woman, all whose geese were certainly counted to be swans. And of all swans, Harry was the whitest, whereas in purity of plumage, Mary, the eldest daughter, who had won the affections of the young Buntingford brewer, was the next. That Harry's allowance should be stopped would be almost as great a misfortune as though Mr. Thoroughbung were to break his neck out hunting with the Puckeridge hounds, an amusement which, after the manner of brewers, he was much in the habit of following. Mrs. Annesley had lived at Buston all her life, having been born at the Hall. She was an excellent mother of a family and a good clergyman's wife, being in both respects more painstaking and assiduous than her husband. But she did maintain something of respect for her brother, though in her inmost heart she knew that he was a fool. But to have been born squire of Buston was something, and to have reached the age of 50 unmarried, so as to leave the position of heir open to her own son, was more. To such a one a great deal was due, but of that deal Harry was but little disposed to pay any part. He must be talked to, and very seriously talked to, and if possible saved from the sin of offending his easily offended uncle. A terrible idea had been suggested to her lately by her husband. The entail might be made altogether inoperative by the marriage of her brother. It was a fearful notion, but one which, if it entered into her brother's head, might possibly be carried out. No one before had ever dreamed of anything so dangerous to the Annesley interests, and Mrs. Annesley now felt that, by due submission on the part of the heir, it might be avoided. But the squire himself was the foe whom Harry most feared. He quite understood that he would be required to be submissive, and even if he were willing, he did not know how to act the part. There was much now that he would endure for the sake of Florence. If Mr. Prosper demanded that after dinner he should hear a sermon, he would sit and hear it out. It would be a bore, but might be endured on behalf of the girl whom he loved. But he much feared that the cause of his uncle's displeasure was deeper than that. A rumor had reached him that his uncle had declared his conduct to Mountjoy Scarborough to have been abominable. He had heard no words spoken by his uncle, but threats had reached him through his mother, and also through his uncle's man of business. He certainly would go down to Buston and carry himself toward his uncle with what outward signs of respect would be possible. But if his uncle accused him, he could not but tell his uncle that he knew nothing of the matter on which he was talking. Not for all Buston could he admit that he had done anything mean or ignoble. Florence, he was quite sure, would not desire it. Florence would not be Florence were she to desire it. He thought that he could trace the hands, or rather the tongues, through which the calumny had made its way down to the Hall. He would at once go to the Hall and tell his uncle all the facts. He would describe the gross ill usage to which he had been subjected. No doubt he had left the man sprawling upon the pavement, but there had been no sign that the man had been dangerously hurt. And when 2 days afterward the man had vanished, it was clear that he could not have vanished without legs. Had he taken himself off, as was probable, then why need Harry trouble himself as to his vanishing? If someone else had helped him in escaping, as was also probable, why had not that someone come and told the circumstances when all the inquiries were being made? Why should he have been expected to speak of the circumstances of such an encounter, which could not have been told but to Captain Scarborough's infinite disgrace? And he could not have told of it without naming Florence Mountjoy. His uncle, when he heard the truth, must acknowledge that he had not behaved badly. And yet Harry, as he turned it all in his mind, was uneasy as to his own conduct. He could not quite acquit himself, in that he had kept secret all the facts of that midnight encounter in the face of the inquiries which had been made, in that he had falsely assured Augustus Scarborough of his ignorance, and yet he knew that on no consideration would he acknowledge himself to have been wrong. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Mr. Scarborough's Family. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Scarborough's Family by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 23. The Rumors as to Mr. Prosper. It was still October when Harry Annesley went down to Buston, and the Mountjoys had just reached Brussels. Mr. Grey had made his visit to Tretton, and had returned to London. Harry went home on an understanding, on the part of his mother at any rate, that he should remain there till Christmas. But he felt himself very averse to so long a sojourn. If the hall and park were open to him, he might endure it. He would take down 2 or 3 stiff books, which he certainly would never read, and would shoot a few pheasants, and possibly ride one of his future brother-in-law's horses with the hounds. But he feared that there was to be a quarrel by which he would be debarred from the hall and the park, and he knew, too, that it would not be well for him to shoot and hunt when his income should have been cut off. It would be necessary that some great step should be taken at once, but then it would be necessary also that Florence should agree to that step. He had a modest lodging in London, but before he started, he prepared himself for what must occur by giving notice. I don't say as yet that I shall give them up, but I might as well let you know that it's possible. This he said to Mrs. Brown, who kept the lodgings, and who received this intimation as a Mrs. Brown is sure to do. But where should he betake himself when his home at Mrs. Brown's had been lost? He would, he thought, find it quite impossible to live in absolute idleness at the rectory. Then, in an unhappy frame of mind, he went down by the train to Stevenage, and was there met by the rectory pony carriage. He saw it all in his mother's eye the moment she embraced him. There was some terrible trouble in the wind, and what could it be but his uncle? Well, mother, what is it? Oh, Harry, there is such a sad affair up at the hall. Is my uncle dead? Dead? No. Then why do you look so sad? Even such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woe-begone, drew Priam's curtain in the dead of night. Oh, Harry, do not laugh. Your uncle says such dreadful things. I don't care much what he says. The question is, what does he mean to do? He declares that he will cut you off altogether. That is sooner said than done. That is all very well, Harry, but he can do it. Oh, Harry, but come and sit down and talk to me. I told your father to be out so that I might have you alone, and the dear girls are gone into Buttingford. Ah, like them. Thoroughbung will have enough of them. He is our only happiness now. Poor Thoroughbung, I pity him if he has to do happiness for the whole household. Joshua is a most excellent young man. Where we should be without him, I do not know. The flourishing young brewer was named Joshua, and had been known to Harry for some years, though never as yet known as a brother-in-law. I am sure he is, particularly as he has chosen Molly to be his wife. He is just the young man who ought to have a wife. Of course he ought, because he can keep a family. But now, about my uncle. He is to perform the ceremony of cutting me off. Will he turn out to have had a wife and family in former ages? I have no doubt old Scarborough could manage it, but I don't give my uncle credit for so much cleverness. But in future ages, said the unhappy mother, shaking her head and rubbing her eyes. You mean that he is going to have a family? It is all in the hands of Providence, said the parson's wife. Yes, that is true. He is not too old yet to be a second Priam, and have his curtains drawn the other way.
That's his little game, is it? There's a sort of rumor about that it's possible. And who is the lady? You may be sure there will be no lack of a lady if he sets his mind upon it. I was turning it over in my mind, and I thought of Matilda Thoroughbung. Joshua's aunt? Well, she is Joshua's aunt, no doubt. I did just whisper the idea to Joshua, and he says that she is fool enough for anything. She has 25,000 pounds of her own, but she lives all by herself. I know where she lives, just out of Buntingford, as you go to Royston. But she's not alone. Is Uncle Prosper to marry Miss Tickle also? Miss Tickle was an estimable lady living as companion to Miss Thoroughbung. I don't know how they may manage, but it has to be thought of, Harry. We only know that your uncle has been twice to Buntingford. The lady is 50 at any rate. The lady is barely 40. She gives out that she is 36, and he could settle a jointure on her, which would leave the property not worth having. What can I do? Yes, indeed, my dear, what can you do? Why is he going to upset all the arrangements of my life and his life after such a fashion as this? That's just what your father says. I suppose he can do it. The law will allow him. But the injustice would be monstrous. I did not ask him to take me by the hand when I was a boy and lead me into this special walk of life. It has been his own doing. How will he look me in the face and tell me that he is going to marry a wife? I shall look him in the face and tell him of my wife. But is that settled? Yes, Mother, it is settled. Wish me joy for having won the finest lady that ever walked the earth. His mother blessed him, but said nothing about the finest lady, who at that moment she believed to be the future bride of Mr. Joshua Thoroughbung. And when shall I tell my uncle that it is so? What will he say to me? Will he have the face then to tell me that I am to be cut out of Buston? I doubt whether he will have the courage. He has thought of that, Harry. How thought of it, Mother? He has given orders that he is not to see you. Not to see me? So he declares. He has written a long letter to your father in which he says that he would be spared the agony of an interview. What? Is it all done then? Your father got the letter yesterday. It must have taken my poor brother a week to write it. And he tells the whole plan, Matilda Thoroughbung and the future family? No, he does not say anything about Miss Thoroughbung. He says that he must make other arrangements about the property. He can't make other arrangements, that is, not until the boy is born. It may be a long time first, you know. But the jointure, what does Molly say about it? Molly is mad about it, and so is Joshua. Joshua talks about it just as though he were one of us, and he says that the old people at Buntingford would not hear of it. The old people spoken of were the father and mother of Joshua and the half-brother of Miss Matilda Thoroughbung. But what can they do? They can do nothing. If Miss Matilda likes Uncle Prosper— Likes, my dear? How young you are! Of course she would like a country house to live in, and the park, and the county society, and she would like somebody to live with besides Miss Tickle. My uncle, for instance? Yes, your uncle. If I had my choice, Mother, I should prefer Miss Tickle. Because you are a silly boy. But what are you to do now? In this long letter which he has written to my father, does he give no reason? Your father will show you the letter. Of course he gives reasons. He says that you have done something which you ought not to have done, about that wretched Mountjoy Scarborough. What does he know about it, the idiot? Oh, Harry! Well, Mother, what better can I say of him? He has taken me as a child and fashioned my life for me, has said that this property should be mine, and has put an income into my hand as though I were an eldest son, has repeatedly declared, when his voice was more potent than mine, that I should follow no profession. He has bound himself to me, telling all the world that I was his heir, and now he casts me out because he has heard some cock and bull story, of the truth of which he knows nothing. What better can I say of him than call him an idiot? He must be that, or else a heartless knave. And he says that he does not mean to see me? Me, with whose life he has thus been empowered to interfere, so as to blast it, if not to bless it, and intends to turn me adrift as he might do a dog that did not suit him? And, because he knows that he cannot answer me, he declares that he will not see me. It is very hard, Harry. Therefore I call him an idiot in preference to calling him a knave. But I am not going to be dropped out of the running in that way, just in deference to his will. I shall see him. Unless they lock him up in his bedroom, I shall compel him to see me. What good would that do, Harry? That would only set him more against you. You don't know his weakness. Oh, yes, I do. He is very weak. He will not see me because he will have to yield when he hears what I have to say for myself. He knows that, and would therefore fain keep away from me. Why should he be stirred to this animosity against me? Why, indeed? Because there is some one who wishes to injure me more strong than he is, and who has got hold of him. Someone has lied behind my back. Who has done this? Ah, that is the question. But I know who has done it, though I will not name him just now. This enemy of mine, knowing him to be weak, knowing him to be an idiot, has got hold of him and persuaded him. He believes the story which is told to him, and then feels happy in shaking off an incubus. No doubt I have not been very soft with him, nor indeed hard. I have kept out of his way, and he is willing to resent it. But he is afraid to face me and tell me that it is so. Here are the girls come back from Buntingford. Molly, you blooming young bride, I wish you joy of your brewer. He is none the worse on that account, Master Harry, said the eldest sister. All the better, very much the better. Where would you be if he was not a brewer? But I congratulate you with all my heart, old girl. I have known him ever so long, and he is one of the best fellows I do know. Thank you, Harry, and she kissed him. I wish Fanny and Kate may even do so well. All in good time, said Fanny. I mean to have a banker, all to myself, said Kate. I wish you may have half as good a man for your husband, said Harry. And I am to tell you, continued Molly, who was now in high good humor, that there will be always one of his horses for you to ride as long as you remain at home. It is not every brother-in-law that would do as much as that for you. Nor yet every uncle, said Kate, shaking her head, from which Harry could see that this quarrel with his uncle had been freely discussed in the family circle. Uncles are very different, said the mother. Uncles can't be expected to do everything as though they were in love. Fancy Uncle Peter in love, said Kate. Mr. Prosper was called Uncle Peter by the girls, though always in a sort of joke. Then the other two girls shook their heads very gravely, from which Harry learned that the question respecting the choice of Miss Matilda Thoroughbung as a mistress for the Hall had been discussed also before them. I am not going to marry all the family, said Molly. Not Miss Matilda, for instance, said her brother, laughing. No, especially not Matilda. Joshua is quite as angry about his aunt as anybody here can be. You'll find that he is more of an Annesley than a Thoroughbung. My dear, said the mother, your husband will, as a matter of course, think most of his own family, and so ought you to do of his family, which will be yours. A married woman should always think most of her husband's family. In this way the mother told her daughter of her future duties, but behind the mother's back Kate made a grimace for the benefit of her sister Fanny, showing thereby her conviction that in a matter of blood, which she called being a gentleman, a Thoroughbung could not approach an Annesley. Mamma does not know it as yet, Molly said afterward in privacy to her brother, but you may take it for granted that Uncle Peter has been into Buntingford and has made an offer to Aunt Matilda. I could tell it at once, because she looked so sharp at me today, and Joshua says that he is sure it is so by the airs she gives herself. You think she will have him? Have him? Of course she'll have him. Why shouldn't she? A wretched old maid living with a companion like that would have anyone. She has got a lot of money. She'll take care of her money. Let her alone for that. Then she'll have this house to live in, and there'll be a jointure, of course, if there were to be children. Oh, bother! Well, perhaps there will not, but it will be just as bad. We don't mean even to visit them. We think it so very wicked, and we shall tell them a bit of our mind as soon as the thing has been publicly declared.
End of chapter 23. Reading by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina, 2013.